Drip. 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 Sheesh. I knew you couldn't save yourself. Always weighing me down. Teme, Naruto screamed. Sasuke stumbled in shock. What? Sharingan, who had just woken up, had witnessed the events, but it took a few moments for his mind to process them. When he noticed Naruto covered in senbon needles, his face changed to one of shock. Naruto, you. Weakly, the Uzumaki said, now get that lame expression off your stupid face. Sasuke, at a loss for words, asked, why? Naruto remarked, I used to hate you, you know, as he felt his strength ebbing away. Sasuke yelled at him, then why did you? You should have minded your own business. Naruto exclaimed, how should I know? My body just moved, on its own, before he stumbled back and was grabbed by Sasuke. In an attempt to reassure them both, Sasuke said, you're going to be fine, Naruto, just don't move. I swore I wouldn't die, until I became Hokage. I thought my oath would save me. But, don't you dare die here. Sasuke, scoffed Naruto, winced. Sasuke thought, no, as tears streamed down his cheeks. At that time, once more, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes changed. Without any sign of hesitation, he sacrificed himself to save you. He was a shinobi worthy of respect who, in order to protect someone he cared about, threw himself headlong into what he knew full well was certain death. Is this the first time you've seen a comrade die? Such is the way ninja exist, the masked nin said. Shut up, Sasuke said softly as the surrounding air abruptly grew heavier. I won't forgive you, he declared, his fists trembling by his sides. Abruptly, his Sharingan spun and changed, the pupil changing into a pattern resembling a helix. He cried out in hatred, Amaterasu, as black flames burst from his eyes, igniting the ice dome with uncontrollable fire. What? What is this? As she observed, the masked nin asked thoughtfully. A wave of fury swept over her, and he took a small step back. He's so different from the boy I was fighting a minute ago. What is he? Such a foul and disgusting chakra, she thought as she hurried out of his ice mirror and hurled herself outside the dome before it melted entirely. I may not have liked the Tobi when we first met, but he didn't deserve to die, Sasuke uttered, his fists shaking with rage. I'll make you pay for this. Zabuza-sama. Yuki Haku thought as Sasuke charged forward once more, determined to complete the task. A kunai was stabbed into his chest as he said, I have failed you, and he was hurled back over the bridge. And Sasuke wept over the loss of his first and only true friend in this damned world for the first time since the Uchiha massacre. Everyone else on the bridge was visible when the fog lifted. Sakura was standing with the client at the very back of the bridge, while Kakashi was driving his fist through Zabuza's chest. Zabuza's body hit the ground as Kakashi withdrew his arm. Zabuza exclaimed, not bad, Kakashi. It looks you win, just before his last breath left his eyes. Over his shoulder, Kakashi questioned his pupil, Sasuke? I'll be fine, sensei. Just give me some time, Sasuke said, wiping away his tears. Sasuke-kun. Kakashi-sensei. You're both alive, their pink-haired teammate exclaimed. Sakura. Sasuke thought sorrowfully. Sakura questioned Sasuke-kun, what about Naruto? Where's Naruto? Sasuke did not answer. When Sakura saw Sasuke turn away from her, she stopped herself in her tracks. Naruto. No, she thought, her eyes wide with terror. Even though she didn't like the team's Tobi, he simply couldn't be dead. Tsunade told her, I'll stay with you so that you won't be disobeying your sensei's orders, and she gave a small nod before heading in the direction Naruto was meant to be, only to discover nothing. As Tsunade turned away in shame, Sakura questioned, where is he? Tsunade looked at the bridge's edge and replied, I think he may have fallen in the water. Don't hold back for my sake. There are times when it's right to give in and shed honest tears, Tsunade said to her sorrowfully. I always got perfect scores on all my tests in school. I memorized each and every one of the 100 rules conduct for a ninja. I used to write them out of pride. We had a test one week and the question was, what is the 25th rule of shinobi conduct? Just like always I wrote it down, no matter what happens, a true shinobi must never, ever, show their emotions. The mission is the only priority. Carry that in your heart and never, ever shed any tears, she said. This is what a shinobi is, Tsunade thought, closing his eyes, and it's intolerable. One voice said, so Zabuza failed, huh? No matter, I wasn't really going to pay him anyway, from the other side of the bridge. When Tsunade saw the businessman and the sizable mercenary force he had with him, he exclaimed, "Goto." Goto thought, "I had hoped a few more of you would have died. Can't be helped I suppose," and pointed his walking stick at them. "Ninja are so expensive these days. That's why I always hire Nukenin, because they're easier to dispose of after the job is done." "Kakashi," Sasuke said, his eyes spinning wildly as the Mangekyo Sharingan spun in his dark tremor. Before purple chakra burst from his body and manifested as a massive spiritual warrior, he whispered, "Take care of Sakura and Tsunade for me, Susanoo." Kakashi yelled, "Wait Sasuke." But it was too late, as Sasuke appeared with a bow and hurled a massive chakra arrow directly at Goto. Was the Sharingan there? What took place? Goto was barely aware of the assault when the arrow ripped through his rather large stomach, splitting it in two. One of the mercs yelled, "Run for your lives," as the others dispersed in an attempt to escape the massive, ethereal warrior. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke burst out a huge ball of red fire that covered the mercenaries' location on the bridge. Some of them managed to jump into the water below to put out the flames, but they all screamed as they were burned alive. As soon as the chakra construct vanished, Sasuke fell to one knee. When Kakashi saw his eyes, he asked, "What happened, Sasuke?" After taking a deep breath, Sasuke deactivated the Dojutsu and said, "I had to kill my best friend in order to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, the next stage of my clan's Dojutsu." Kakashi asked again, "What happened?" Sasuke trailed off, "I couldn't save him," at a loss for words. Kakashi grunted, "Damn it. I apologize, sensei. It appears that I have failed once more." Before the villagers, led by Inari, arrived, the two walked to where Sakura was still crying and they all stood in silence for a moment. After glancing back at the remains of Goto's body, Kakashi sealed Zabuza in a scroll. Finally speaking, the copy nin turned to his team. "Let's get out of here. Whirlpool Land. Subterranean Complex." As he began to regain consciousness, the first sensation he experienced was pain, but this time he didn't mind it. Pain meant that he was still alive and would not yet be meeting the Shinigami, and he actually welcomed it. The second was bewilderment as he moaned upon seeing what appeared to be a white ceiling after forcing his eyes open in spite of his exhaustion. He was in a hospital, which is just fantastic. His voice trailed off as he forced himself to sit. Where am I? "I wouldn't try to move if I were you," a fresh, humorous voice said across from him. He turned to see a rather elderly man standing at his bedside, leaning on a large scroll, who was likely older than even the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto questioned, "Are you a Shinigami?" before his body began to ache again. "No, I'm not," the elderly man remarked wryly. He became grave abruptly. "And you feel pain because you're still among the living," he said. "However, it's a miracle that you and that girl survived. Both of you should have been crushed by the rampaging whirlpool that sucked you in. The Injutsu in place would only allow for someone of Senju or Uzumaki descent to survive the transition along with their companions." The blonde said, "Uzumaki? My name is Uzumaki Naruto." The elderly man said, "Yes, I know," and nodded. "The Kyuubi's third Jinchuriki and the son of the Yondaime Hokage." Naruto's response was a stutter, "Son of what the hell are you talking about, old man?" The old man waved off his words, "It can wait until later," and then covered the boy's stomach with his hand. "I have healed most of the damage you sustained and a good night's sleep should do the rest, especially with the Kyuubi's regenerative abilities boosting your already impressive healing factor." As the elderly man turned away, Naruto questioned, "What happened? Where am I?" After responding, the elderly man moved toward the door at the far end of the room. "You are in an underground compound deep in the former land of Whirlpool, specifically below the ruins of Uzushiogakure no Sato, the former home of the Uzumaki clan," he said. "Now if you will excuse me, I have another guest to take care of." "Hey! Wait up, old man." Naruto swung his legs over and tossed aside the covers. "You shouldn't try to move," the elderly man said, standing behind him. In response, Naruto said, "I can sleep when I'm dead." The old man laughed and said, "You're just like Mito-chan," before leaving the room with Naruto at his heels. "What happened to Sasuke Teme, Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto. "And what did you mean before about the Kyuubi and me being the Yondaime's son?" The old man said, "All in good time, young Uzumaki," as they came to a door. He said, "Here we are," and he opened the door. Naruto said, "At least tell me who you are, old man. Are you a Nukenin?" "I'm a ghost of the Senju," the elderly man replied, turning to look at the youngster. "Senju Hashirama, the former Shodai Hokage of Konoha. Naruto exclaimed, "The Shodai Hokage?" In shock. "And no way. You should be dead." The Uzumaki clan were known for their long lives and vitality which they inherited when they broke away from the Senju clan 300 years ago. And I personally have always had a stronger life force than others of my clan, Hashirama said. Last time I checked I was about 110 years old now. Naruto asked again, Buddha, how are you here? If you were still alive, why aren't you in Konoha? Back before the First Great Shinobi War, one took possession of the 9 Biju including the Kyuubi and handed them out the 5 great shinobi villages in order to establish some measure of balance. When the first war began I realized what a mistake it was, and in the end I nominated my brother Senju Tobirama as the Nadaime Hokage in the hopes that he would find some way to regain some semblance of control over this cursed world. I disappeared after that when my waifu Uzumaki Mito offered to bring me to Uzushio, and I've remained here ever since, trying to come up with a way to bring true peace to this world, Hashirama said. As the two walked into the room, Naruto said, "Peace." When he noticed the bed at the far end of the room, he said, "Haku." Even though she had previously told him that she was a girl, a single, recognizable figure was lying down on it. "She's an interesting one," remarked Hashirama. "A member of the Yuki clan known for their height and bloodline, and from what Mito-chan's seals have been telling me, one of the only survivors of the bloodline purge in Kirigakure no Sato." "Bloodline purge?" asked Naruto, who had not heard of it. "What are you talking about?" Hashirama pondered dismally. "Hiruzen Gaki hasn't told you anything, has he? The Yondaime Mizukage, the current Jinchuriki of the Sanbi no Kyodaime, ordered the extermination of everyone with a Kekkei Genkei including the Yuki clan. When my father found out that my mother and I had a bloodline, he tried to kill us. He killed my mother and I killed him. After that Zabuza-sama found me and took me with him. I've served him ever since," Haku said with his eyes widening. "Where am I?" "You're in the ruins of Uzushiogakure no Sato," replying Hashirama. "You're lucky to be alive. If the kid here hadn't fallen in the whirlpool with you, then you would most certainly be dead right now." Haku rambled. "Zabuza-sama? Is he? He's dead, according to Hashirama. My wife placed monitoring seals all over the continent. One of them was in the Land of Waves watching your battle. Zabuza-san was cut down by the copycat." Haku asked, "Then please kill me, I have no reason left to live." You were the hunter nin with Zabuza, and now because he's dead you want to die too? Why?" asked Naruto. Hashirama reasoned, "Everyone needs something to live for. As for you, Yuki girl, you have a new master now." "You?" Haku inquired, perplexed. "No, not me," laughed Hashirama, shaking his head. He pointed to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and said, "I mean the young Uzumaki here." Surprised, Naruto said, "Me? Why me? I don't want a servant." Hashirama pulled out a chair and sat down, waving away his worries. "Well, you've got one now, deal with it," he said. Sage knows he did when he seized control of the Biju after defeating Madara at the Valley of the End. "It's the spoils of war, kid. Get used to it," he said. Then Haku trailed off. "Naruto-kun, my new master." Hashirama asked, "Now, I think you had some questions for me?" With clarity, Naruto stated, "I want to know what's going on." Hashirama questioned, "Are you sure you wish to know? You may not like the answers." "Yes," Naruto said with a nod. "You said something about Jintokia or something." "It's pronounced Jinchuriki. It's a word my wife invented and used to describe those with Biju sealed within them," Hashirama said. 80 years ago, shortly after the clan wars ended and the shinobi villages were founded, my rival Uchiha Madara left Konoha and used his Sharingan to take control of the Kyuubi no Yoko. He and I fought what basically amounted to a death match at the place now known as the Valley of the End. After I defeated both Madara and the Kyuubi, my wife sealed the fox inside her own body to keep it from falling into the hands of the Uchiha clan." "Why, you defeated the Kyuubi and someone who was powerful enough to control it? The scale you're talking about is..." Naruto went on. "By the standards of today, what Madara, the Kyuubi and I were capable of was almost inhuman. Even today a lot of people recognize that we were in a league of our own," Hashirama said. "In fact, most regard my strength as that of legend and myth, like the tales of the Raikuta Sennin, the founder of the shinobi world." "You're Hashirama-sama?" Haku asked, his eyes widening. "The Shodai Hokage?" With a laugh, Hashirama said, "If you require proof then," as a wooden pedestal appeared beside him. Haku trailed off at the sight. "Mokuton. I am able to suppress and control the Biju when I infuse my Yoden chakra into my Mokuton jutsu." Hashirama grinned. My wife kept the Kyuubi locked away and my power constantly suppressed its influence until we parted all those years ago. With hope, Naruto said, "Can you help me control the Kyuubi?" Because of its inhuman strength, he had been afraid that one day the demon fox would overpower him and escape ever since he discovered that he had it inside of him. "I already have," said Hashirama. "You have the Mokuton bloodline just like me, however, because of the Kyuubi's presence in your body. Your bloodline hasn't awakened, so I used my power to restrain the fox's influence and forcefully unlock your bloodline." Naruto exclaimed, "I have a bloodline?" In shock. "I am the only member of the Senju clan to have the Mokuton bloodline because my mother had a particularly strong chakra much like your own mother," Hashirama went on. "My mother?" asked Naruto. "At the end of her life, my wife selected a successor from Uzushio to contain the Kyuubi," Hashirama said. "The one she chose was a young Uzumaki girl with a powerful chakra that could restrain the Biju much like my own power. She was your mother, Uzumaki Kushina." After saying, "Uzumaki Kushina," Naruto fell silent. She was brought to Konoha shortly before Iwa, Kumo and Kiri launched a full-scale assault on Uzushio. Konoha and Uzushio were allies, but Konoha abandoned Uzushio and left them to die, especially now that they someone who could recreate the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, Hashirama said bitterly. "Hiruzen Gaki was the one who gave the order to leave Uzushio to fend for themselves. Mito and I have never forgiven him since." "I don't believe you. There's no way the old man would do something like that," Naruto yelled. "Really? What if I told you he and the elder my brother's former student ordered the extermination of the Uchiha clan only a few years ago?" Hashirama replied. What?" inquired Naruto. "The thing about the Senju, Uzumaki and Uchiha clans is, we're all distantly related to each other. Since Konoha was founded, all three clans have been pushed to the brink of extinction," Hashirama responded. "Because of the Kyuubi attack on Konoha 12 years ago, the Uchiha clan came under suspicion, and because of their unjust treatment they were planning a rebellion only to be betrayed by Uchiha Itachi, the heir of the Uchiha clan, and were systematically wiped out by order of the Konoha higher-ups." Naruto stumbled. "Why, you've got to be kidding me. On the old man's orders, Konoha exterminated Sasuke's clan? And my clan was abandoned to perish? Why? 12 years ago someone attacked your mother, murdered Hiruzen Gaki's wife, ripped the Kyuubi from your mother's seal and summoned it to attack Konoha. Your father then sealed the Kyuubi in you," Hashirama went on. Naruto's eyes widened and he trailed off. "My father," Hashirama stated unequivocally, "your father was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. He was a master of Jika, Kon ninjutsu, surpassing even my brother in some areas, and his mastery of Fa Injutsu was equal to any Uzumaki. He was a true random genius if there ever was one. According to Naruto, my father sealed the Kyuubi in me," as he clenched his fists. "I feel like hitting something," he said as his fist slammed into the wall, causing wood planks to burst across the room. Did I do that?" "It appears your affinity with Mokuton may be even greater than mine," Hashirama thought. "Incredible," said Haku. "Indeed," Hashirama said with a nod. "That's not all I have to tell you, young Uzumaki. Your sensei was your father's student and he didn't tell you anything. Your godfather, Jiraiya of the Sanina, one of Hiruzen Gaki's students and my granddaughter's former teammate, abandoned you and even now is making large amounts of money writing porn books." Naruto furiously questioned, "Why? Why are you telling me all of this? What's the point?" As tears ran down his cheeks. "Is it to make me feel worthless? I still have friends that care about me and that's all that matters." Hashirama said, "Friends?" I looked in on those friends of yours with disgust. Haruno Sakura, a fangirl who constantly hits and abuses you. Uchiha Sasuke, someone who just gained the Mangekyo Sharingan, which can only be awakened when you believe that you've killed your best friend, and Hitaki Kakashi, the man who won't tell you anything and won't train you, leaving you the same weak fool. Stop!" Naruto cried out, falling to his knees with tears in his eyes. Haku yelled, "Enough!" as she attempted to get out of bed. "I won't allow you to hurt Naruto-sama anymore. I'm just trying to make him understand his current situation," Hashirama said, gesturing with her hand. "When your parents died, at the very least you should have been given to my granddaughter as Tsunade. Since my wife was an Uzumaki, then Tsunade would be classed as your next of kin. However, judging by the fact that you remained in Konoha all these years, it's likely that Hiruzen Gaki wanted you abused and forced into a life of servitude, believing him to be your savior and the only one you could turn to." Naruto begged to know the reason behind the outcome, asking, "Why? Why did it turn out like this?" "Because this world is cursed," was Hashirama's candid response. Love turns to hatred and that hatred turns to revenge and war which creates more hatred. Power and greed have corrupted this world into what it is today, perhaps even worse than the clan wars. Haku trailed off as she watched her master gather himself. Naruto-sama. Naruto questioned, "What must I do? I don't want anyone else to grow up like me." The only way to establish any kind of true peace would be to unite the shinobi world and then abolish the ninja system completely. With the entire world under a single banner, there would be no need for ninja anymore, Hashirama replied. What will you do? What can I do? Naruto thought, I will never be able to look at the old man the same way again if I go back to Konoha now. What is a village? A clan? What is it? Ninjas. What are they? The crimes committed by Konoha are abhorrent. They are a perversion of the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage's creations. And my father was a hero who was prepared to put his own family in danger in order to save a village that rejected everything he believed in. Your answer? Asked Hashirama. Began Naruto. I will stand with you. What do I need to do to bring peace to this cursed world? Whirlpool Land. Subterranean Complex. After 6 months of traveling to the former home of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto and Haku had arrived. Hashirama had been teaching Naruto different jutsu, including Mokuden, which he had mastered through extensive use of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and his enormous chakra reserves, which were given to him as a member of the Uzumaki clan and enhanced by the kyuubi that was sealed within him. Then, shortly after his arrival, there was that incident. Start of the flashback. Naruto was facing a huge barred metal cage door with a pitch-black interior. His vision cleared, and for the first time he saw the great demon fox. 2 huge red eyes opened and glowed in the darkness. Standing behind them was Senju Hashirama, who had connected their minds in a similar way to how he had done with his late wife. So my jailer finally decides to grace me with his presence, Kyuubi no Yoko said in a derisive manner. He went on, and you dare to bring that wrinkled-up old fool with you, when he saw the elder Senju. The words, you are still filled with so much hatred, Kyuubi, were spoken solemnly by Hashirama. According to the Kyuubi, I can respect your strength as one of his sons, mortal, they were mocked. But do not think you can come here and speak to me with such a tone. Ultimately, Hashirama questioned, this is a Shikifujin, correct? Yes, snarled the Kyuubi. A kinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan that my previous host taught to the one who ended up sealing me here. Hashirama nodded, I see, and touched the cage doors. Kyuubi demanded, what are you doing? After channeling some chakra, the elder Senju responded, this, and 2 figures materialized next to the seal. The Kyuubi growled, you. Yandaime Hokage, Kushina. What happened? Uzumaki Kushina inquired, Minato-kun. Namikaze Minato blinked in surprise, Kushina? The 2 turned to face Naruto, who spoke with wide eyes, Mom, Dad. Almost incredulously, Kushina questioned, and Naruto? Son? How is this possible? We were only supposed to appear when either the seal collapses or when you were finally ready to gain control of the Kyuubi's power, said Minato. That would be my fault, interrupted Hashirama. Shodai-sama? Minato inquired, startled. I will leave you to catch up with your son, Hashirama said, turning himself away. He is strong and will gain control of the Kyuubi without you. Spend your last moments in this life with the son you never had the chance to know. He will handle the rest just like you believe he will. Thank you, Minato bowed, appreciating the opportunity to spend time with his son without having to worry about the Kyuubi escaping. End of flashback. He was able to master his father's Hiruzen no Jutsu and Rasengan, as well as add his wind affinity to the Rasengan to increase its power, after 6 months of nearly constant training with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which allowed him to create up to 2,000 shadow clones every day. He might be among the strongest shinobi alive because of that, his Mokuton ancestry, and his enormous chakra reserves. With Haku standing by his side, Naruto questioned, you wanted to talk to me? Yes, Hashirama, who was bedridden, said quietly. I don't have much time left in this world and there is one last thing I must tell you before I pass on and meet Mito-chan again. Tragically, Naruto questioned, what is it? When I chose Tobirama as the Nidaime Hokage and left Konoha, I found Madara's discarded Mangekyo Sharingan. I had them implanted and it evolved into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the beginning nothing happened besides the fact that I gained the Dujutsu's abilities, however 9 years ago the eyes evolved into the Rinnegan, Hashirama said. Rinnegan? Inquired Naruto. It was the Dujutsu of the Raikuta Sennin, Habashia went on. From what I understand of what happened, you can't awaken the Rinnegan without both the Senju and Uchiha's combined power. I've taught you my Mokuden Jutsu, and with your other abilities I honestly believe you can save this cursed world. Naruto asked, "What happened to your eyes?" "I transplanted them on a young Uzumaki girl about a year older than you and implanted my original eyes back into me," Hashirama replied. At his bedside, a stunning woman with long red hair and two swords strapped to her back appeared. "Hinoka," he said. When Uzumaki Hinoka asked, "Yes, Hashirama-sama." Hashirama gave the command, "I want you to guide and aid Naruto in his journey." "It shall be done," said Hinoka, head bowed. For years, she had been his dependable and faithful servant, keeping him sane after his wife died and saving her when Uzushio was destroyed. She would serve his successor after his death, a young boy who had become the elder Senju's apprentice and whom she could eventually consider family. When Hashirama told his apprentice, "Hinoka knows where to find the Uzumaki girl. Her name is Karen. If you are to succeed, then you will need allies, because there will be those who wish to stand against you if for no other reason than because you exist. In the end, war may be the only answer." Naruto thought, "I'll need an army if I'm going to fight a war, or a really good team." Hashirama grinned and closed his eyes, saying, "From now on you may choose your own path." Ruins of Uzushio. The land of whirlpools. A single shinobi and two kunoichi stood atop a broken building overlooking a forgotten battlefield as the sun started to rise on the horizon. Clad in her hunter nin attire, Yuki Haku carried the enormous kubikiri bacha strapped to her back. After learning that the people of Wave had named their bridge after her new master, Naruto, she had surreptitiously returned to the land of waves and taken refuge from her former master's grave. The other kunoichi was the red-haired, long-haired beauty wearing a short white skirt, mesh armor underneath, and a purple sleeveless kimono with yellow trimmings held close by a traditional obi with a long, flowing bow tied to it. The Nidaime Hokage's sword, the Raijin no Ken, and the Uzu no Tsurugi, the Uzumaki clan's coveted sealing blade, were strapped to her back. A man wearing a black cloak with a yellow outline and a hood over his head, with his blonde hair peeking out from the front, finally stood directly in front of them. He planted one foot on the stone step in front of him, then turned to face the others, causing the front of the cloak to part. A white kitsune mask and a tiny hole in his cloak revealed black and crimson armor. Naruto stated unequivocally, "No one must know who I really am from now on until I say otherwise. I need a name that I can use without giving anything away. How about Menma? Yes, that name will do just fine." Even while he was still in the academy, Uzumaki Naruto had always been able to stay clear of many Jonin and Shunin as well as the Anbu of Konoha. He had pranked Anbu headquarters by himself, and it wasn't until the act was completed that he was apprehended. No one had noticed until he was applying the final touches, but he had even painted the Hokage monument, which was visible to the entire village during the day. His ability to infiltrate Training Ground 44, also referred to as the Forest of Death, with his two new teammates was not surprising. Hinoka whispered, "There she is," as the three of them landed silently on the branches of multiple large trees and peered out from their hiding places to see what was waiting for them. A girl about Naruto's age with recognizable blood-red hair was the last of three figures standing directly in front of them. The other two were boys with scars. If you looked closely, you could see that she was wearing glasses, probably to hide her dojutsu. Naruto questioned, "Is that Hashirama-sensei's Rinnegan?" "Yes," Hinoka said in agreement. He transplanted them on her when she was still a girl after Suna Ninja raided her home village and killed her parents. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she also has a powerful chakra, though hers is able to heal others when they bite her, making her potential as a medic nin capable of rivaling both Hashirama-sama and Tsunade-sama. She also has the ability to sense the chakra of others from long range, making it very difficult to get the drop on her. She is no doubt already aware of our presence, however, given the last mission that Hashirama-sama assigned her, it's no surprise that she hasn't called on us yet. "Mission?" asked Haku. Hashirama-sama tasked her with infiltrating the village that Orochimaru of the Sannin founded known as Odogakure no Sato, Hinoka said. She was able to do so and was assigned to a genin team to infiltrate the Chunin exams disguised as Kusa Ninja. From what I understand, he is setting the stage for something that I hope she knows about. Saying, "We've got company," Naruto said. "Something dark and foul is coming our way." It had taken some getting used to. He could sense even the most cunning of enemies thanks to his negative emotion sensing ability, which he acquired by violently limiting the Kyuubi's influence. It was undoubtedly one of the Kyuubi's powers, and it undoubtedly helped to explain why he became known as a force of nature that materialized whenever hatred and human malice met, then proceeded to exterminate them from the face of the shinobi world. He was still trying to figure out how to control its effective range. Hinoka cursed, "Oh shit," as three figures emerged from the clearing below and faced the three auto nin in disguise. "What's wrong?" asked Haku. "The one in the middle, according to Hinoka. That's Tsunade's Jinchuriki. He's the youngest son of the current Kage and is completely batshit crazy. When I say crazy I mean off of the fucking charts. The guy kills to prove his existence, as he says." Naruto rambled, "The Ichibi," and then squinted. "Hinoka, Haku, change of plans, prepare a containment seal and ready your sword, Hinoka. Because not only are we recovering Karen-san but we're also taking the Ichibi while we're at it." 6 months after his best friend's death and the mission to the Land of Wave, Uchiha Sasuke was in a foul mood. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, eyes that were both a boon and a bane. He gained the ability to exact revenge on his fallen comrade, but doing so also caused his vision to deteriorate. The more he used that Dujutsu stage, the more it would do so, until he eventually lost his sight. He could obtain a eternal Mangekyo Sharingan by harvesting the Sharingan of another, according to the tablet in the Naka Shrine, but as far as he could tell, all of his clansmen had been burned to prevent others from doing so. There was only Itachi left, and since he also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was also experiencing its effects and would eventually need a replacement. That was the reason he had been spared. He was left alive as a spare by Itachi, who instructed him to awaken the same eyes as him in order to eventually gain even more power than he already had. Only one man in the clan's history had awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan and harvested the Mangekyo Sharingan of another instead of the normal Sharingan, based on the scant journals he could locate about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Later on, that man was regarded as the strongest Uchiha to have ever lived, only surpassed by Senju Hashirama, who was regarded as the most formidable shinobi of his time. Uchiha Madara was his name. The only information he could find about the man was that he was widely regarded as one of the most dangerous shinobi in history. With just a single glance, he could command the Kyuubi no Yoko and call upon it to fight for him, demonstrating the extent of his power. It seems that he also defeated Sandaime Tsuchikage and Nidaime by himself, which demonstrated his strength. The idea of what Itachi could do with that kind of power made Sasuke shudder. Many things had transpired since the expedition to the Land of Wave. Naruto's name was engraved on the memorial stone, and he and Kakashi had stood in front of it for many a morning, just gazing at the names of the deceased. He had been informed by Kakashi that his own teammate had died shortly after delivering his transplanted Sharingan, having given his life to save him and his fellow teammate. He was considered a black sheep and a hero. Their replacement on the team was a boy named Sai, who had previously come dangerously close to death with Sakura. Despite his proficiency in ninja techniques, he was the most obnoxious individual he had ever encountered. He seemed to be more of the antithesis of Naruto than even Sasuke, and that was saying something. After experiencing a sort of depression, Sakura had now grown even more fixated on him. She had no one to lift her spirits after every rejection, and it seemed that Naruto had served as a buffer to keep her from becoming overwhelmed by her own inadequacy. However, he might think about dating her if she truly worked to develop a rack and become a strong kunoichi. The Hyuga heiress is the only woman he would even consider dating at this time, and not because of her wealth but rather because of her will to become a strong kunoichi. Of course, the absurdly large chest she always concealed with her coat was a bonus. He didn't because she preferred him, and he wouldn't have pursued a girl who had been in love with his best friend even if the Tobi had been unaware of it. In addition to that, the girl detested him. She correctly accused him of being responsible for Naruto's demise. Naruto might not have perished if he had been a little bit stronger, faster, or better. Since they both understood what they were getting into when they chose to continue the mission after facing the demon brothers, he had stopped blaming himself for what had happened, but the guilt persisted. The terrible thing about survivor's guilt. Following a brief altercation with some Auto Nins and fellow Konoha nin Yakushi Kabuto, Kakashi successfully completed the first task after entering their names in the Chunin exams. With the big tower in the middle serving as the finish line, the second task was essentially a free-for-all battle between the genin teams in the Forest of Death, an off-limits training ground 44. A powerful futon jutsu had blasted Sai away from them as soon as they entered the forest, and a Kusa nin had materialized in front of them. The woman laughed and appeared to slither across the branch of a nearby tree. "Kukakuku," she said. "So you're Uchiha Sasuke-kun. Let's see how you stack up against your brother." Sasuke asked her, "You know Itachi?" as his Sharingan began to spin uncontrollably. "This girl is not typical, and her chakra is much too big to be a genin's. Who is she? What is she trying to get?" The Kusa nin said, "Kukakuku. Such beautiful eyes," and then vanished in a flash of speed. "She moves quickly," Sasuke thought as his Sharingan followed her. I am unable to keep up. He was flung into a nearby tree and then fell to the forest floor below when she reappeared in front of him and slammed her fist into his stomach. Sakura yelled in alarm, "Sasuke-kun!" before a wave of murderous intent swept over her, immobilizing her as the thought of her own demise raced through her head. The woman said, "Pitiful little girl," with a laugh. She said, "A nobody like you has no place here," and she turned back to Sasuke's fall sight. As he wiped the blood from his mouth, Sasuke thought, "She hits hard. She's easily at the Jonin level. She's neither a genin nor even a chunin." He glared up at the Kusanin and said, "I might have to use the Mangekyo." "Who are you?" "You're not here for the exams. You're here for something else, and I bet it's got something to do with me." "Kukakuku," the woman said with laughter. "I'm here to offer you something that no one else can. Fighting for Konoha has made you weak, and though you are skilled, you are still nowhere near Itachi's level at your age." "What do you know about Itachi?" Sasuke asked, his eyes narrowing. "I can give you the power to face him if you join me," the woman said, beaming broadly. "I know where he is and what he is after these days." "Join you? Never," Sasuke shot back right away. "Maybe I should give you a little taste of the power I can offer you?" the Kusanin thought. "As you are now, you can't possibly defeat Itachi." Sasuke's scowl grew more intense as his Sharingan began to spin and transform into its Mangekyo form. "Do not speak to me of Itachi," he said. The woman thought, "That's with a start." Sasuke whispered, "Tsukuyomi," as the Kusanin froze and their eyes met. Sasuke hurled a massive fireball at the woman after rapidly forming a series of hand seals. "Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu." "Damn," the woman swore as she was consumed by the flames. As she threw herself backwards out of the flames, it exploded in a torrent of fire, causing her clothes to burn and her face to peel, exposing a male face underneath. Like Itachi, he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. "You're?" Sakura thought, startled to see the real face of the woman, a man. "Orochimaru of the Sannin," she exclaimed, startled by the images of the fabled traitor from Konoha. As he landed next to his teammate, Sasuke wondered, "Orochimaru, huh? What's an S-rank criminal of Konoha want with me?" Orochimaru mocked them, saying, "I underestimated you, you're just like Itachi. You even have the same eyes as he does." Sasuke growled, "I am nothing like Itachi," as black flames burst from his eyes. Amaterasu. As the black flames engulfed him, Orochimaru thought, "That's too much." As the remains of the first Orochimaru were burned, his mouth widened and another climbed out before rushing off. "Sarutobi-sensei will undoubtedly notice and come here personally to stop me if I use all of my power here. These Uchiha should be cursed, requiring me to run away twice." "You're fast," said Sasuke, "but you can't escape my eyes." Orochimaru vowed, "I won't forget this," as he appeared to bury himself in the tree's bark. After saying, "Mark my words, Sasuke-kun. Your body will be mine," he vanished. "My body." Sasuke trailed off as his vision abruptly became blurry and his eyes returned to normal. "Damn," he swore while he braced himself. "Sasuke-kun?" Sakura inquired anxiously. Sasuke waved away Sakura's worry as his vision returned. "I'm fine, Sakura," he said. "Let's find Sai and find a scroll we can use to finish the task." Uzumaki Karen had always been unique. Her family died when Suna attacked and destroyed her hometown when she was a little child. She had always been able to sense other people's chakras, which allowed her to alert her parents to the impending Suna forces. Despite this forewarning, the village was destroyed, forcing her to leave. Her life was forever altered when she was cornered by the Suna nins, who were pursuing her. She had received the Rinnegan from Senju Hashirama, which gave her the ability to protect herself and exact revenge for the deaths of her parents. After she killed the Suna nins and buried her parents, Hashirama-sama ordered her distant cousin Uzumaki Hinoka to bring her to him so he could teach her how to use the gift he had given her. She accepted the offer since she had nowhere else to go. She was assigned to infiltrate Oto after 3 years of training, and a year later she found herself standing here in the Forest of Death, participating in the Chunin exams. Based on the appearance of the 3 Suna nins that had fallen in front of them, she was going to get her chance to kill her 2 teammates, who were idiots with grandiose illusions. She could feel the other 3 observing from a distance. She recognized one as Hinoka, her clansman, but the other 2 felt off. One of them had a dazzling light with a massive, chaotic chakra underneath it that resembled a raging storm, while the other's chakra felt like ice but with a springy feel. Fascinating. Returning to the subject at hand, she felt uneasy and not in a good way around the 3 Suna nins in front of her. The boy in the middle stood out the most because he arguably had a chakra that was as large as Hinoka Nichan's for his age, while the other two seemed terrified of their comrade. This boy had a second chakra, bumbling just beneath the surface, just like the one with Hinoka. His intentions were also made clear by the murderous intent he was disclosing. One of her dim-witted teammates said, "Give us your scroll, sand trash." Staring at her brother with concern, the blonde Suna Kunoichi trailed off. "Gaara. Temari," she was whispered to by the other Suna shinobi. "Don't," he cautioned. In response, Temari said, "But Kankuro, you know we can't stop him," Kankuro said in a sorrowful whisper. Gaara calmly said, "Sabaku kya," as sand erupted from the earth and seized the person making the demand. In shock and terror, the Ado Nin cried out, what the hell," as the sand covered him. "Sabaku saw," Gaara said with a gleeful expression as he lifted his hand and balled it into a fist. Blood spattered the ground as the sand collapsed, crushing the Odo Nin that had been taken. The other Ado Nin fell backward onto his rear and attempted to push himself away, stammering in terror, "And no way." Karen said, "Impressive," as she emerged behind her final teammate. "Well, since you just killed one of my teammates, I can no longer pass this task, so I think I'll stop playing around." Her former teammate grabbed his head and pulled, asking, What? Karen?" To the surprise of the three Suna Nins, Karen whispered, "Ninjendo," as she tore out the Ado Nin's soul and tossed it away carelessly. Kankuro questioned, "What the hell was that?" Temari asked, "He was your own teammate and you just killed him. Why?" "Oh please," Karen said with a disgusted eye roll. After saying, "My allegiance lies elsewhere," she removed her glasses to show off her gray, rippled eyes. "Now to deal with you three." "Clearly," Gaara said, "you will prove my existence," as the sand swirled around the Uzumaki Kunoichi. "Sabaku kya." With glowing eyes, Karen wondered, "This trick again, huh?" "Sabaku saw," began Gaara. To everyone's surprise, the sand moved and was pushed away from Karen. "Tendo. Shinra Tensai," she said calmly. She said, so weak, while holding her up. As soon as she finished saying, "Tendo, Bansho Tenin," Gaara was drawn to her. Temari swung her big metal fan and yelled, "Gaara," with concern. She yelled, "Futon. Kamaitachi no Jutsu," as Karen was hit by a gust of wind. "Gakido. Fa, Jutsu kya, in," Karen muttered, raising her other hand as if to absorb the gust of wind. "How did she?" Temari questioned, startled to see her jutsu so useless. As Gaara was drawn towards Karen, her fist exploded out faster than they could see, striking him across the jaw, breaking his sand defenses and sending him rolling across the ground. Kankuro sent Karasu to attack the Uzumaki Kunoichi as soon as he recovered from his shock at witnessing his untouchable brother being beaten like an insect. "Shirado," Karen said as her arm appeared to separate, exposing a lengthy tube-shaped device that was meant to contain organic tissue and blood. Before a burst of chakra exploded from the barrel, tearing Karasu in two and scattering its remnants all around her, the inside of the tube glowed green. Kankuro exclaimed, "What the hell is she? Is she some kind of human puppet? My jutsu are useless against her." Gaara just got hit for the first time ever, and Kankuro just lost Karasu. As a wave of murderous intent and complete madness swept through the area, Temari thought, at this rate, Gaara might actually release that creature. Karen trailed off, then narrowed her eyes. "That chakra!" she exclaimed, "Gedo. Chakra Kusari," as several chains of chakra burst from her back and sank into the earth behind her. Gaara was covered in sand that had formed into a hideous raccoon the size of a human, and they burst upward around him before encircling him and dragging him to the ground. Gaara's unconscious form was revealed when the demonic chakra vanished and the sand turned to dust. Temari stumbled in surprise, and no way. She was suddenly hit in the neck by two senbon, and she collapsed to the ground, dead. Kankuro yelled in alarm, "Temari," before being hit on the back of the neck and going limp. Naruto remarked, "So that's the power of the Rinnegan," as he descended alongside Haku and Hinoka. Karen answered, "I was wondering when you'd make your appearance." She gave Ichibi Jinchuriki, who was standing still, a nod. "We should leave before someone decides to investigate the demonic chakra this guy released," she said. "Not yet," retorted Naruto. "Hinoka." Hinoka cried out, "Fuin. Kai." As she opened the seal that held the Ichibi, Hinoka muttered, "Here we go," as she took the Uzu no Tsurugi out of its sheath and impaled Gaara through the back. She then swiftly removed the blade and put the sword in the kettle she had opened nearby. After being torn from Gaara's body, The demonic spirit was quickly drawn into the kettle and imprisoned there. She whispered, "Fa, Injutsu. Arashi Fuin," as the Ichibi was sealed. "It's done," she announced. Naruto stared down at the now deceased Sabaku no Gaara and questioned, "A Jinchuriki, huh? He doesn't deserve to die like this." "You mourn the enemy?" Karen inquired, perplexed. "I'm a Jinchuriki too," revealed Naruto. "I know how it feels like to be hated and despised because of what I am. I wouldn't wish our fate on anyone no matter who they are, even if it isn't so bad anymore." "Very well," Karen said, nodding contentedly. When she formed a hand seal and said, "Geto. Rini Tensai no Jutsu." Gaara's body began to glow green as life abruptly returned to it. "That jutsu is always exhausting," she said abruptly, gasping for air. Naruto wondered, "A resurrection technique? We ought to leave this place," Haku said. Naruto nodded, agreed, and extended his arms. As soon as he said, "Everyone, grab on," they seized his arms. After saying, "Hiraishin no Jutsu," they vanished. When the Jonin tasked with training his 3 children told the Yondaime Kage what had happened, he became extremely irate. He didn't believe what he had been told at first, but when he realized that he had lost the Ichibi and that it was now in the hands of an unknown person, his disbelief quickly turned to rage. The Kage yelled in indignation, "Are you telling me that not only was Gaara defeated but that Shukaku was taken by some genin child from some backwater village?" Baki said, "Yes sir, in agreement. Gaara is alive, though no one is sure how that is possible, least of all Chiyo-Basama." The Kage gritted his teeth and leaned back in his chair, saying, "The Ichibi's previous Jinchuriki both died when Shukaku was removed from their bodies. So where do we stand? Gaara still has control over sand and his automatic defenses seem to be intact despite no longer containing the Ichibi. However, without Shukaku he will not be able to release it during the Chunin exam finals in 1 month, Baki stated. According to the Kage, this is a disaster. Without a Biju we cannot hope to attack Konoha with any hope of victory." Baki bowed his head and said, "With all due respect, Kage-sama, from what Yakushi Kabuto has told us, Konoha has recently lost their Jinchuriki, leaving them weakened. Even without the Ichibi, Gaara is still a formidable opponent and can easily kill anyone that challenges him." The Kage warned him not to undervalue Konoha. They have stood as the strongest shinobi village ever since the founding of the 5 great nations. Chiyo said, "And yet they've grown weaker since the death of their Yondaime Hokage." Emerging from the doorway, "Sarutobi Hiruzen may be strong but he is far past his prime. Of his students only Jiraiya remains loyal to him, and other than that there are no other S-rank shinobi in their ranks." Ebizo, her younger brother, said, "If there was ever a time to put an end to Konoha, it would be now." The Kage saluted the 2 village elders by bowing his head. "Chiyo-Basama, Ebizo-Jisama," he said, "welcome." Chiyo questioned, "What will you do, Yondaime Kage-sama?" "We'll destroy Konoha. Land of Fire, Hokage Monument in Konoha." With a detached expression, Uzumaki Naruto stands atop the Yondaime Hokage's head, his face etched into the mountaintop above the village below. This village was cursed. Since its founding, the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans had been driven to the verge of extinction while everyone else thrived, enjoying comfortable, opulent lives at the expense of his and others' anguish. "No longer," he declared, "it's time to begin," then leapt and vanished in a flash of yellow light. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, was putting on his armor across the village, aware that his renegade pupil Orochimaru would attack today. Given that he had no intention of allowing his student to escape again, he needed to be ready for anything that might occur. In addition to his many regrets, he wished he could have done something for Orochimaru, Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, Naruto, and Bawako. He felt a heavy sensation that was similar to what he had experienced 13 years prior, as if there was a persistent wrongness in the air. Before hurriedly donning his remaining armor and bolting out the door, he thought, it couldn't be. Whispering, "Kachiyose no Jutsu," Naruto slammed his hand against a building's roof. The thousands of people who lived in Konohagakure no Sato were frozen in shock and terror as a loud roar reverberated throughout the village after a burst of smoke attracted everyone's attention. The blonde commanded, "Do it, Shukaku," pulling multiple vines away from the Ichibi's back before leaping and vanishing in a flash of yellow light. When Hiruzen saw the enormous sand tanuki, he thought, "This is." An Anbu suddenly materialized at his side and exclaimed, "Hokage-sama. It's the Ichibi just appeared out of nowhere." Then Hiruzen said, "I know, I'll hold it back, evacuate and protect the civilians, and bring my grandson to me." He added, adding to his shame that would last forever. I apologize, Konohamaru-kun, but you are my only option and I must seal the Ichibi away in my capacity as Hokage. The Anbu bowed, yes sir, and then vanished in a flash of speed. Before focusing on the Sandaime Hokage, the Ichibi roared once more, leveling buildings and sending a wave of sand through the village, crushing everything it came into contact with. As it roared once more, Hiruzen muttered, so you've noticed me already? Shukaku roared, Futon. Renkuden, as a series of enormous blasts of wind burst from its mouth, destroying dozens of buildings in their path. This can't go on, Hiruzen said, forming a set of hand seals in a flash. He yelled, Kachiyose no Jutsu, and slammed his hand down. Seals dispersed, and then, in a puff of smoke, the Monkey King, Enma, emerged. Enma exclaimed, Hiruzen, what the hell happened here, as she watched the Biju raze the village. It came as a surprise, Hiruzen said. I need your help, old friend. You have it, concurred Enma. At that moment, Shukaku roared once more and began to gather spheres of red and blue chakra into a big black ball at its mouth. No, Hiruzen said, his heart sinking at the sight of the Ichibi preparing that specific jutsu. Enma, he exclaimed. Enma yelled, Konga Ra Heki, as dozens of clones surrounded him and changed into staffs. A loud noise filled the air as the two took cover and they piled up in front of each other. Shukaku yelled, Bijudama, as the sphere in its mouth burst forward in a beam of dark yellow light, ripping the earth apart and creating a wide slit that ran from the center of Konoha to the village walls. Damn, Hiruzen swore as the explosion subsided. Enma said, Hiruzen, are you all right? As his clones vanished. Hiruzen complained, I'm getting too old for this shit, as he noticed a glimmer of movement behind him. What? As someone grabbed his shoulder, he thought. Hiruzen. Enma yelled as he sprang forward, barely catching Hiruzen's arm before the trio disappeared in a flash of yellow. The Namikaze residents in the land of fire, the words reverberated, Hiraishin no Jutsu, and Hiruzen and Enma fell to the ground, rolling on the grass before struggling to stand up. That was. Hiruzen trailed off in disbelief, observing his location. They stood in front of the old house of Minato and Kushina, which has been a monument and a grave ever since it was completely demolished. A deep voice called out, You will face me, Sandaime Hokage, grabbing their attention. With his mask gleaming in the morning light and his cloak billowing in the breeze, Naruto straightened up. Who are you? Asked Hiruzen. How do you know the Hiraishin no Jutsu? Naruto calmly remarked, A name is meaningless to you, call me Menma. I am the savior of this world. Hiruzen trailed off in confusion, Savior. Don't take me for a fool. You can control the Ichibi, you set it loose on Konoha and know how to perform the Yondaime Hokage's signature Jika, Kon ninjutsu with enough skill to get the drop on me. You aren't any ordinary shinobi, though judging by your height I would say that you are still a child, he said. But he might just be as short as Onoki. I am the one who will bring about peace to this cursed world, proclamated Naruto. Hiruzen, Enma said, sealing his hand. After saying, talking won't do anything here, he changed into a staff. His summoner seized the staff and spun it around before assuming his bojutsu stance. Henge. Konga Nyoi, he said. When Hiruzen said, It doesn't matter who you are, as an enemy of Konoha you will be stopped here before you can do any more damage. Naruto said, We'll see about that, and then hurled a well-known three-pronged kunai at him. Hiraishin no Jutsu, he said as he reappeared next to Hiruzen and struck his stomach with a blue chakra ball. Rasengan. Hiruzen exclaimed as his body exploded into a mud splatter. I didn't even see him switch with the mud clone, he's quick for an old man. The mud at his feet moved and pulled him toward the wall enclosing the former Yondaime's home. Doden. Doria, Taiga, Hiruzen said from behind him. Doden. Doria, Dan, a dragonhead said, spit mud at the blonde wearing a mask. He shouted, Kaden. Karia, Dan, and hurled a stream of fire into the mud blasts, igniting them. As he rapidly formed a set-off hand seals, Naruto thought, not bad for an old man. Mokuton. Mokuja Heki, the wood said, locking into place and shutting up from the ground, forming half a dome in front of the masked blonde. With surprise, Hiruzen thought, that's. He narrowed his eyes and said, he shares the Shodai Hokage's Mokuton ancestry. Are you a Senju? To which Naruto simply replied, I am the inheritor of the will of fire. Konoha betrayed everything that the Senju stood for and will vanish from this world for their crimes. This one is risky, Hiruzen thought. It is understandable why he was able to subdue the Ichibi. He shares Hashirama-sama's Mokuton ancestry. Naruto exclaimed, Mokuton. Daijirin no jutsu, while extending his right arm. It swiftly transformed into a massive wooden tree that swung directly at Hiruzen, putting out the flames as its branches swiftly fell upon the elderly Sarutobi. Although he lacks Hashirama's raw power, much like Tenzo, Hiruzen concluded as he jumped away and barely avoided the attack. Letting someone who is familiar with Hashirama's and Minato's jutsu live is too risky. He will undoubtedly destroy Konoha and perhaps the entire world if I don't stop him here. Naruto cried out, Mokuton. Mokusatsu Shibari no Jutsu, as massive wooden columns rose out of the ground and interlocked around him, blocking his way out. Hiruzen yelled, Kaden. Karya, Enden, as he released a powerful burst of flames that swiftly burned the wooden bindings. He leapt backward, landing on the house's outer wall. Naruto's eyes narrowed behind his mask as he thought, this is about my limit. Before I can get to Dad's level, I still need to learn level 2 Hiruzen no Jutsu, and I don't have enough chakra control to begin using Hashirama-sama's more potent jutsu. He will know who I am if I use the Kyuubi, and I don't want that to come out. No one is searching for me because everyone believes I'm dead, but I must avoid using the Kyuubi's power if I wish to conceal the fact that I'm still alive. I won't let you do as you please anymore, Hiruzen said, preparing his staff. Naruto said, no, that's enough, and stepped back. I'm done here. What do you mean? Asked Hiruzen. I wanted to test myself against the god of shinobi. That is supposed to be the strongest shinobi alive, said Naruto. From what I've seen, you're long past your prime, so I no longer have an interest in the situation. I will not let you just leave, the Sandaime Hokage said. Naruto challenged, try and stop me, and then vanished in a flash of yellow light. Hiruzen no Jutsu. He mentioned that his name was Menma. Hiruzen pondered. Even with his strength, he was unable to stop time from passing. If he is still a child, that means he still hasn't realized his full potential. It's only a matter of time before he surpasses me completely, and I may not be here to face him next time, he said. No, there's always a way. I just hope you'll pardon me, Konohamaru-kun, he said, turning and leaping into the trees as he made his way to Konoha. Land of Fire. Hokage Tower and Konoha. After breaking into the Hokage Tower, Yuki Haku and Uzumaki Hinoka swiftly moved through the corridors in the direction of the Hokage's office. All of the shinobi in the tower left it empty when Naruto called forth the Ichibi in the middle of Konoha. They either went out to fight the Biju that were attacking or evacuate the civilians from the battlefield. Hinoka said, here it is, as they unlocked a wall safe next to the office. As the Uzumaki Kunoichi took a big scroll out of the safe, Haku remarked, I can't believe the Hokage kept it here even after Naruto-sama stole it the first time. Hinoka figured, only 3 people knew it was here, the Hokage, Naruto-kun and Orochimaru. A voice said, and Naruto-kun? With astonishment and hope. They turned quickly, and Hinoka demanded, who's there? Why, you said Naruto-kun, said a girl with white eyes and lavender hair. Did you mean Uzumaki Naruto? As Haku vanished in a flash and resurfaced behind the newcomer, Hinoka muttered, it's times like these that I wish Karen Dono would scout out the area. She asked, who are you? Tell us now before we kill you. The girl introduced herself as, I'm Hyuga Hinata, while Haku held a senbon around her neck. Please. If Naruto-kun is really still alive, then I have to see him again. With interest, Hinoka questioned, what are you to him? Hinata began to cry and uttered, I love him. I couldn't tell him before, but if he really is still alive, then I need to tell him how much he means to me. With an almost amused tone, Hinoka asked, you love him? I wonder where you were when this village ignored and betrayed him. The Hyuga heiress was now sobbing in public. Hinoka said, change of plans, to her teammate, we're taking her with us. With a nod, Haku pierced her neck, turning her into a corpse. As she picked up the Hyuga girl, the Yuki Kunoichi remarked, Naruto-sama might not like this. He will be the one who decides what to do with her, Hinoka thought as she removed a small object that resembled a white rod. Squeezing the chakra rod in her hand, she said, we've accomplished what we came here for, and vanished in a puff of smoke. The Hokage Tower was soon empty as Haku followed, clenching another chakra rod in her own hand. Uzumaki Karen stood outside the village, watching as the Ikibi ravaged the demolished community, destroying everything and everyone in its path. The enormous sand monster was being attacked in vain by Konoha nins, but they were only able to slow it down. She could feel the 4 biggest chakra signatures in the village of those of the shinobi Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, and Maeda Gaia closing in on the creature. Hiruzen was moving quickly back toward the Biju and seemed to be outside the village walls. Her benefactor, Uzumaki Naruto, had undoubtedly already faced the elderly Hokage and teleported the two of them away from the battlefield for some privacy. When she learned that her now-deceased master had taken another student, at this time a member of the Uzumaki clan who reportedly shared her master's Mokudan ancestry, she confessed to feeling a little envious. She had come to terms with the fact that even after his passing, her master had plans, and she and Naruto would be at the core of them. The blonde boy seemed to grow on you and make it impossible not to like him, so it wasn't like she didn't like him. She wasn't referring to the Kyuubi sealed with him, but there was something about him that wasn't typical even by Uzumaki standards. She simply couldn't understand him. He was something else. Time would tell. She felt Jiraiya emerge at the edge of the village walls, charging up a significant amount of chakra, and her eyes narrowed. He was undoubtedly going to call forth something that could confront the raging Biju head-on. With a much smaller chakra signature that she was unaware of, the others, Kakashi and Guy, were racing in Shukaku's direction. Is it possible? As Karen felt a now familiar tug from the two chakra rods she had made and given to Hinoka and Haku, she thought, are they really planning to, but stopped. She whispered, Shikusha da Kachiyose no Jutsu, as she created a hand seal and two seal matrices at her sides, which were followed by two smoke explosions. When the smoke cleared, she saw a third kunoichi in addition to the two she had anticipated, though the unexpected visitor appeared to be unconscious. I thought you were getting Hashirama-sama's forbidden scroll of sealing, not some Hyuga girl. Hinoka said, we retrieved the scroll. As for the girl, she was a target of opportunity that Menma-kun will decide what to do with. Whatever, said Karen in a contemptuous tone. They noticed a yellow flash as Naruto emerged in the middle of them, landing next to them with his cloak billowing in the wind. Her tone was neutral as she asked, I trust you had fun? Naruto retorted, the old man should not be undervalued despite his advanced age, though he is far past his prime if I am able to hold my own against at my current level. Indeed, thought Karen. Naruto-sama, the voice of Haku said. She reported, we have an extra, while carrying Hinata on her shoulder. Naruto trailed off, Hinata. Why is she here? Apparently she loves you, said Hinoka. I thought you might like to deal with her yourself. The words, we're leaving, were spoken by Naruto. The others nodded and seized his arms, saying, there is nothing for us here now, before they all vanished in a flash of yellow light. Land of Fire. Battlefield, Konoha Jiraiya of the Sannin exclaimed, Kachiyose no Jutsu, as he landed in front of the enormous sand demon that was tearing through his hometown. In a puff of smoke, the powerful Gamabunta emerged, Jiraiya perched atop his head. Gamabunta exclaimed, Jiraiya, what the hell is going on? At what he saw. Jiraiya, the Ichibi is attacking Konoha, she replied. It came out of nowhere just like the Kyuubi did 13 years ago. Gamabunta screamed, damn, not again, and rushed past the Ichibi, slashed his sword, and lunged forward. The Toad boss cried out, Gamadasuzen, as his sword ripped the sand demon's right arm off before he had to leap away. Shukaku's physical strength is top-notch. Shukaku growled and then spit out a number of huge wind spheres. You'll pay for that, he said. Futon. Renkuden. Gamabunta retorted, Sweden. Tepodama, and fired a number of his own water bullets. Both attacks were blown back when they collided and exploded in a shower of water and air. Got any ideas? Bunta. Give me some oil, Jiraiya screamed, forming a seal with his hands. Kaden. Gamayu Enden. Jiraiya and Gamabunta cried out together. As soon as a stream of oil burst from the Toad boss's mouth and was headed straight for Shukaku, Jiraiya breathed fire into the stream, causing the oil to abruptly ignite and turn into a raging conflagration. The fire consumed Shukaku's body, transforming much of it into glass, but it soon became evident that the mad Biju couldn't be contained for very long. The glass was beginning to break, indicating the demon's return, and red chakra was oozing from it. It's just going to keep reforming at this rate, Gamabunta remarked, observing the glass begin to shatter. A recognizable voice yelled, this ends now, as a huge staff that was much longer and larger than usual slammed into the glass-covered Ichibi, breaking it into splinters. Sensei! Jiraiya exclaimed, startled, as Hiruzen fell before him and Gamabunta. He inquired, what happened? Where were you? Inquiring as to the whereabouts of the village's Hokage during this emergency. Hiruzen retorted, I was confronting the one behind this attack on our village. Jiraiya exclaimed, someone orchestrated this. She was shocked. He had a suspicion that someone, specifically that man, had planned the Kyuubi's attack, but it appeared that his suspicion had been validated. He muttered, "Uchiha Madara," with knowledge. "Jiraiya?" asked Hiruzen. "I always thought that the Kyuubi attack 13 years ago was strange," Jiraiya stated. "I believe someone was behind that attack as well." As Kakashi, Guy, and his grandson Konohamaru landed next to Hiruzen, he trailed off, saying, "If it is the same man I faced then." Kakashi said, "We've brought him, Hokage-sama," in an unassuming voice. Guy went on, "I don't agree with this is most unyouthful. It has to be done for the good of the village," Hiruzen explained to them before turning to face his visibly terrified grandson. "Konohamaru. I'm sorry I have do this as the duty of a Hokage is to protect the village. You will be a hero from this day forth and I wish you a happy life." With concern, Konohamaru said, "Gee Grandpa? Shiki Fujin?" cried Hiruzen as he made a hand seal and the death god's ghostly form materialized behind him. He commanded, "Do it," and the Shinigami's hand ripped through his back and out through his abdomen. In an instant, it grabbed hold of Shukaku's reorganizing body and began drawing it closer. When his hand struck Konohamaru's stomach, he yelled, "Fuin!" The sand demon was swiftly drawn inside the boy's rapidly forming Hake no Fa, in Shiki engraved on his stomach, knocking him out on the spot. "Sensei." Jiraiya mused sorrowfully. "I leave the rest to you," Hiruzen said, closing his eyes as the Ichibi's new Jinchuriki absorbed the remaining chakra. Jiraiya cursed, "Damn it," and placed his now dead sensei on the ground. "I was my student first, and now I am my sensei." The self-declared Otokage of Otogakure no Sato, Orochimaru of the Sannin, stood neutrally outside the village, observing. He asked, "Are you certain?" "Yes, Orochimaru-sama," Yakushi Kabuto affirmed. "Both of the sacrifices for the Edo Tensei have been sabotaged." Orochimaru trailed off. "I see. Suna withdrew when they saw the Ichibi on a rampage, but at least I killed that idiot Kage. This little game of ours appears to have a new player, huh? Madara. Regardless, Konoha is in ruins and Sensei is dead, despite the fact that Konoha is still standing. Since Konoha now has the Ichibi, the Akatsuki will become interested in the matter and a new Hokage will need to be chosen." Kabuto asked, "Your orders, Orochimaru-sama?" "We're leave," Orochimaru was the reply. "Spread the word to withdraw." Uchiha Itachi was a patient man by nature, as evidenced by his willingness to wait until his younger brother was strong enough to confront him and put an end to his suffering. To stop the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War 5 years ago, he had killed his entire clan in one night, leaving only his brother alive. He had been assigned to permanently thwart the Uchiha clan's plans for a coup. Although he still harbored feelings for Konoha and his younger brother, his current role as an apprentice to Uchiha Madara and a member of the Akatsuki put him at the epicenter of what might be the start of a revolution similar to the establishment of the shinobi villages. The entire Akatsuki organization had been taken aback and, in the case of Madara, somewhat perplexed when Zetsu had told them that the Ichibi had been taken from its still-living Jinchuriki and had attacked Konoha. After all, he was the one behind the Kyuubi attack 13 years prior, and it appeared that history had been repeated. His partner, Hoshigaki Kisame, remarked, "They've escaped complete annihilation but it appears they've sustained heavy losses." In every way, the man was a predator, especially when he carried the giggling demonic sword. Itachi remarked, "For such a prosperous village, it's pathetic," as he looked at the destroyed community. "That's unlike you," Kisame said with a humorous laugh. "So you still have lingering affections towards your home village? Even you have nostalgia, huh?" "No," Itachi said, activating his Sharingan, "none at all." Surprisingly, the Hokage Tower had survived the recent Ichibi attack unharmed, but roughly 3/4 of the village had not. The Sandaime Hokage did not actively lead the shinobi into battle with the Ichibi until the very end, in contrast to the Kyuubi attack 13 years prior. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen intervened, the raging Biju nearly destroyed Konoha in the absence of an S-rank person to stop them. Haruno Mebuki yelled at the councils gathered, "The demon must be killed immediately. We cannot let Sandaime-sama's sacrifice be in vain." The civilian council enthusiastically concurred with her statement, saying, "We were fortunate that the Kyuubi was ridden from the world last year and we can't possibly let another one of those things in the village. I won't let it hurt my daughter." "Enough!" Jiraiya yelled as he walked in, effectively causing the room to fall silent. Jiraiya-sama welcomed Nara Shikaku, who nodded from his position in the shinobi council. "Judging by the fact that you are here, I assume that you have agreed to become the Godem Hokage?" "Yes," Jiraiya said, nodding as he approached and took a seat next to the Hokage. As much as I'd like to continue my research, I can't let things stay the way they are without trying to do something about it. Mebuki inquired, and what about the demon child? He can't be allowed to live, not after what he's done. Sarutobi Asuma glared and said, that demon child, as you so eloquently put it, is the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage and my nephew. As the civilians began to whisper, Mebuki retorted, that thing killed the honorable grandson and took his form. What if it possesses someone else? Shimura Danzo stated, a Jinchuriki can be a powerful weapon for any shinobi village, while standing among the three elders. Konoha is weakened right now with the Ichibi attack and the death of Sarutobi along with half of the village's shinobi. Having a Jinchuriki in the village will give the other nations pause, buying us time to properly train him to combat the enemies of Konoha. Enough. Jiraiya gritted her teeth, understanding the old warhawk's meaning. I agree the boy needs to be trained up and I have someone in mind to do just that. As of now I am making an S-rank law that should anyone want to kill the demon, they will be immediately executed. Do I make myself clear? Be but Hokage-sama, cried Mebuki indignantly. Jiraiya repeated, much more icily, do I make myself clear? Why yes, Mebuki said with a startled nod. That organization will eventually realize that we have a new Biju from Konoha, Jiraiya thought knowingly. The boy has a better chance of surviving in this world the sooner he is fully trained. Forest of Death. Land of Fire. Up until yesterday, leaving his grandfather's shadow was the most stressful thing Sarutobi Konohamaru could think of in his life. The Sandaime Hokage's grandson, he was referred to as the honorable grandson, and never called by his true name. When his own grandfather sealed the demon that was attacking the village inside of him yesterday, everything changed. They all recognized him now as the Ichibi he had imprisoned inside of him. Does Naruto Nisan feel this way? As he brought his hand to his stomach, where the new seal was, Konohamaru asked, clearly frightened. I'm still in shock that Nisan also possessed one of these traits. He had been brought here into the deep and forbidden forest where Konoha held the second stage of its Chunin exams after being awakened earlier that morning and given a brief explanation of what had happened by the Anbu assigned to protect him. As a member of the Sarutobi clan, his intelligence was only surpassed by those of the Nara clan, so he wasn't stupid despite his advanced age. He also understood why he had been taken to such a remote place. There were only two possible explanations. Either the Ichibi tried to take control of him and go on another rampage, or he was brought here to prevent further harm to the village. The second was that, for whatever reason, there was always a chance that someone in the village or from another country would try to kill him. Emotions were running high at the moment. As the Sandaime Hokage's grandson, he had previously been the target of assassination attempts, but they had always been small-scale. Since he was now the new Jinchuriki of Konoha, the other villages would prioritize his murder in an effort to undermine the village. Jinchuriki. Already, he detested the word. When asked why he was alone, the Anbu who had been assigned to him, Tenzo, would respond that he was unique in that he could actively suppress a Biju's chakra. Even though it was sealed away in a host, Konohamaru couldn't help but wonder what could possibly suppress something like that, given the kind of damage the Ichibi had caused. Furthermore, he was informed that the Ichibi was regarded as the weakest of the 9 Biju. Who's there? Tenzo asked abruptly, causing him to startle. As he landed in the clearing, Kakashi said, it's just me, with Sasuke right behind him. Senpai, Tenzo said with a nod, identification? A leaf in the wind, said Kakashi. Tenzo exhaled. It's good to see you, Senpai, he said. You can't be too careful these days. Kakashi nodded, agreed, as he and Sasuke came closer. Tenzo asked, what's the kid doing here? Kakashi pondered, I thought a Mangekyo Sharingan may be useful should the seal fail, before turning to face the youthful Sarutobi boy. Jiraiya-sama would like to take a look at the seal to see if everything is intact, though if it's anything like Naruto's it will only allow chakra to leak into his chakra reserves. When Sasuke said, I still can't believe the Dobi had one of things sealed in him, he was a sacrifice even while he was alive, and he was also one when he passed away. The Sharingan has always had the ability to control the Biju, Kakashi clarified. That was one of the main reasons he was assigned to my team along with you, Sasuke. Sasuke said, speaking of teams, with interest. What's happening to Team 7 now that Sai has left the team? Konohamaru-kun here will be taking his place, explained Kakashi. From the reports given to us by Jiraiya-sama's spy network, the former Ichibi Jinchuriki who somehow survived having the Biju removed has always been able to manipulate sand, Tenzo said. But from what I've seen Konohamaru-kun doesn't have that ability. Kakashi retorted, remember that Sandaime-sama used the Shiki Fujin. It is the most powerful injutsu that we know of, requiring a contract with the Shinigami itself in order to use. The fact that it was able to allow Minato-sensei to defeat even the Kyuubi, something only ever accomplished by Shodai-sama, should be proof of that. Sweden. Suika Dan no Jutsu. A voice exclaimed, startling them as a huge water bullet in the shape of a shark fell on them. That's, thought Kakashi as he hurriedly sealed his hands. He yelled, Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu. As the water in the adjacent pond rose and shaped itself into a dragon before veering and stopping the water shark's attack. A fresh voice said, don't overdo Kisame, quite clearly, we need him alive. As his eyes grew wide, Sasuke thought, that voice, that isn't possible. Kakashi raised his Hitai aid to reveal his Sharingan and said, Uchiha Itachi, the man who wiped out the Uchiha clan, upon seeing the two Nukenin. And Hoshigaki Kisame, a member of Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen. At the sight, Kisame wondered, a Sharingan? No wonder you stopped my jutsu. You must be copy Nin Kakashi. I heard you sparred with Zabuza a while back. Heh. I'll cut you to ribbons. Kakashi remarked, easy Sasuke, as he watched the youngest Uchiha advance. Kisame inquired inquisitively, hey, that kid looks a lot like you, Itachi. Do you know him? The response from Itachi was, he's my little brother. Sasuke yelled in rage and hatred, you're no brother of mine, as his Mangekyo Sharingan developed in his eyes. Not after what you've done. Itachi trailed off, the Mangekyo, so you finally have it. Sasuke's words, I know now why you left me alive, were clear. It was because you needed a spare to counter the blindness caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan and awaken a eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So you know, thought Itachi. Kisame asked, I thought you wiped out your whole clan? Itachi answered, I needed a spare pair of eyes for what is coming. But he's still not ready. His eyes haven't matured enough for what I need. The words, hey, interesting, made Kisame laugh. You will be at a disadvantage if his Mangekyo Sharingan is anywhere near what mine was in the beginning, Itachi advised him. I will deal with him personally. You can deal with the others. Kisame questioned, and our target? Do anything you want as long as you don't kill him, Itachi replied nonchalantly. With a shark-like smile, Kisame hefted Samahata and said, I'll cut his legs off. Itachi said, let's begin. Sasuke, as his Mangekyo Sharingan came to life, forming a black pinwheel on a red backdrop. Sasuke said, Tsukuyomi, and the two of them froze. Sasuke and Itachi both fell to their knees, gasping for air. A second later, he broke and fractured the Tsukuyomi, but it was exhausting for both of us to do so. What is this target that you're after? We are after the legacy of the Sandaime Hokage, Itachi replied. Konohamaru, huh? Wondered Kakashi. You two aren't the only ones, are you? I know all about you. You call yourselves the Akatsuki. Behind him, a now frightened Konohamaru stood as Tenzo trailed off, the Akatsuki. Itachi interrupted, Kisame, change of plans. We're taking Kakashi with us, make the other one disappear. A fresh voice proclaimed, that's far enough, as walls resembling red muscles materialized all around them. Jiraiya said, Kacheose. Gamaguchi Shibari, behind the two Akatsuki members. Itachi thought, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Godem Hokage. He was told by Jiraiya, I won't let you escape. Itachi remarked, now I know how Kakashi knew about us, you were the source of his information. Jiraiya stated unequivocally, you're after the Ichibi, that's why you've come after Konohamaru. Itachi proclaimed, to take Konohamaru with us, that is the supreme order given to us by the leader of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes and said, who the hell could be so powerful that he's managed to get someone like you two to work for him? The simple response from Itachi was, he is someone beyond mortal understanding, not that it matters. We will capture the Ichibi another time when there is less interference. Kisame, we're leaving. Kisame asked his partner, you sure? A confrontation with the Hokage would at best result in our mutual destruction, Itachi argued. We will acquire the Ichibi another time. Right, Kisame said with a nod. Sasuke, Itachi said, turning to face his younger sibling. A moment later, both Akatsuki members hurriedly began running down the organic corridor and turned a corner as the walls closed in behind them. You've grown stronger, but it's not enough. You still lack hatred. When we meet again it will be for the last time, the statement read. Kisame said, don't look now, but there's a wall of flesh coming after us, as they were running. As his eye began to bleed, Itachi reassured him, it's fine. Before the two leapt out, clearing the organic mass and running into the trees, Amaterasu. Black flames erupted at the far end of the wall, melting the organic wall in a matter of seconds. Jiraiya reached the demolished wall in a flash and peered down at the black flames. With haste, he unrolled a scroll and trailed off. "This is," he said, "Fuka Hoin," as the flames were drawn into the scroll's seal. As he attempted to collect himself, Konohamaru questioned, "They're really going to be coming after me, aren't they?" "Yeah," Jiraiya said with a nod. "My brother. His jutsu. I'm the only one who can fight him," Sasuke sounded. "As you are now, he'll kill you if he fought seriously," countered Jiraiya. Sasuke asked, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Jiraiya said, "Kakashi, change of plans," with a bit of authority. "As of right now I want you to take Sasuke on as your apprentice. Teach everything you know and have him ready when the time comes. I will assign that little pink-haired kunoichi of yours to Team 8. From what I understand they're down a member after the Hyuga girl was killed during the Ichibi's attack." Kakashi gave an understanding nod. "Yes, Hokage-sama," he said. "Tenzo, I want you to do the same Konohamaru," Jiraiya said, turning to face the Anbu. "With your Mokuton abilities you should be able to aid in his training with the Ichibi's chakra." The command caused Tenzo to bow his head. "It shall be done, Hokage-sama," he said. The actress Fujikaze Yukie, also known as Kazuhana Koyuki, the heir to the Land of Snow's throne, was always regarded as a sweet and naive young girl. She had to escape with the aid of a teenage girl with red hair after her uncle killed her father and seized power. She managed to escape and create a new identity for herself with the assistance of Uzumaki Hinoka and her anonymous benefactor. The time would come, she was informed, to go back to the Land of Snow and finally rid the nation of her uncle Dodo and his hired ninja. However, for the time being, Dodo and a Jonin-level ninja named Roba Nader controlled the nation's shinobi village, Yukigakure no Sato, so assistance from the village's shinobi forces was not possible until those two were eliminated. Yuki was possibly the most remote of all the shinobi villages, but other countries left them alone because the entire Land of Snow was so far from the mainland that it would take a week by ship to get there, unlike AIM, where the village was under lockdown. Sandayu said, "Koyuki Haim," from the doorway. "Hinoka-sama is here to see you," he said. Koyuki nodded, "Send her in," and hurried away as a well-known woman with red hair came in. "So I take it everything went well?" "Better than we'd hoped," Hinoka gave his confirmation. "Menma-sama's plan worked like a charm. We retrieved the forbidden scroll of sealing, captured an unmarked Hyuga, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. Konoha captured the Ichibi just like we predicted, so the Akatsuki will have to redirect their efforts back to Konoha in order to gain control of it." Koyuki pondered, the mysterious Menma Dono. I've heard a great many things about Karen-chan's benefactor, including the fact that he can control the Biju like she can." Hinoka said, "He's powerful," and nodded. "You should meet him sometime." "Where is he now?" inquired Koyuki. "He's in the hospital tent waiting for the Hyuga girl to wake up," Hinoka replied. Koyuki waved it away, saying, "I can talk to him later. As for more important matters, Sandayu has suggested to the director that we should shoot the next Princess Gale movie in the Land of Snow, more specifically at Rainbow Glacier." Hinoka inquired, "You think it is the right time? My father loved this country and Dodo murdered him in order to seize control. I won't forgive him," Koyuki responded. "I've waited 10 years for this. I won't wait a moment longer." Hinoka nodded. "I will inform the others," she said. Land of Snow. Hospital tent. Rebel base. Hyuga Hinata was always a shy girl by nature, fainting almost at the sight of a childhood crush. However, she quickly changed into a cold and angry person after learning that Naruto had died on a mission and that Sasuke was to blame if what she had been told about the Mangekyo Sharingan was accurate. She had advanced at an almost terrifying rate, easily defeating anyone who stood in her way during sparring. She had competed against her cousin Neji, who was heralded as the Hyuga clan's prodigy in the preliminary rounds, before her team was entered into the Chunin exams. Many of the clan elders thought she was too dangerous and a threat to their way of life because she had developed her own special style of juken to capitalize on her flexibility and had defeated her fate-obsessed cousin with relative ease. After she easily defeated her younger sister, her father had been both proud and concerned for her. She also wanted to compete against Uchiha Sasuke in the Chunin exam finals because she detested him so much for what he had done to her Naruto, but the Ichibi attacked before the finals could begin. She had seen two odd people using her Byakugan to sneak into the Hokage tower and had followed them while the other shinobi in the village either faced the demon or evacuated civilians. Naruto was supposed to be dead, so it was impossible that they knew him based on what she had heard. She was hoping to see her crush again after her heart leapt at the thought that he might still be alive. Hinata's eyes opened slowly and he trailed off. Kun. Not quite, the blonde's well-known voice from the adjacent seat said startled. Naruto-kun? Hinata inquired as her vision improved and she could see the blonde boy standing beside her. She looked up at him and saw that he was wearing a white kitsune mask, so she asked again, "Is that you? Is that you?" "My name is Menma," Naruto said. "I still find it unbelievable that, of all places, Hinoka and Haku were addressing me by my given name while I was in Konoha." Hinata said, "You're really him," with a tearful smile. "You have the same presence that he has, so you must be him." Presence, thought Naruto. As she wiped away her tears, Hinata remarked, "Anyone who paid attention to you would know this feeling." Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, Hinata," before gradually taking off his mask to reveal his face. "Why did you have to get involved?" As Hinata replied, "I want to join you, I want to be with you. I love you. I didn't tell you before and you suddenly disappeared. I didn't know what to do, and then I heard about how Sasuke's eyes evolved when you died." Naruto trailed off. "I see. Why didn't you tell me before?" "I was afraid," was Hinata's candid response. "I was afraid that you wouldn't like me." Naruto shook his head, saying, "Hinata. Back then I would have given anything to hear those words from anyone, especially those that meant them." Nervously, Hinata questioned, "And now?" Naruto's response caused her face to drop and tears to fall. "I refuse. You had your chance and didn't tell me. Now I simply don't care anymore," she said. "I am the one who summoned the Ichibi to attack Konoha. I'm a Nukenin now and I finally have people who care about me." When Hinata told him, "I don't care about any of that, I've known about the Kyuubi for years and I've never cared about it." "You knew?" a startled Naruto inquired. Hinata replied, "I was told by one of my clansmen, I want to be with you." "All right," Naruto said with a nod, "but if you betray me then I will kill you. If you think about running or speaking about any of secrets to anyone then the seal I've placed on you will activate and you won't live to regret it." A seal matrix began to glow across Hinata's forehead as she stammered, "I." She noticed that her reflection in the window appeared to be a slightly modified version of the caged bird seal. Naruto found it ironic that he had branded her with this servitude seal in order to keep her in line, since the Hyuga clan had made the caged bird seal based on a seal from the Uzumaki clan. "I have something I need to take care of but I'll be back later," replied Naruto. As Naruto got up and walked out of the tent, Hinata nodded. "Okay," she said. Once outside, Naruto gazed up at the night sky, closed the curtain, and sighed. Karen questioned from the side, "Are you sure this is wise?" "Keep an eye on her," Naruto acknowledged at last. "I can feel her emotions and they're a lot like how Haku felt when Zabuza died. She could either be a great asset or a rather annoying problem." "That ability to sense negative emotions like fear and anxiety must be very interesting to have. I wonder just how it measures up against my own senses," Karen said with interest. "So what now?" inquired Naruto. "Koyuki Hime has requested our services in retaking the land of snow from her uncle and liberating Yukigakure no Sato. I've accepted on our behalf," Karen responded. Naruto pondered, "Well, we do need a base of operations. I'll take Haku and Hinata, they should be enough." "You just want to keep an eye on her," says Karen. Naruto acknowledged, "I want to see where her loyalties truly lie. Meanwhile you and Hinoka can stay close to the princess and protect her while we deal with Dodo's ninja." Snow Country. Daimyo stronghold with a brother who was frequently praised by the public. Kazuhana Dodo was always a driven and envious man. Sosetsu had always had it all. Girls, money, a lovely daughter, and even the title of their father's heir to the throne of the land of snow. The key to the Kazuhana clan's treasure was stolen by his niece, despite the fact that 10 years prior he had successfully usurped the country from his stupid brother with the help of Yuki Ninja. She had returned now. "So," Dodo said reflectively, "she has returned. Our spies have reported that she has been disguising herself as Fujikaze Yukie, a famous actress that has been traveling around the continent. Currently she has linked up with the remnants of her father's former samurai guards and has even gone as far as to hire some ninja from the mainland. We can also confirm that she still has the hex crystal," said Fuyukuma Mizore. "Interesting," thought Dodo. "And what of these ninja she has hired?" "They're probably Nukenin," Kakuyoku Fubuki had proposed. "None of them are listed in the bingo books and other than the fact that 2 of them seem to be siblings judging by their hair, they seem to be just some nobodies." "Koyuki, what are you planning?" Dodo asked thoughtfully. "Why would you go back now that 10 years have passed and you are certain to be killed?" In any case, I think we should intercept them before they decide to attack the fortress, Nader said. We will deal with the ninja, personally. Telling them, I want her brought to me alive, Dodo said. She and I have much to talk about. I want her to see the fortune of the Kazuhana clan when I take it only for her to realize that her fate is already sealed. Mountain Range. Land of Snow as Naruto, Haku, and Hinata leapt from one ledge to the next along the snow-covered path in the mountains. Storm clouds hung over them. They had a clear mission: to serve as a diversion and vanguard for the main force as they attacked the enemy stronghold. It was a good plan, but everyone knew that no plan can withstand enemy contact. They had undoubtedly already told Dodo and his friends that they were present and would lay a trap. Hinata yelled, Menma-sama, we have company, while using her Byakugan. Naruto nodded and said, I sense it too. They were confirmed to be correct when an airship swung around from behind the mountain and struck the three with its racks of kunai accelerating emplacements. Scatter! As a hail of kunai fell upon them, forcing them to seek shelter under the snow, the blonde Uzumaki screamed. As more kunai were fired down at the three, Fubuki watched them vainly try to avoid the onslaught from high above the mountain. So easy, Fubuki said as she jumped out of the airship, her chakra armor's wings flying open as she did, and Mizor immediately followed, his snowboard activating as he descended towards the soon-to-be battlefield. Die you trash, Fubuki sneered as she flew over the three ninja below and dropped a series of ice bombs, which struck the ground and sent massive spikes of ice shooting up from the ground in all directions, forcing the three to jump away to escape. They're here now, Mizor shouted in glee as he closed in on Hinata and landed a solid punch to her face only to blink in surprise when she disappeared in a poof of smoke upon contact. Huh? A duplicate? Were they all clones? Fubuki inquired, startled to see the other two vanish in puffs of smoke as well. A three-pronged kunai flew at her from the side, only to ping off her chakra armor, and she asked in a sudden, worried manner. As Naruto and Haku appeared behind her in a yellow flash, she heard the whisper, Hiruzen no Jutsu, but she was unable to turn in time before Haku swung Kabikariba Cha and sent her plummeting into the snow-covered mountain below. That should have cleaved her in half. What happened? As he and Haku landed on two of the newly formed ice spikes, Naruto posed the question. Mizor snarled, then spun his snowboard and hurried over to the two. Yu Sha Rokuja, Yan Shugohaki. As a dome of intertwining chakra beams resembled blades caught Mizor and sent him hurtling back into the snow, Hinata's voice reverberated. A moment later, his skateboard broke. Damn you, Fubuki said firmly as she stood up, her hands already clenched in a hand seal. Hayatan. Sabama Fubuki. Dozens of swallows swiftly flew at Naruto and Haku after forming from the snow. Haku retorted, Hayatan. Hisatsu Hayasa, as the attacking swallows were skewered by huge spikes of ice that rose from the ground. The armor they're wearing is the reason. Hinata yelled at her teammates, I don't think ninjutsu or genjutsu will affect them like this. It's created some kind of chakra barrier around them. You mean their armor? Haku, Hinata. Take care of these two while I take care of the one in charge, Naruto thought. Haku said, yes Menma-sama, and Hinata agreed. I assume you're in charge of your small band? As he descended not too far away, Nader inquired, should we play a little? Hayatan. Jutsu no Haya Ra. Fubuki exclaimed hoping to catch the rebel ninja off guard and succeeded in encasing Naruto and Haku in ice. I got them. Before, Naruto and Haku exploded violently in a torrent of flames, Naruto's voice whispered, Bunshin Daibakuha, from behind her. When did they, Fubuki turned, thinking startledly. Sha-te. He gasped as he was flung back, blood gushing from his mouth before hitting the ground, and Hinata yelled as she swiftly closed the distance between herself and Mizor before striking him squarely in the heart with an open palm. Damn these brats, Nader gritted his teeth and sealed his hands together. Hayatan. Harya Ma-ko. As a dozen snow-made tigers formed higher up the mountain and charged down towards them, he yelled. He threw a three-pronged kunai up into the air as his two teammates grabbed hold of his shoulders. Hiruzen no Jutsu, he whispered just before the avalanche-like attack descended upon them. Haku, Hinata, Naruto said, and the two fell back to his side. The three appeared high above the battlefield before descending back down to the now quickly tranquil mountain. Why don't you simply pass away? As Fubuki landed beside him, Nader yelled. The two remaining Yuki nins were surrounded by a dome of ice mirrors, and Haku whispered, Hayatan. Makaya Hayasha, saying, goodbye, as she appeared in each mirror. A moment later, The two were sliced in half by her Kabikariba-cha just before the ice mirrors broke. I see your speed with those mirrors has improved, Naruto said. Speed is power, Haku argued. You and your father proved that, Menma-sama. True, Naruto said, nodding before turning to face Hinata. You did well, Hinata-chan, she said with a shy smile. Now let's go save this country. Snow Country. Daimyo Stronghold Dodo had thought that even with Nader and his team gone, the rest of the shinobi he'd hired would be sufficient to deal with his annoying niece and her little pets, but instead Karen and Hinoka had methodically destroyed everyone that stood in their way, more Karen than Hinoka. Although she was twice as old as her father, Karen's rate of advancement far outpaced hers by a significant margin. The fortress was on fire as Karen made her way through the stone hallways towards the throne room, with Koyuki at her heels. She had been trained for this moment for years by Senju Hashirama, and now it was time to put that training into practice. The fact that she voluntarily let the Yuki Nins use jutsu against her in order to absorb their chakra and keep herself fresh would attest to that. The fact that absorbing their chakra also allowed her to increase her own reserves made it evident that it was only a matter of time before her reserves were equal to Hinoka's. It goes without saying that they would never be able to match Naruto's chakra reserves. They were simply inhuman. By the time he was 20, his chakra would be as big as Hashirama's was in his prime following his final encounter with Madara. If he did, he would be virtually unstoppable, and if he could also fully control the Kyuubi's chakra, no one alive could match the amount of chakra he could unleash. That was an idea for another day. Koyuki said, "Hello uncle," as they walked into the throne room. Dodo remarked, "You've grown, Koyuki," just before dozens of Yuki Nins emerged from the darkness and charged at the trio. You mortals should bow in the presence of a goddess, Karen said, her expression almost indifferent, as a pulse of gravity blasted the Yuki Nins away with enough force to send them through the walls. Tendo. Shinra Tensai, she whispered. Even though he had killed her father, Koyuki told the man, "Surrender uncle," adding, "You've lost," since he was the only remaining member of his family. Never. As he threw off his cloak to reveal his chakra armor underneath, Dodo screamed angrily, "Hayatan! Kokuya! Ba-fa, Setsu!" A black dragon made of ice seemed to explode from his hand and descend towards the three as he threw out a fist in their direction, he exclaimed. Karen whispered, "Gakido! Fa, Jutsu Kya, in," raising her hand to meet the approaching attack, and as a barrier appeared in front of her, the black ice dragon appeared to collapse and be sucked in until it vanished entirely. Hinoka Nichan, finish this. The Uzu no Tsurugi screamed in agony as his body seemed to dissolve and be drawn into the seals on the blade. You rely too much on this armor, Hinoka said as she landed directly in front of the snow daimyo. Fuin, she muttered as she stabbed him through the chest. At last he was gone. Koyuki turned away after saying, "Goodbye uncle," with a sorrowful smile. "It's finally over," she said. Karen remarked knowingly, "No, I think we're just getting started." Because of its location and the fact that they generally avoided interacting with other shinobi, Yukigakure no Sato was arguably the least well-known of all the shinobi villages in the elemental nations. Additionally, it was nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate and start trouble because Dodo had essentially kept the entire nation under lockdown for the previous 10 years. Its isolationist strategy was similar to Omegakure no Sato in many respects. The only significant distinction was that it lacked the extreme industrialization that AIM was renowned for in an S-rank leader like Hanzo. Because of its remote location, no one was aware that Yuki and the Land of Snow as a whole had more sophisticated technology than the other countries, thanks to the wealth and knowledge of the Kazuhana clan. This included airships, steam trains, and the newly developed cannons. Far to the east of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water lay the tiny island nation known as the Land of Snow. A full-scale attack on the tiny country was extremely challenging due to the distance between it and the mainland. Actually, only Kiri possessed the naval forces required to attack Yuki, just as they did when they destroyed Uzushio with Iwa and Kumo decades prior. Nevertheless, Yuki's forces lacked many good ninja, in contrast to Uzushio. That is, until now. The masked blonde in front of Karen leaned back in her new chair and said, "I am not going to call you Yukikage-sama," in a flat tone. "And get out of my seat before I throw you out, Menma-kun." Naruto said, "Come on, Karen-chan," smiling behind his mask. "Just once please," he begged us. "Menma is a good boy." Karen yelled, "For the last time no," on her last nerve. Naruto pouted and said, "You're so mean," before getting to his feet. "Fine, ruin my fun why don't you?" Karen sighed and settled into her chair. "We have more pressing issues right now," she said. The fact is that though we liberated the country from Dodo's rule and Koyuki Haim is doing a remarkable job at restoring the nation to its former glory, especially with that environmental control device her father was working on to change the land of snow into a land of spring. The fact is that the ninja need a strong leader to look up to, and neither of us has any knowledge on running a shinobi village. Naruto questioned, "What are you suggesting?" Karen said, "Senju Tsunade," in response. The granddaughter of Hashirama-sama. Currently she is wandering about gambling away the Senju fortune after her brother and lover died during the Second War. I say we find her and get her to join us. Hashirama-sama did ask me once to set her back on the right path and not the self-destructive one that she is on now. Naruto thought, someone will have to take care of the village while we're away. Who do you have in mind? Karen said, Hinoka Nichan, in response. She's the oldest of us and has the most knowledge on these kinds of things, even though she hates leading people. I can use my Hiruzen no jutsu to teleport us back to the mainland so we won't need a ship or anything, Naruto thought. Same for getting back unnoticed. Karen continued, "Oh, I almost forgot," before removing a sizable scroll from beneath the desk. She handed the scroll over and explained, "Hinoka Nichan found this in the vault. It's a summoning scroll for the Hawks. She told me to give it to you." Naruto looked at the scroll and asked inquisitively, "Why don't you sign it? Didn't Hashirama-sensei constantly call forth Hawks?" Karen waved away his inquiry, saying, "My Rinnegan already allows me to call forth a variety of animals. Sign it and let's go tell the others we'll be leaving. The sooner we track down Tsunade-sama, the sooner we can return home." At home. Before everything began, before he knew the truth about his parents, his clan, his family, and everything else, he thought of Konoha as home. Among all the villages in the elemental nations, Yuki had never done anything to hurt the Uzumaki and Senju clans. So Hashirama-sama had picked this one for them to call home. Like the Land of Iron, they were regarded as a neutral nation and had avoided involvement in all of the shinobi wars to date. An ideal home base for their team to operate from. Naruto suddenly stopped feeling so lost. Tanzaku Town, the Land of Fire. Whispering, Hiruzen no jutsu, Naruto emerged on the outskirts of town, Karen clutching his shoulder. He said, "We're here," as she took her hand off his shoulder and turned to face the outside world. They had shown up just outside of town where the late Namikaze Minato, who was still alive, had left a Hiruzen seal on the ground. "Anything?" Karen answered, "I can sense 2 large chakra signatures in the town. The larger of the 2 is larger than yours." "I take offense to that," Naruto said, giving her a small scowl. Karen sighed, "Men," and went into town. "Let's just find Tsunade-sama before I end up killing you." Naruto complained, "You should lighten up a little once in a while," as he led the way. "I will die because of this woman." A startled and anxious Senju Tsunade exclaimed, "I won?" as she walked out of the gambling hall, her apprentice trailing closely behind. She had been gambling all her life, but she had hardly ever won a wager. On the rare occasions when she did, a terrible event usually followed. Shizune said, "Isn't this great, Tsunade-sama? Now we can pay off some of your debts." She was informed by Tsunade, "Not now, Shizune. I never win, and when I do, something is always about to go wrong." Concerned, Shizune trailed off, "Tsunade-sama." Tsunade said, "All right, come out," abruptly. A moment later, 2 blurs landed in front of the 2 adult kunoichi. "I know you're there, so there's no point in hiding," the person said. "Who are you and what do you want?" The first was a girl with blood-red hair, glasses, and, of all things, an Uzushio headband. Her figure was hidden from view by her long black cloak with a white outline, but based on her appearance, she couldn't be older than 15 or 16. The other was a blonde-haired boy, or at least what she believed to be a boy, wearing a white kitsune mask and the same black cloak with white outline that his supposed partner wore. She said, "Senju Tsunade. My name is Uzumaki Karen and this is Menma. We're here to give you something that your grandfather, Senju Hashirama-sama, asked us to deliver to you." Confused, Tsunade mumbled, "My grandfather. What is it and how do you know him? You two can't be any older than 16. My grandfather died back during the first Shinobi War long before your time." The boy laughed and remarked, "Like the old man would die so damn easily, don't tell me you really believe that Senju Hashirama, the man who is spoken about as myth and legend like that of the Rakuta Sennin, would die so easily after defeating both Uchiha Madara and the Kyuubi no Yoko." With her eyes narrowed, Tsunade asked, "Brat, what are you saying?" "Hashirama-sama faked his death back during the first Shinobi War with the help of your grandmother, Mito-sama," Karen clarified. He finally passed away a few weeks ago in an underground hideaway in the ruins of Uzushio. He asked me once to set you back on the right path and here I am. Tsunade asked incredulously, why you've got to be he was alive all this time. She realized they weren't lying to her. If this was a joke, they had no excuse and must have known she would kill them. Why did why wasn't he there when Naokia his own grandson needed him then? Despite his power and strength, even he could not defeat the aging process. His medical ninjutsu was rivaled only by your own, allowing him to prolong his life until his body simply couldn't run from the Shinigami any longer, replied Naruto. The old man was tough, there's no doubt about that. The two Uzumaki were asked by Tsunade, what do you want from me exactly? Naruto responded, we're family, even though he didn't believe what he was saying. He was still getting used to the fact that he now had a clan and a family to call his own, even after a year had passed. And families stick together. We're here to ask you to join us in re-establishing the Uzumaki Senju clan and bringing peace to this cursed world. Tsunade asked in confusion, peace? Hashirama-sama trained us both to bring about a new age for the shinobi world, Karen clarified. He wanted us to bring about a revolution on a scale akin to the founding of the shinobi nations themselves. That's a tall order, Tsunade replied with a whistle. You're talking about going up against the entire continent. Naruto answered, it's the least we can do. The old man gave us something that no one else did. He gave us a chance to do something right and protect the people we care about. The least we can do is try and fulfill his wish for a peaceful world without any war for those he left behind. Tsunade grinned. Tell you what, she said. If you can defeat me then I'll go with you and I'll even throw in my grandfather's necklace. Shizune trailed off, growing more concerned. Tsunade-sama. Karen asked, and if we lose, then you'll leave me alone and I'll never see either of you again, replied Tsunade. She wanted to lose in private, but they all knew she wouldn't hold back. One more time, please just one more time, she said. Naruto nodded in agreement. All right then, he said. Let's go wild. Shirato. Karen cried as her hand separated from her arm, leaving only a long beam that resembled wire and was strewn with dozens of tiny spikes that resembled bullets. The tiny projectiles rained down on the escaping Tsunade after launching in a burst of smoke and flame. Is she a machine of some sort? As she dodged the swift projectiles, Tsunade pondered the question. She was forced to jump away as they hit the ground around her and burst into a torrent of fire. As she returned to the earth, she thought, that's an interesting ability. She heard the whisper, Hiruzen no Jutsu, as a recognizable three-pronged kunai landed next to her. Tsunade thought, Fatsa, as Naruto materialized beside her. Before she could react, the masked blonde yelled, Rasengan, and slammed the spinning chakra sphere into her stomach. As the spiraling sphere exploded and Tsunade was blasted back with enough force to shatter the boulder she had been blasted into, she thought, shit. Whispering, in Kai, she got back to her feet. As chakra that she had long been collecting began to flood her system, the seal on her forehead quickly began to spread throughout her body. Saza Saisei, she exclaimed as she applied her now glowy green hand to her wound, and they saw it heal quickly in front of them. Naruto questioned, what the hell is that? The answer was, medical ninjutsu, Karen said. Though it is not as advanced as Hashirama-sama's own, it will undoubtedly make this fight much harder. Naruto yelled, Mokuton, Daijiren no Jutsu, as he raised his arm, which instantly changed into a huge tree that sprang at the Senju woman. That's my grandfather's jutsu. Tsunade thought in shock before disappearing in a burst of speed. As she reappeared above him with her leg up, Naruto thought, she's fast. He muttered, Mokuton. Mokuja Heki, as a wooden dome rose from the earth and locked between them. After saying, Hiruzen no Jutsu, he vanished for a moment and then resurfaced next to Karen, whom he had sealed before they had even reached the mainland. Tsunade exclaimed, Sa, Tenkyaku, as she stepped on the dome, causing it to shatter and the surrounding soil to tilt, altering the battlefield's terrain. Jumped once more. It's obvious now. That's Minato's Hiruzen no Jutsu, but how could this boy know it? I thought it died with him. Her chakra control and physical strength is top-notch, Naruto said. She's stronger than the Sandaime Hokage at any rate. Even to this day she is idolized as the strongest woman in the world, replied Karen. I can certainly see why. Darkly, Tsunade hurried at them, saying, you brats. She whispered, Ranshinsha, as if her hands were sparking. Karen said, Gakido. Fa, Jutsu Kya, in, while holding up her hand. The chakra in Tsunade's jutsu was drawn out of her and sucked into what appeared to be a barrier that had developed between them as she made contact with her eyes. Tsunade began. How did she, as she withdrew her other hand and punched the red-haired girl, aiming to remove her head. Tendo. Shinra Tensai. Karen exclaimed as the blonde Senju crashed into an upside-down battlefield after Tsunade was blasted away by a gravitational pulse. Tsunade shook her head and got back up, thinking, that wasn't a shockwave. At that moment, Karen threw away her glasses, exposing her purple eyes, which caused the Senju woman to freeze. Jiraiya was telling the truth after all, so those eyes can't be. Naruto said, I think it's about time we ended this. Who are you two exactly? One of you has my grandfather's bloodline and is able to do the same kind of Jika, Kon ninjutsu as the Yondaime Hokage, while the other has the Rinnegan of all things. I recognize those eyes that were said to be wielded by the Kami no Shinobi, the Rakuta Sennin, Tsunade asked with a scowl. Karen proclaimed, we will bring about peace and order, she said clearly, Shikusha da, Kachiyose no Jutsu, as she put her hand on the ground and caused seals to appear all over the place. Karen was standing on top of a big golden lion's head a moment later, and the Rinnegan was identical to hers. A summons? Tsunade formed a hand seal and bit her thumb, thinking. Kachiyose no Jutsu, she said, and a moment later, Katsuyu, the enormous slug, materialized behind her. Katsuyu questioned, Tsunade-sama, why have you summoned me? I'm facing two kids with the bloodlines of my grandfather and the Rakuta Sennin. I can't afford to hold back even if they're kids, Tsunade responded. But that's, Katsuyu babbled, startled by her summoner's statement. As Tsunade retorted, I know it's not possible but the proof is right in front of you. Naruto leapt into the air and a huge hawk materialized in a puff of smoke to catch him. Kachiyose no Jutsu, he cried. So this is the human realm? It's been a while since I was last summoned here, said the hawk. Is that Katsuyu Dono? I guess she's my opponent, huh? Sorry to call you to fight after just signing the summoning contract, but I need your help, Naruto stated clearly. The hawk almost appeared to smile as it turned to face the masked blonde riding on his back. Why not? It's been a while since I fought someone, the hawk said. The name's Takamaru, remember it. Call me Menma for now, Naruto replied with a smile from behind his mask. I'll tell you my real name when we're not out in the open like this. Takamaru pondered, you're an interesting one, before circling to attack the enormous slug below and flapping his wings. Naruto exclaimed, let's go, as they swung around and dove. How could my grandfather have had his hawk summoning contract when it had been lost for decades? As Tsunade gazed up at the hawk that was descending, she thought. She narrowed her eyes and said, Katsuyu, watch out, as Karen's golden lion lunged at the enormous slug. Katsuyu screamed, Zeshi Nensen, and hurled a stream of acid at the lion that was attacking. Karen yelled, Gakido. Fa, Jutsu Kya, in, as she absorbed the acid rapidly. As the lion bit into the slug's side and pinned her down, Tsunade thought, so she's even able to absorb that kind of jutsu too. The blonde Senju yelled, get off of her, and leapt to her feet, punching the lion's jaw hard enough to knock it away with amazing force. Naruto shouted from above, Mokuton. Mokusatsu Shibari no Jutsu, as Takamaru fell from the sky and came to a halt only a few meters above the ground. Once more, Naruto's arms sprouted off and transformed into wood, encircling Katsuyu and reinforcing her in a wooden harness. Katsuyu! Exclaimed Tsunade, startled. After saying, Katsuyu Daibunretsu, Katsuyu appeared to split into hundreds of tiny slugs and tumble through the openings in the wooden restraint. Tsunade said, that's enough, at last. She added, we're finished here, a moment later. As Takamaru touched down, Naruto questioned, are you giving up? Takamaru complained, and it was just getting good too. You two are strong, Tsunade remarked, grinning a little. And judging by the fact that you can use Mokuton, you must be a member of the Senju clan. The only other Mokuton user I know has about the same level of skill in using it that you have, but he's twice your age. Only a Senju can possibly wield the full power of that bloodline, so that makes you. Family. She had long since abandoned her family and hadn't considered it yet. She realized that she hadn't even noticed that she had been covered in blood from her wounds earlier, in addition to feeling better than she had in years. Her fear of blood seems to have vanished as well. When Karen touched down next to the Senju woman, she said, so you'll come with us? Yes, Tsunade said, nodding as a concerned Shizune came closer. She continued, as soon as I give you something, while removing her grandfather's necklace. She handed it to Naruto after he dismounted from Takamaru's back, saying, "I think this belongs to you. It was my grandfather's. You could buy a mountain with it, though my grandfather originally created it to aid him in suppressing the Biju." Naruto said, "I see," and nodded. After saying, "Thank you," he put the necklace on. Shizune asked her master, "Are you sure about this, Tsunade-sama?" Over her shoulder, Tsunade smiled back, "It's okay, Shizune. I think this is what my brother and your uncle would have wanted." "Okay," Shizune said, smiling knowingly as he nodded. When Naruto said, "Let's go home," perhaps the most notorious of all the shinobi villages, Amegakure no Sato was also the most industrialized. The only true reason this village was still standing was because of the renowned salamander Hanzo, who had guided and protected it during the last 3 shinobi wars. Even though it was a small country that the larger powers frequently used for combat, the lockdown had made it extremely difficult to enter the country. Because of this, none of the other nations were even aware that AIM had a new leader when the god of pain, Uzumaki Nagato, and his angel, Konan, arrived and killed Hanzo and all of his supporters. Nagato went one step further and created the alias Pain, who along with Konan and their friend Yahiko had founded the Akatsuki. Following Yahiko's passing, their benefactor, a man going by the name Uchiha Madara, had approached them with a scheme to free this world from the bonds of hatred that had engulfed it. The 9 Biju would be taken prisoner and imprisoned inside the Ghetto Mazo, a hideous statue that could be called upon using the outer path of the Rinnegan. After it was sealed, Nagato could use the Biju he had captured in the statue to make a weapon that would instantly destroy an entire country. Providing this weapon to various factions would make everyone afraid to engage in combat or face complete destruction as a result. But there was a pretty big setback to that plan. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki died a year ago, so that means that it will be 8 more years before it reforms. With the death of the Sanbi Jinchuriki that was also killed last year during the recent Kiri Civil War, the Sanbi should be reformed within 2 years. We will capture and seal the Sanbi as soon as it reforms before Kiri can reclaim it. That way our actions will go unnoticed, Pain told the other holographic members of their group, the Akatsuki. Angrily, Hidan inquired, "And when do we move? Jashin-sama demands sacrifices." "We will continue to act as a mercenary group for now, and in 7 years we will begin hunting the Biju. By the time that the Kyuubi reforms we will have already captured the rest of the Biju," Pain responded. "Dismissed," the holograms said, and then vanished. Konan said, "Nagato?" From his side. "I am fine, Konan," Nagato answered. "This is a minor setback, that is all." "Indeed," Uchiha Madara said from the darkness. "I didn't think that the Jinchuriki would disappear like this after living in Konoha after the Kyuubi attack for 12 years. Pain retorted, "It is just an addition of time. We will still capture the Biju. It will just take us a bit longer to accomplish our goals before we are to bring peace to this world." As his Sharingan glowed through the eyehole in his orange spiral mask, Madara thought, "You are a fool, Nagato. The Moon's Eye plan is the only source of peace," flashed through his mind as he remembered his previous life as Uchiha Obito. "Rin, I'll make a world in which you exist." Realm of Summon. Shikasuran. Since summoned creatures don't actually exist in the outside world, where shinobi are always at war, they're very difficult to locate. The majority of the summoned races each had a small dimensional space that they called home, and the only ways to get there were to either find a portal that could transport you there or sign a contract with one and be reverse summoned. Those who would later be known as Sannin had discovered these portals when they were young and had been able to negotiate contracts with the snakes, slugs, and toads. With the exception of the Biju themselves, 3 of the numerous summoned creatures in their bizarre world struck out as the most formidable and dangerous. Under the leadership of their formidable toad boss Gamabunta and the 2 elders, Fukasaku and Shima. The first were the toads of Maya Bokuzan, formidable fighters who could grow to the size of a Biju. Although the white snake sage possessed the true power in their race, the second were the poisonous snakes of Rhea, Cheetah led by Manda. The hawks of Shikasuran arrived last. Takamaru said, "Gyaku Kachiyose no Jutsu," as he lowered his claw and seals dispersed over the stone floor. A moment later, Naruto emerged in a puff of smoke, causing him to stumble a little before he caught himself. As a 3-pronged kunai materialized in his hand, Naruto questioned, "What just happened?" "I summoned you," Takamaru replied. "Welcome to the home of the Hawk clan. The boss lady wants to speak with you." Naruto nodded and put the kunai away. "Okay," he said. When he said, "Lead the way." Takamaru turned and led the way through the enormous cavern that had been hollowed out. "Follow me," he said. He turned and flew off toward a sizable pool of water at the opposite end of the cavern after flapping his wings and taking to the air. Naruto trailed closely behind, sprinting along the cavern wall before coming to rest next to Takamaru. "I've brought him," the hawk said. A big female hawk emerged from the water, and a soft female voice said, "Good, Uzumaki Naruto, the discarded child of prophecy. It's a pleasure to meet you, savior of this world." "I am not yet a savior," Naruto retorted, "and how do you know my name?" The female hawk responded, "Would you rather I call you Menma instead? Or perhaps Senju Hashirama? A name means nothing to me. You simply are. I am Setsuna, the current leader of the Hawk clan, and as our summoner I expect great things from you just like my mother expected much the same from him." "Doesn't everyone?" murmured Naruto. "What did you call me here for?" To which Setsuna replied, "I'm going to train you to complete your destiny. As powerful as you are still not strong enough to complete the task that has been given to you. So as our summoner I expect you to be the best there is. To that end I will personally train you in the hidden arts of our clan. I will train you in senjutsu, here in our home." Naruto, who had never heard of the term, questioned, "Senjutsu?" Setsuna clarified, "It is the power of the world itself. Those who master it are granted the title of sage like the Rakuta Sennin of old. Do you wish to learn, summoner?" "Yes," Naruto said with a nod. "Then shall we begin?" Jinchuriki Seal. The mindscape of Naruto. 3 years had passed since he joined Yuki, and 4 years had passed since he left Konoha. Without his mask on, a now 16-year-old Naruto stood in front of the enormous steel gates of the seal that imprisoned the enormous and dangerous Kyuubi no Yoko. Since leaving Konoha, he had developed significantly, and now he was prepared to take the next significant step on his path to greatness. Naruto remarked, "Spooky glare, as usual, when he saw the fox." With narrowed eyes, the Kyuubi trailed off. "Naruto. You?" As Naruto tore off the paper seal on the gate and tossed off his cloak, he questioned, "What are you plotting?" Naruto retorted, "Shut up and let me concentrate. Damn it," as he removed his jacket to reveal the stomach seal. He whispered, "Here we go," as he withdrew the sleeve from his right arm, exposing the key seal that he had obtained 4 years prior from his father's clone. As the seal unraveled, the Kyuubi's eyes widened and he pondered, "You. I see," he said, smashing open the steel gates as the last of the seal dissolved. The fox yelled, "You've made one big mistake, Naruto," as he unleashed a shockwave that destroyed the mindscape that resembled a sewer and transformed it into a dark, damp space. "I can take you on," retorted Naruto back. With amusement, the Kyuubi sneered, "And what about the real you?" "The real me?" a bewildered Naruto inquired. "He means me," said a twisted, dark voice behind him. "What?" Surprised, Naruto thought. He was surprised to see another him with red demonic eyes and 3 tails covered in the Kyuubi's chakra, as he had not anticipated seeing anyone else in this place besides the fox. He asked the clone, "Who the hell are you?" "I'm you," answered the demon Naruto. "I'm the real you." The Kyuubi chuckled ominously, "Before even trying to take control of my power, you'd need to deal with your real self. But that doesn't matter anymore because I'm going to kill both of you right here and now." As Naruto observed the beginning to collect red and blue chakra spheres into a sizable black ball at its mouth, he thought, "This isn't going to be easy. OSHT. The Kyuubi screamed, "Bijudama," and hurled the compressed chakra sphere at his Jinchuriki's 2 sections. "Jika, Kon Kekai," Naruto retorted, brandishing a kunai with 3 tines. Before Naruto turned and let go of the sphere behind him, directly at the dark Naruto, it slammed into the barrier and was sucked in. Even as the sphere engulfed him and exploded in a dome of destructive power, the dark Naruto Ayami's eyes widened as he pulled on more of the Kyuubi's chakra. It's true that the Kyuubi is superior to the other Biju. As soon as the smoke cleared, Yami yelled angrily, "You're going to pay for that." His entire form was now enveloped in a red haze of chakra. His face had turned into a black mask with white eyes. Behind him, 4 tails were swaying, and based on the bubbling around him, it seemed inevitable that he would soon begin to sprout even more tails. As he made a series of hand seals, Naruto thought, "I have to take them out one at a time or I can't win." He cried out, "Mokuton! Mokuryu no Jutsu!" as a huge wooden dragon rose up out of the earth and encircled the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi growled in rage as he bit down on the wooden dragon, but it quickly and alarmingly drained his chakra. "This is," he said. "Damn you, Naruto." Naruto turned to face the now attacking Yami and thought, now to deal with the other one. He muttered, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," as 2 clones materialized beside him. In the original's hand, The three swiftly clasped their hands together to form a tiny rotating chakra ball. Soon after, wind chakra was infused into the spiraling sphere, producing spinning white blades around the center of the ball, causing a bell-like screech to reverberate throughout the mindscape. Yami roared, Yoko Rasengan, while he fashioned his own red demonic chakra sphere in his right hand. The original Naruto yelled, Futon, Rasengan, as the two attacks collided. Red and blue chakra swung out and tore at the ruined mindscape, creating a tornado of wind around the two. The winds eventually subsided, exposing Naruto and Yami standing with their backs to one another and their hands outstretched. Following a brief period of silence, Yami fell to his knees while still encased in the Kyuubi's chakra. A fifth and sixth tail soon followed, and then a white bone exoskeleton appeared. Yami stumbled, I can't lose here, as the chakra began to swiftly overwhelm him. Naruto cried out, Mokuton, Kakuon Nidan Suishu, as 10 wooden pillars rose up around Kyuubified Yami and a seal materialized on his hand. It's over for you, Naruto said, slamming his hand into his darker self's back. The pillars swiftly pinned him down as he leapt back to avoid Yami's chakra tails, creating a green line in the process. Yami screamed, damn it, as his body broke apart and he was drawn into Naruto by the green chakra line. Naruto said, one down, turning to face the Kyuubi, one to go. The Kyuubi trailed off in rage, you. As the wood dragon shattered all around him, he yelled, you think I'll just submit to you without a fight? I'm going to rip you to shreds? Naruto whispered, Senjutsu, Senin Moto, as his body was filled with natural energy. His ascension into Sage mode was symbolized by his eyes turning gold as the pupil lengthened into vertical slits and dark red rings surrounded his eyes. He was happy that he had spent 2 years training with the Hawks to become proficient in this form because he never would have considered fighting the Kyuubi in this manner. He exclaimed, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as hundreds of shadow clones materialized all around him. The Kyuubi growled, you haven't won yet, as Naruto leapt into the air while carrying 2 clones. The 2 clones swiftly formed a familiar chakra ball by bringing their hands together as they had in the past. Wind chakra was once more infused into it to produce the resonant bell-like shriek, but this time the sphere's wind blades elongated, giving it the appearance of a shuriken. Naruto shouted, Futon, Rasen Shuriken, as he hurled the chakra shuriken directly at the Kyuubi. With wide eyes, the demon fox watched as the shuriken closed in, struck him in the nose, and then grew into a revolving ball of power and wind that appeared to engulf his whole body. The original Naruto yelled, now, to his clones. The fox's chakra remained in a ghostly form after the wind ball exploded, blowing the Kyuubi back. The clones swiftly drew it in before dispelling it. After his clones and the remaining chakra were dispelled and returned to him, Naruto landed. Along with a seal matrix that extended from his stomach to his shoulders and formed a necklace of Magatama around his neck. A golden flame-like chakra shroud encased his form. Like before he opened the seal, the well-known key seal extended from his shoulder to his palm. The Kyuubi trailed off in surprise and rage, you. That form, the Rakuta Sennin? Naruto shook his head and then brought the key seal to his new Jinchuriki seal, saying, this chakra is. Whispering, Fuin, he turned the seal. The Kyuubi snarled and flailed as the Torii interlocked, creating a cage around the vanquished-tailed beast, as several of them fell from the emptiness above and swiftly pinned him to the damp ground. The Kyuubi roared, I won't forget this, Naruto, before disappearing behind the new seal and sinking back into the shadows. Naruto turned away and said, I'm sorry, Kyuubi, but I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer. Just hang in there and someday you'll be free again. You humans never say what you really mean, the Kyuubi growled out of the shadows. Maybe that's true, admitted Naruto. But you've known me for my entire life. You should know by now that I prefer to let my actions speak for me better than my words ever could. Shortly thereafter he disappeared. Silently, the Kyuubi Kurama thought, Old man Raikuta, is he the person you mentioned? Quote, Land of Fire. Training Ground 7, Konoha. In front of the memorial stone, 21-year-old Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the name of the one person he would always consider a hero. He was too weak to save him back then, which is why his best friend and rival died nearly 9 years ago today. Undoubtedly, Haruno Sakura and Sarutobi Konohamaru were anticipating their rendezvous on one of the village's southern bridges, which were constructed to span the street that passed through it. Regarding Kakashi, the now 35-year-old Hitaki Kakashi walked up to his beloved pupil and said, Back again, Sasuke? He remarked, You've been coming here more than me lately. Sasuke retorted, At least now I understand why you're always late, while his sensei stood beside him. If you could go back and do it all over again, would you? Kakashi looked at the names of his teammates, his family engraved on the memorial stone, and nodded. Absolutely, he said. None of them should have died, and I'm worse than trash for not being able to save any of them. Sasuke inquired inquisitively, is there something you wanted? You're usually here before me. Kakashi's response, it's about your brother, made the Uchiha freeze. Hokage-sama has just informed me. Itachi is on the move along with the rest of the Akatsuki organization. Word has it that they've already captured the Sanbi, Rokubi and Nanabi. It appears that the reason they've been keeping their heads down for all these years is because they've been waiting for the Kyuubi to reform after it died with Naruto 9 years ago. After saying, the Kyuubi, Sasuke fell silent. We can't let Itachi get control of something like that. Kakashi nodded, and we won't, he said. Hokage-sama thinks that the Akatsuki will be coming after Konohamaru-kun soon, so he wants us on the move as much as possible so they aren't able to track him down as easily as they can if he remains in Konoha. Sasuke questioned, where are we going? Suna, replied Kakashi, it's just a diplomatic mission. Orochimaru, the self-proclaimed Otokage of Otogakure no Sato, had been scheming and planning for the past 9 years in order to fulfill his goal of obtaining the Sharingan. He had intended to take over Uchiha's body in order to obtain it, which would allow him to master any jutsu. Unfortunately, his younger brother and that man were the only survivors of the Uchiha clan's massacre at the hands of the eldest heir. Unfortunately, this limited his options for potential successors. To make matters worse, he learned that both of the Uchiha heirs had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, making it nearly impossible for him to take control of their bodies directly. It was a significant setback that made him abandon the plan to assume Uchiha's body until one of them got married and had kids. He would have to wait until either Sasuke's or Itachi's children were born and old enough for him to try to seize power. But since he was immortal, there was no need to hurry. He could wait indefinitely if necessary. He would eventually own a valuable Sharingan and have mastered his immortality jutsu to the point where he could live a normal human life in his new vessel before having to transfer. The moment was just around the corner. His head shifted to the side as he heard a kunai approaching him as he turned a corner in the dimly lit hallway. His eyes widened in surprise and recognition as a familiar 3-pronged kunai flew past him. He gasped as a similarly recognizable chakra sphere became embedded in his stomach, followed shortly after by a burst of yellow light. Hiraishin no Jutsu, said the assailant. The spiraling sphere exploded violently with the words, Rasengan, sending him flying backward and crashing through the intersection wall. He said, about what I expected, lifting his hood to reveal his white kitsune mask. Who are you? Orochimaru asked angrily as he got up from the debris with his injured side in his hands. The first Orochimaru deflated and fell to the ground as his mouth opened wide and another climbed out. The Otokage demanded, you dare to attack me here? Naruto said plainly, it's about time I stepped out into the open, instead. I will show this world the peace that it has never had with my power, the powerful of Senju Hashirama. Before laughing, Orochimaru trailed off, Senju Hashirama. Don't take me for a fool. He's long dead. You can't be him, you just can't. Naruto retorted, I have no need to explain myself to the likes of you, while forming a hand seal. In Mokuden, Jukai Ka Tan, a whole forest appeared to burst from the earth upward, shattering the ceiling and shaking the base as a whole. As Orochimaru landed on one of the branches, he thought, that was. Without a doubt, the Shodai Hokage developed the Mokuton Jutsu. He must be related to Tsunade based on the blonde hair. Did she secretly conceive a child while she was away from Konoha? Naruto questioned from one of the neighboring branches, shall we continue? Karen muttered, Ninjendo, as she violently tore out Jirobo, Saken, and Yukon's souls. You should all bow in the presence of a goddess, she said coolly, as though she hadn't just killed 3 people as if they weren't real. With rage in her voice, Tayuya asked, who the hell are you, bitch? Karen replied, I am the one who will establish peace and order, and held up her hand. The final words, and I believe I told you to bow, were punctuated by an intense burst of chakra that nearly brought the 2 surviving Sound 4 members to their knees. Kidomaru yelled, like hell I'll bow to you, as his level 2 curse seal came to life and he swiftly formed a webbed bow in his hands. Kumo Senkya, Suzaku, he uttered as he aimed an arrow directly at the woman from Uzumaki. Karen said, Tendo. Shinra Tensai, as gravity shook her and burst forth. Together with the arrow, Tayuya and Kidomaru were flung back with such force that the room they were in was blown to pieces. The down-uncovered section of the underground base where Karen had just made a huge crater was bathed in sunlight. She sighed and leapt away, saying, "They're not even worth my time." No matter how many times she slashed at him, he would not die. His Suika no Jutsu enabled him to transform into water, effectively allowing her swings to pass through him without causing any long-term harm. Her teammate was struggling with the other one, too. The orange-haired monster of a man had activated his level 3 curse seal and turned into a raging beast. At the sight of the blade, Suigetsu remarked, "That's the Kabikariba-cha, huh? Finally I can start my collection." Haku returned the glare. "You are not getting your hands on this sword," he said. Suigetsu chuckled, "You can't even hurt me," as Haku leapt away and swiftly made a series of hand seals. He questioned inquisitively, "Now what are you doing?" Haku yelled, "Hayatan, Namida Rada Si," as ice grew at Suigetsu's feet. Frozen in a block of ice, Suigetsu stammered, "What is th?" His body, which resembles water, serves as a catalyst and a source of energy for his frozen prison. With a sigh, Haku used chakra to secure the Kabikariba-cha to her back. She had developed this jutsu to use her opponent's own chakra cores to keep them frozen while flash freezing them. Jugo's monstrous form laughed nearby as he threw a volley of chakra beams at the swiftly moving Hyuga Hinata. She easily sidestepped the attack, then turned on heel and lunged directly at Jugo, demonstrating that her Byakugan was active. The Hyuga Kunoichi's hands were covered in chakra, forming two enormous lion heads that interrupted Jugo's laughter. "Ya, ho sa shiken," she cried as she struck Jugo's chest with the chakra lion heads. He had two big holes in his chest from being blown back, and he was unable to stop screaming as he hit the ground with a loud crash that blew up smoke and dirt. There was a pause before Haku asked, "Are you done too?" "He's dead," Hinata nodded in response. "We should regroup with the others." Haku nodded, agreed, and the two were off into the trees. Orochimaru was growing increasingly concerned as this continued. He had yet to land a single solid blow on his masked attacker. Senju Hashirama, of all people, had been beating and knocking him around. He had never been outclassed by anyone since Hanzo had defeated him and his teammates during the Second Shinobi War. It was extremely difficult to hit him because every time he attacked, Naruto would simply teleport to one of the nearby kunai. According to the Otokage, Namikaze Minato was considered the fastest man in history because he was able to avoid the Raikage's fastest blow during his battle with the Hachibi Jinchuriki years prior. There appeared to be another now. Suddenly he was challenged by a Senju of the Mokuton bloodline who had learned the Minato's Hiraishin no Jutsu. If this man's strength was any indication, whoever he was undoubtedly living up to the legend Senju Hashirama left behind after leaving this world. Naruto asked, as if unimpressed, "Are you finished?" And he was. This was pitiful, but he had expected a better Sannin who would be comparable to Senju Tsunade going into the fight. The snake summoner simply could not keep up with someone like the alleged genius of the Sannin. To be honest, Naruto would have killed him long ago if it weren't for his strange ability to regenerate and shed his skin. "Do not look at me with those eyes," Orochimaru sneered back, his legs forming a tail that resembled a snake. He vanished in a flash of lightning, slithering past fallen trees before lunging toward Naruto, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi emerging from his mouth, poised to stab his adversary. He detested such looks. As a genius who was praised as one of the best shinobi of his time, he had always been met with admiration or pride as a child. He now experienced both fear and hatred, but he was unconcerned about the latter since he always laughed at the idea that those who detested him couldn't even begin to comprehend how great he was. However, this man's eyes were worse than that damned Itachi's. Like many others, Itachi always regarded him with indifference, but this man treated him as though he were unimportant. Assuming that Senju Hashirama was telling the truth and was, in fact, the second Kami no Shinobi, he pondered absently whether this was how Kakuzu had felt when he had faced him decades earlier. As the sword struck and impaled him through the chest, Naruto thought, too slow. Orochimaru glared and yelled, "Die!" His eyes widened as the man he had just stabbed shattered into pieces and turned into wood. A clone of wood? He thought, startled. When did he change? Naruto's voice resounded, "Mokuton, Kajukai ka rin," as a huge plant emerged from the earth. The Otokage had to recover his legs and leap away as gas blasted out of it, shrouding the area in a fog. Orochimaru shouted, "Futon! Daitopa!" as a gust of wind blew the gas away, enabling him to escape the area. When he was sufficiently far away, he spewed hundreds of snakes from his mouth at the pursuing masked blonde, saying, Mandara no Jin, before falling to the ground. As he formed a hand seal and looked at the attacking wall of snakes, Naruto thought, not good enough. As he said, Mokuton. Mokuryu no Jutsu. A huge wooden dragon erupted behind him and spun around. As the wood dragon fell upon the snakes, he leapt up onto its head and ripped into them, killing them in a matter of seconds. I've had enough of this game of cat and mouse, snake. Orochimaru scowled, made a series of hand seals, and then slammed his hands to the ground, saying, You. He yelled, Kacheose. Sanya, Rashomon. As 3 enormous Rashomon gates materialized in puffs of smoke and seals swarmed across the ground. That ought to hold him. Even though only 3 of the gates were visible, Naruto thought, that looks like Hashirama-sensei's jutsu. Naruto calmly said, Senjutsu. Senin Moto, as his body began to absorb natural energy. Marks stretched across his face. A dark circle appeared on his forehead a moment later, but it was concealed by his mask, and dark rings formed around his eyes as they turned yellow. He muttered, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as 2 shadow clones materialized beside him. As that it's not possible. Is he employing Senjutsu? As the air was filled with a bell-like screech, Orochimaru thought in terror. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the 3 enormous demonic gates approached, and the 2 clones he had just made withdrew as he grasped his newly formed chakra shuriken. Futon. Rasen Shuriken. He yelled, flinging the chakra shuriken in their direction. Before spreading into a revolving sphere of devastation that tore apart the final gate and made Orochimaru leap back, it sliced through all 3 gates. What power? Orochimaru pondered with considerable concern. Before it exploded with enough destructive power to totally destroy one of the 3 Rashomon gates, it had sliced through them all like paper. As his form trembled and then expanded upward, he thought, I can't afford to hold anything back. He yelled, Yamada no Jutsu, as he transformed into an enormous, 8-headed demonic snake. Naruto was impressed for the first time since the fight began. The only things he could compare it to would be a Biju or the kind of jutsu that Hashirama was capable of in his heyday. Similar to Karen's sensory abilities, Naruto was able to sense other people's chakra signatures while in Sage mode. However, when he combined this ability with his ability to sense negative emotions, he was able to learn almost everything that was in his immediate vicinity. At the moment, all he could sense from this monstrosity before him was a haze and a dark, foul chakra that was so twisted that it was unrecognizable. It didn't feel alive at all. As Naruto gazed at the hideous creature in front of him, he thought, from what I understand, Orochimaru is obsessed with immortality. Could he have experimented on himself and caused this? Orochimaru growled, Die, as the 8 heads united and began directing black chakra beams from their mouths into a purple sphere in front of it. That appears to be the Bijudama, Naruto thought as he observed the scene. He watched as the beam ball compressed and then fired at him as a tiny golden beam of light, confirming that he undoubtedly got the idea for this jutsu after witnessing a Biju in action. He muttered, Hiruzen no Jutsu, and flashed away as the beam hit the spot where he had been standing moments before, exploding in a shower of flames. Kukakuku. Are you dead yet? You cannot defeat me, mortal? Orochimaru laughed ominously before freezing when the air was filled with another bell-like scream. What? He exclaimed, looking up to see the sky itself parted by a 4-pointed shuriken shape. Naruto swiftly hurled another chakra shuriken at the enormous 8-headed snake after descending from its center. He exclaimed, Futon. Rasen Shuriken, as it sliced through one of its heads before growing larger and engulfing the creature in a whirlpool of force and wind that swiftly ripped it to pieces. He said, Regenerate from that, as he touched down, It's over. Orochimaru screamed, It's not over yet, as he materialized from the earth as a gigantic snake with a distorted face. Fushi Tensai. He lunged directly at Naruto, consuming his entire body in a single powerful thrust. The mindscape of Naruto, Jinchuriki seal Orochimaru's first thought was that he was pinned to a wall in front of a big cage with wooden stakes, as something he had never seen before. What was happening? Where were the tortured souls of those who had already sacrificed their lives so that he could live longer? Naruto emerged from the shadows and stood between him and the cage door. You know, I may have been nicer on the outside, but honestly I'm not in the mood to be all that merciful to you, he said. This isn't possible, Orochimaru said, giving the blonde a fierce look. With a, You tried to take my body, Naruto answered. He turned and left as red liquid poured out from beneath the cage door. And now I'll take your life, he said. When 2 red eyes and a horrifyingly white smile emerged in the shadows behind the cage door, Orochimaru exclaimed, What? In shock and mounting terror. He yelled, "Wait! You can't do this to me!" at the blonde wearing the mask. When he noticed what appeared to be a huge, demonic fox with 9 tails inside the cage, he trailed off. "That's the Kyuubi. But you can't be. The Kyuubi brat died 9 years ago." Naruto muttered, "Goodbye Orochimaru," and continued to walk until he was no longer visible. And Orochimaru cried out, "You can't do this to me. I am immortal," as the red liquid rose up and ate him up. His cries were short-lived, battlefield in the land of sound. For the simple reason that he was the greatest liar in the world, Yakushi Kabuto was the best spy in the elemental nations. Having been raised as a nobody, the man had come to terms with being the right-hand man of one of the most dangerous men on the planet. However, now everything was different. They had appeared out of nowhere and completely destroyed everything and everyone in their path. He had attempted to locate Orochimaru-sama, but by the time he got there, all he could see was the big white snake that had once been Orochimaru, now strewn in pieces throughout the landscape, and a lone figure standing in the middle of the devastation. As the masked figure turned to face Kabuto, he gulped and walked right by him without even looking at him. Feeling lost, he turned his attention to the remains of his former master. He didn't know what to do with his life after serving the man for so long. Maybe it was time for the servant to take charge. When Naruto reached the meeting spot where his teammates were waiting, he saw that Haku and Hinata appeared to be unharmed despite a few scratches. As he got closer, Karen looked up, and he gave her a nod. When Naruto said, "Orochimaru is dead, it's time we stepped out of the shadows and finally brought peace to this cursed world." "It's begun," declared Karen. Many people regarded 18-year-old Tobi Konohamaru, the 4th Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Tanuki and the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, as a genius. Despite being a genin at the time, the young man was arguably much stronger than other people his age by the time he was 12. He had also mastered a number of advanced ninjutsu techniques. He was reassigned to his position on Team Kakashi at the age of 18, having attained the rank of Jonin. Uzumaki Naruto, his brother figure and first sensei, was killed in action 9 years ago, taking the fabled Kyuubi no Yoko with him. At first, he had been scared and furious, accusing his current teammates of being responsible for his Nisan's passing. However, after learning all about that day, he had since moved on and forgiven them. He had been training continuously to improve his control over its power ever since the Ichibi attack 8 years ago, when his grandfather sealed it inside his body to protect Konoha. It was a slow process, though, because the Shikifu Jin, the strongest injutsu in the known world, was the seal that had been used to imprison the Sand Demon. The seal only made it possible for a small amount of the Ichibi's chakra to seep into his chakra core, significantly boosting his chakra reserves at a startling rate. In contrast to the present Kage, Sabaku no Gaara, who was the Ichibi Jinchuriki before him, his seal was actually much stronger and more limiting to the inner demon than Gaara's. Since Gaara's seal was essentially non-existent, the Ichibi Ashukakua was able to subject his Jinchuriki to a startling degree of torture. This led to nightmares, murderous rumors, and even the idea of directly controlling Gaara's body while he slept. Positively, it also gave him the power to manipulate sand to an extent that was only surpassed by Senju Tobirama's mastery of water. Additionally, Shukaku gave him an automatic defense in the form of a sand barrier that would continuously explode whenever his Jinchurikia and by extension, himself was attacked. The young Sarutobi had been relieved that he wouldn't have to stay up all night and listen to the sand demon's constant chatter in his head, but he did find it annoying that he wouldn't be able to control sand the way Gaara could. Konohamaru's seal, on the other hand, prevented Shukaku from doing any of those things. Given that Gaara's skill made him the most powerful Kage of them all, it would undoubtedly be helpful. The ninja detested the Ichibi in him, and the civilians detested him in Konoha, the village after which he was named. Although the villagers respected him as a shinobi and recognized him as the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, he had tense relationships with people outside of his team. He was only ever treated like a regular person by his teammates, Tenzo, the Godem Hokage, and Hanabi, the odd Hyuga girl who followed him everywhere when he wasn't on a mission. Fortunately, Jiraiya-sama had started training him and even let him sign the contract for Toad summoning. The Toad's ability to perform some weird jutsu that he had never heard of before made them absurdly strong, so he knew they were among the 3 most potent summons in existence. He was eager to find out that. Sakura questioned, "Is it just me or is it hot out here?" Without hesitation, Konohamaru said, "Of course it's not you, we're almost to the desert so of course it's going to get hotter." Unfortunately, the pinkhead only heard the words, "not you," and get hotter, so she naturally misinterpreted them. The adolescent Tobi was suddenly struck in the jaw, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Despite having flawless chakra control and more reserves than she had in the past, she was unable to match Senju Tsunade's renowned physical prowess. Since Konohamaru had been reassigned from her previous posting on Team Kurenai, that single punch would have almost killed her in a different life. She had learned a lot of genjutsu and even dabbled in medical ninjutsu after being placed under Yuhi Kurenai's command when she was 13 years old. She chose not to take the Jonin exams until she felt ready, and as a result, she rose swiftly to the rank of Chunin at the age of 14 and has stayed there ever since. From her genin days as a worthless fangirl, she had come a long way. Idiot, Sakura gritted her teeth in frustration. I promise that he is nearly as awful as Naruto was. Pulling himself together, Konohamaru asked, what did I say? HN, was the answer from Sasuke. You're all a barrel of laughs, a well-known voice behind them said with laughter. That's a, thought Kakashi as he turned quickly. Hoshigaki Kisame, the blue-skinned swordsman was, in fact, but that means. A steady voice said, hello Sasuke, drawing their attention. As his older brother emerged from behind a nearby tree, Sasuke trailed off, Itachi. Kisame remarked, it wasn't easy finding you, Ichibi, but you see, my blade Samahata just loves powerful chakra. It was rather persistent in tracking down you very tasty scent. I'm afraid you're going to have to become food for Samahata now. Don't worry though, we won't kill you. Calmly, surrender the Ichibi, Itachi ordered. We only need the Jinchuriki alive. The rest of you can disappear. Sasuke said, Kakashi, over his shoulder while continuing to look at his older brother. I'll handle Itachi. Sasuke. Cautioned Kakashi. Sasuke thought, I'm the only one who can fight him. Kakashi said, all right, and nodded. He commanded, Sakura, Konohamaru, you two come with me, and then he leapt into the trees, the other two trailing closely behind. Itachi commanded, Kisame, go after them, do not let the Ichibi escape. Kisame grinned and said, sure, as he followed the escaping Konoha nins. Itachi looked at his brother and trailed off, now Sasuke. Your eyes have matured enough. I will enjoy taking them for myself and awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If you want my eyes, retorted Sasuke, then come and claim them. Both of them whispered the word as their Sharingan changed into their individual Mangekyo forms. Tsukuyomi. Kakashi said, Konohamaru, we'll attack him together, as they leapt from one tree to another. Sakura, hang back for now. We might need you in a minute. Sakura nodded, yes, sensei, in response. As he landed on a tree branch, Kakashi yelled, now, and spun around right away. Even as Konohamaru followed, holding a shuriken, he launched himself back at the pursuing Kisame. With his hands quickly forming seals, he threw the small projectile with a slight sideways jump. The gray-haired former Anbu captain yelled, Reikiri, as he thrust his fist out at the Kiri Nukanen while it was encased in lightning. Kisame said, not bad, while blocking Samahata. The chakra behind the lightning appeared to be drawn into the now giggling sword as it instantly died. He laughed and withdrew the blade, shaving some of the skin from the copy nin's palm. But ninjutsu is useless against someone like me, he said. Konohamaru yelled, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as Kisame was forced to retreat after the shuriken he had thrown at him abruptly turned into 20. You're not getting away, yelled the teenage Tobi, taking a deep breath and forming another set of hand seals. Kaden. Hisekasha, he uttered, engulfing the escaping swordsman in a cloud of black powder. A moment later, as Konohamaru formed another hand seal, the powder exploded in a flaming blaze. As Samahata absorbed the flames, Kisame thought, this kid is pretty good. He chuckled as he felt his sentient sword begin to blend into his back, saying, but not good enough. Konohamaru muttered, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and a lone shadow clone materialized beside him. With a spinning chakra ball in his hand, he called out, Rasengan, and lunged at Kisame. As he closed in, he thought, I need to thank Kakashi-sensei for teaching me this jutsu, but a huge blast of water violently and abruptly blew him back. Konohamaru stumbled in shock as the water swept across the area, swallowing him and his teammates. What the, he said. At the sight, Kakashi trailed off in contemplation. A Suiden jutsu on this scale is Suiden. Dai Bakusu Sha Ha, Kisame gleefully exclaimed as the water formed a huge dome. Even though their vision was blurry, they could still see his new look as he emerged in front of them, swimming through the water. As that Kisame, Kakashi thought, startled, The warrior appeared to have changed into a blue shark with fins and gills the size of a human, and he was no longer brandishing his sword. Could he have formed a direct bond with his sword, as his chakra has merged with its? Quote, he is a true monster. Sakura pondered the scene. As he quickly closed in on his prey, Kisame shouted, die. Through the water. I have no other option, Kakashi thought somberly as he made a hand seal. To Kisame's astonishment, his left eye, the Sharingan, transformed into its Mangekyo form. As time and space warped in the middle of the dome, he muttered, Kamui, into the water. Kisame stumbled, startled, what the, before being forced to leave the dome as the water was drawn in. This gave Kakashi, Sakura, and Konohamaru enough time to flee as well. The monster shark thought, that was Itachi's level of Dujutsu, as Samahata separated from his body and transformed back into a human. Sakura inquired anxiously, are you alright, Kakashi-sensei? I'm fine, Sakura, Kakashi said, despite the fact that he was now drenched in sweat. Calmly, he thought, I can't use that jutsu all the time. His sword appears to be the key to his strength. If I remove it, Konohamaru should be able to complete the task. You little punks, Kisame said with a smile as he dragged Samahata along with him and rushed ahead. Kakashi whispered, Kamui, while concentrating on the sword that might have been sentient. He created an artificial vortex at the handle of the sword, and as it was drawn into it, time and space warped. The fuck? Kisame let out a startled yelp as he had to let go of his cherished sword. He was greatly enraged when the blade disappeared a second later, along with the space-time rupture that had formed, leaving him without a weapon. You son of bitch, he screamed, forming a hand seal. Sakura let out a worried cry, Kakashi-sensei. As Kakashi collapsed to the ground, face down, she ran to him and gave him a quick examination. She threw his arm over her shoulder and pulled him up, thinking, he's used up a lot of chakra. Get out of here, I'll hold him off, Konohamaru yelled over his shoulder to his teammate with the pink hair. But, began Sakura, Konohamaru yelled, go, once more. Before turning around and leaping back into the trees with an unconscious Kakashi slung over her shoulder, Sakura thought, damn it. Kisame yelled, Sweden, Daikadan no Jutsu, as a massive water shark engulfed the teenage Sarutobi from behind. With an echoing splash, the water shark hit Konohamaru, who muttered a curse. As the water level dropped, there was a brief period of silence. Kisame was ecstatic to see the dead body of the Ikibi Jinchuriki float face down in the water. This brat cost me Samahata, so I'll enjoy watching the demon be torn from his body, the annoying little shit was weak after all. Konohamaru landed on a tree branch nearby and turned to face the battlefield. Before he fell to the ground below, he thought, I hope my shadow clone fooled him. A familiar monotone voice said, even I was almost unable to catch that last move of yours, from behind him. Konohamaru quickly turned and saw the notorious Uchiha Itachi standing nearby. Shit, he swore, what are you doing here? What happened to Sasuke? Itachi told him, I am just a clone, and then he exploded into dozens of black crows. As he made a hand seal, Konohamaru thought, Genjutsu. To his surprise and growing concern, the illusion was broken by a chakra pulse, but the crows persisted. Itachi was a well-known genjutsu master who was reputed to be the best in his field and was able to create illusions with just a glance. Itachi clarified, I didn't confront you so we could fight, as his upper body reformed from multiple crows. He went on to say, I came to give you something, as one of his crows abruptly dove straight into Konohamaru's mouth. Trying not to throw up, Konohamaru rasped, what did you just do to me? Itachi answered, just something that may be needed in the near future, before he erupted into crows once more and took off. We will not meet again. What the devil was that? As Konohamaru felt the genjutsu finally shatter, he thought, I need to catch up with the others first, I'll worry about it later. Regaining consciousness, Kakashi rasped out, Sakura. What happened? When they came to a halt in a clearing, Sakura said, you passed out after using some kind of jutsu, with relief. You had me scared there for a moment. Kakashi thought, I'm fine, but I'll probably be bedridden for a while after this. If using Kamui twice can drain me so much, it seems like I've been neglecting my chakra control, he added thoughtfully. Where are Konohamaru and Sasuke? Sakura stammered, he stayed behind, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Konohamaru responded, actually I'm right here, emerging from behind a tree. But thanks for caring, he said, grinning broadly. Sakura stammered, but that's not." In reply, "I made a shadow clone and pumped it full of Shukaku's chakra. I pulled a switch and then escaped. Judging by the fact that they haven't dispelled it yet, I'd say they bought it," Konohamaru said. "I think it would be best if I didn't bring up Itachi just yet." Kakashi asked, "And Sasuke?" The grim reply from Konohamaru was, "I haven't seen him." Kakashi nodded and then got back up on his own 2 feet. "I see," he said. "I'll go back and look for him. I want you two to head for Suna right now and don't stop running until you get there. There's always a chance that Kisame will discover your clone as a fake and then come after you again. The same trick won't work twice either, so our best bet right now is to get you as far away from him as possible." Sakura argued, "We can't just leave you and Sasuke-kun, then." Kakashi informed them, "I'm giving you two a direct order, get going, now." After a moment of silence, Konohamaru stated, "Those who disobey orders are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. How can you expect us to follow that order knowing that we'd be leaving you to die out here?" "Have some faith," said Kakashi. "I've lost one student already because of my negligence and I won't lose another. You two head for Suna, Sasuke and I will catch up later." After nodding, Konohamaru turned away. "I'll hold you to that, Kakashi-sensei," he said. He said, "Come on Sakura, to the Pinkett." Sakura began, but Sasuke-kun is still." She was reassured by Konohamaru that, "He'll be fine. If there's one thing I've learned since I joined this team, it's that the Uchiha Tem just refuses to die." Although he had previously been subjected to the Genjutsu Asukuyomi, this time it was much more hazardous. He wasn't some youngster who had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan this time. Instead, he was able to put Itachi and himself on equal footing by using the same Genjutsu on him as soon as he was attacked. However, this also led to the linking of their minds and, more significantly, their Genjutsu, which helped to create the artificial world they were in. It looked like a terrible world because the sky was blood red and everything around them was completely dark. This was not his first time using this jutsu because, in contrast to the last time, this world appeared to reflect both of their minds rather than just being Itachi's creation. The sky was gushing blood. When he saw Itachi standing nearby, he ignored the bloody rain that began to pour down on him. The elder Uchiha turned to face his younger brother, seemingly unconcerned with the situation they had found themselves in. As a sign of their suffering, both of their Mangekyo Sharingan were now weeping blood. Sasuke finally said, "Enough," as the world began to fall apart around them. "I've had enough of your illusions," they said as the world collapsed around them, returning them to the forest where they had started. "Let's settle this once and for all." "Very well," Itachi said monotonically, forming a hand seal in a flash. "Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu," he exclaimed, hurling a gigantic ball of fire at the younger Uchiha. Sasuke used the same jutsu in response, saying, "Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu." It soon became evident that they had reached a standstill as the two fireballs collided in a blaze, one attempting to overwhelm the other. "Amaterasu," they both muttered as the fire was fueled with black flames. As the two were compelled to separate or face being engulfed by the unquenchable flames, Itachi remarked in approval, "You've come a long way, Sasuke." When Sasuke saw the conflagration the two Uchiha brothers had started in their own personal conflict, he thought, this should be enough. As the sky grew darker, he yelled, "Kaden, Goryuken no Jutsu." As two orange fire dragons burst from his mouth. "What is he doing?" Itachi pondered his brother's behavior and asked. "I don't know what he wants to achieve, but he just expended a lot of chakra to do that." Sasuke proclaimed, "This is the end," as lightning slashes down at the ground and dark clouds formed above them. He yelled, "Begone," with the sound of a thunderclap. Hiruzen, as lightning, shaped like a dragon, descended upon Itachi's position. As the attack hit him, Itachi realized, that's natural lightning. He muttered, "Susanoo," as it struck, resulting in a tremendous explosion that turned everything within a half-mile radius into dust. As the assault subsided and the clouds began to lift, Sasuke trailed off, "That's..." Even though blood was now streaming from his mouth and he seemed to be perspiring from exertion, Itachi was unharmed. The younger brother, however, was drawn to the enormous red, ethereal god that resembled a Yamabushi and now encased his form, holding a jar in its three hands along with a sword and a shield. "So you really do have that jutsu after all. This is the third jutsu granted by Mangekyo Sharingan requiring the usage of both eyes," Itachi said. "You should feel honored to see it in its full glory, little brother." Sasuke glared back. Well, if that's how you want to play then fine, as purple chakra burst from his body, forming a huge, armored humanoid figure with 3 hands that resembled the one Itachi had made, except that it held an orb, a bow, and an arrow. Sasuke shouted, "Susanoo," while he inserted an arrow into the bow. "Incredible," said Itachi. "You also became able to use this jutsu." Sasuke glared as he said, "My hatred has made me strong," he yelled, "Die Itachi." As he shot the loaded arrow. After deflecting the arrow with a resounding bang, Itachi raised his shield and made a broad arcing swipe at Sasuke from the opposite side. As he swiftly loaded another arrow and fired, this time at the head of Itachi's guardian deity, Sasuke leapt back to avoid the sword. It hit true and ripped through it, shattering its head like glass before it reformed a second later. Itachi said, "That's not enough, little brother," despite the fact that they were both obviously exhausted. Both of them were aware that the winner would be the one with more endurance in this battle of attrition. Before long, one of them would exhaust themselves, and the situation would come to an end. Itachi swiftly redoubled his assault, piercing Sasuke's spirit warrior's chest and severing its armor. However, Itachi's sword and shield were the fabled Totsuka no Tsurugi and Yata no Kagami, which are renowned for being the Uchiha clan's ultimate sealing blade and indestructible shield. When his Susanoo was dragged into Itachi's sake jar, Sasuke was startled and had to leap back. As Itachi approached him slowly after landing, he swiftly reformed his Susanoo. As he felt his newly created Susanoo fade, Sasuke swore, "D-damn it." As he struggled to stay upright, he realized, "I'm out of chakra." Itachi exhaled, "This is the end." Sasuke, as his own Susanoo vanished. He raised his hand to Sasuke's face and approached his younger brother unsteadily. He trailed off, "My light, give me my light," before he eventually stood before his brother. "Sorry, Sasuke. Maybe another time." At last, his body failed him, and he collapsed to the side, gazing up at the sky with lifeless eyes. Sasuke just stared in disbelief before he too passed out and collapsed to the floor. A moment later, a man in an orange spiral mask with one eye hole twisted into existence close by, and a figure that looked like a Venus flytrap rose up out of the earth. Obito looked down at the Uchiha brothers and asked his partner, "Did you record everything?" "Oh yeah, we got everything all right," Zetsu from White said. "It was entertaining," Zetsu, who is black, added. As Obito gazed down at the now deceased man, he thought, "Oh Itachi, you underestimate me." Having already realized what it was, he was only able to repress the sense of dread that had grown inside him when he saw the distant lightning strike. Even he had to concede that it was pretty amazing that Sasuke had created that jutsu especially to use against Itachi. Since Sasuke had already used it, he was probably not holding anything back and would need backup as soon as possible. After all, they were dealing with Uchiha Itachi, who was regarded as one of the best shinobi Konoha had ever produced, even though he was known for being a psychopath who committed mass murder. As he leapt out of the trees and onto the battlefield, Kakashi muttered to himself, "Please don't let me be late." Nobody was there. Damn it, Kakashi thought, his fists clenched. "I failed once more." As he entered the tiny base they had established in the northern region of the Land of Winds, Kisame complained in frustration. After losing the Ikibi to Konoha, they had essentially given up on using this base, which they had initially built in order to conduct a raid against Tsuna. With the unconscious Konohamaru draped over his shoulder, he walked in and saw the 7 holographic representations of the other Akatsuki members. "You're late," said Pain. "I have already been informed that Itachi has perished in battle with his younger brother, so this will take longer than normal." The Jinchuriki had some pretty strong allies, Kisame said, placing Konohamaru on the ground. "I even lost Samahata because of that bastard, Hitaki Kakashi." Before them, a huge demonic statue exploded from the ground. "Let's begin," Pain said. "From this point on it will take 3 days and nights to complete. Everyone also be mindful of your real bodies." "Okay, now Zetsu. Use your real body as a lookout and use your longest range." As they all made a hand seal, Deidara wondered, "This'll be our 7th one, HN. Fa Injutsu. Genria Kya Fa Jin." Cried Pain as 9 spiritual dragons ate Konohamaru's body and emerged from the statue's mouth. Red chakra was torn from the adolescent Sarutobi's body and drawn into the statue in a steady stream as he was raised into the air, his mouth and eyes wide open in a silent scream. "This will take longer than usual without Itachi," Kakuzu said. Conan said, Something is wrong. Just before, Konohamaru vanished in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone, she exclaimed, startled. Deidara remarked with a hint of amusement, hey, it looks like the Ikibi Jinchuriki pulled the wool over your eyes. The thought made Kisame furious. That damned brat. He couldn't see in the darkness, but the pain indicated that he was still alive. What had happened? As he raised his hand to his face, Sasuke thought, Itachi is the last thing I remember. My eyes. He trailed off, feeling his eyes covered by bandages that were wrapped around his head. Where am I? Quote. From the shadows, a dark voice said, so you're awake, huh? You were able to defeat Itachi, though that is hardly surprising considering he wanted to die at your hand. Who are you? Is what Sasuke asked. What are you talking about? I am Uchiha Madara, says the voice. Also, I took the liberty of transplanting Itachi's eyes into you, a good thing too because you were already blind when I brought you here. Confused, Sasuke said, Madara. He's dead, you can't be him. Believe what you want. Madara shrugged as he emerged from the hiding place. But you shouldn't dismiss something out of hand without knowing all the facts, just like Itachi. Sasuke asked again, what do you know of Itachi? Let me tell you the truth about Itachi and the Uchiha clan. After all, I was the one who helped in the massacre, said Obito. Sasuke growled in rage at the situation, you helped him. I'll kill you. It's not me you should kill, Obito thought. I helped him because the Uchiha betrayed me long ago, but for Itachi, he was under orders to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Sasuke demanded, orders? Orders from whom? Konoha, of course. Land of Fire. Hokage Tower in Konoha. As Kakashi described the specifics of their most recent encounter with the Akatsuki, Jiraiya sat in his chair looking grim. He couldn't help but flinch when he learned that the last loyal Uchiha of Konoha had been reported missing in action and assumed dead. It was evident that the Uchiha brothers had engaged in combat and had probably knocked each other down. Their bodies had probably been destroyed by Sasuke's Kirin, making recovery impossible because even Kakashi's summoned dogs were unable to detect their scents as they left the area. To put it another way, it was a complete clusterfuck. Quote. I see, said Jiraiya at last. His words, I'm sorry for your loss, were aimed at the team's Pinkett, who was sobbing and crumbling under her breath. It was not surprising that she was feeling emotional at the moment because she had just lost the man she loved after knowing him for almost 13 years, 9 of which she had spent on his team. Said Kakashi, I'll take care of the arrangements to have his name engraved on the memorial stone alongside Naruto's. Jiraiya informed them, Kakashi, Sakura, you two are dismissed, and they nodded before heading out. Hokage-sama, inquired Konohamaru. Even though he didn't believe the man deserved to die, he and Sasuke had never really gotten along and he wasn't as affected by the Uchiha's passing as the others were. Did you want something? In light of this latest development, I'm going to have you undergo personal training with the Toads, Jiraiya stated to him. I've seen the stuff that Sasuke could throw around, and if someone, even Itachi, could take him down, then it's clear that their leader must be a monster of a man even by my standards, so you'll need to be ready. Confused, Konohamaru asked, training? I've been training for 6 years, Hokage-sama. I don't think any sort of last-minute training is going to help me deal with these kinds of assholes. Jiraiya said, it will, with knowledge. Pack your things because you leave in an hour. Land of Wind. Base Akatsuki. There was no way it could be true. After everything that had transpired, Itachi couldn't have voluntarily betrayed his own family, the Uchiha clan, to Konoha. However, he realized it was true as he recalled Itachi's tears from that night so long ago, and he screamed in agony for his brother's passing and his family's pain. The Uchiha clan was shunned for allegedly managing the raging demon after the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. The village elders had been closely monitoring them ever since, even turning Itachi into a double agent, and they had plotted to overthrow the Hokage. The Sandaime Hokage and the elders had ordered Itachi to exterminate the entire clan just as a civil war was about to break out, which could have resulted in a fourth great shinobi war. Itachi had negotiated for his younger brother's death and had established himself as a notorious criminal who would be vanquished by Sasuke to restore the Uchiha clan's honor. At the same time, the elders and the Sandaime Hokage allowed Itachi to be held accountable for their actions in protecting the innocent village. It was repulsive. Obito looked down at younger Uchiha and asked, what will you do now? I will destroy Konoha for what they have done to my clan and my brother, said Sasuke. Obito retorted, you can't do that in your present condition, it will take you time to get adjusting to your new eyes and I know just how you can master them. Sasuke asked him, how? Obito said, Kisame, and the blue-skinned swordsman emerged from the darkness. Saying, try not to lose this again, he gave Samahata to the Kiri Nukenin. Kisame smiled back and hefted the blade. Of course, Mizukage-sama, he said. Now Sasuke, I want you and Kisame to go to the Land of Lightning. You should be able to locate and capture the Hachibi Jinchuriki. By the time you're done you should have full control of your new eyes, Obito said. So be it, nodded Sasuke. Land of Rain. Headquarters of AIM Akatsuki. In the middle of the dimly lit room, Pain's Diva Path stood looking at the Gedo Mazo, which held 6 of the Biju. Madara had claimed that Kisame and Uchiha Sasuke, his new apprentice, would take the Hachibi away from Kumo, leaving him with just one more target to seize. The older Uchiha believed that Pain would want a chance to defeat Konoha while he was hunting the Ikibi because Konoha owned the Ikibi. However, he was aware that Konoha was a formidable shinobi village that should not be taken lightly, as they had been the most powerful since the beginning. Additionally, it had a tendency to produce shinobi that resembled monsters, like Jiraiya Sensei and Namikaze Minato, the latter of whom even Pain acknowledged was highly skilled. That was demonstrated by the fact that Kisame had been tricked by the Ikibi Jinchuriki into capturing a shadow clone rather than the actual one. Pain, Konan said as she walked into the room. Pain asked, are they assembled? Deidara and Sasori just arrived. They're the last other than Kisame, Sasuke and Madara. They're ready to leave when you give the okay, replied Konan. Pain pondered, an attack on Konoha will not be simple. Only the full might of the Akatsuki and God will be enough to bring down a village run by Jiraiya Sensei. Konan trailed off. Nagato. Pain said, peace is almost here, it is time. Konan nodded, then turned to go. I will wait with the others, he said. Wait, Pain said abruptly. As she turned back to face Konan, he asked, Nagato. Pain's eyes narrowed as she said, someone has disturbed my rain's fall, and judging by their chakra, it's someone dangerous. Naruto said, thanks for the lift, Takamaru, as he and Karen descended into the deserted alleyway. What else would you expect from a village buried in the rain, even though it was pouring hard? Never ask me to fly in this country again, Takamaru retorted. He continued, and make sure to get more snacks, before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Naruto mumbled, grouchy much. We should hurry, Karen said. As she leapt high into the air with Naruto's arms around her, she said, we've probably already been detected, looking out over the rain-shrouded village. She cried out, Tendo, Shinra Tensai. As a ball of compressed gravity encircled her and then spread outward in a huge wave that crushed everything it came into contact with. In one attack, a borderline great shinobi village was reduced to a crater. Simply put, there were no words to express it. Karen, was Naruto's final word. Are you all right? As they touched down beside Blonde in the center of the crater, Karen remarked, I seem to have overused my diva path. Whispering, Chikushodo, Kuchio's no jutsu, the red-haired woman slapped her hand on the floor. Konan cried out, Nagato. As she surveyed the destruction all around her. She had been speaking to Yahiko's corpse, Pain's diva path, 1 minute, and then the entire village had been destroyed. Although she was unaware of what transpired next, she had rapidly orientated herself in the now ruined Omegakure no Sato. After everything they had been through, she knew he couldn't be dead, even though Pain's tower had been leveled. I'm here, Konan, Nagato, who was actually Pain, said as he touched down beside her. His legs were badly burned early in life, forcing him to rely on a mechanical chair to get around and his 6 paths to fight his battles for him because his body was crippled after he first used the power of the Gedo Mazo. He was riding on the back of his summoned bird. Whispering, Chikushodo, Kuchio's no jutsu, he made a hand seal. As he looked in the direction of the intruders, clouds of smoke appeared at his side, revealing all 6 paths of Pain. As she gazed out at what they saw, Konan questioned, who could have done this? Nagato proclaimed, whoever they are, they will pay, as his 6 paths charged at the intruders. That was a full-powered gravity blast like those used by my diva path. Konan said, I'm going too, and then her body exploded into dozens of paper butterflies before taking off. Deidara and the other Akatsuki members were standing at the edge of the newly formed crater when he exclaimed, what the fuck was that, That was not art. Kakuzu pondered, I don't know what kind of jutsu that was, then he pointed to the middle of the crater and said, but I think the ones who did it are down there. There is Leader Sama, Sasori told them after he saw 7 figures, including Diva and Conan, leap into the crater. Hidan smiled and said, "This should be fun, Jashin-sama will be praised." Hinata reported, "They're coming," while using her Byakugan. In order to avoid being caught in the initial attack on the reigning village, Karen used her animal path to summon her, Haku, Tsunade, and Hinoka after she destroyed AIM. "This is their house," jokingly said Naruto. "I guess they're pissed that we brought the party to their doorstep, huh?" "Menma-sama, don't underestimate the Akatsuki," Hinoka informed him. "They have already succeeded in capturing 6 of the Biju, something no one has done since the founding era." "Haku," Karen said, her eyes narrowed. "You're up." Haku cried out, "Hyoten, Yukihana no Jutsu," as an ice flower grew out of the collected rainwater in front of them and rose upward to stop the Akatsuki members who were attacking. At the sight, Diva asked, "Hyoten?" He yelled, "Shinra Tensai," as the ice flower broke under the pressure of gravity. "I see, a member of the cursed Yuki clan of Kurigakure no Sato." That was, Karen thought as the 6 paths of pain and Conan landed in front of them, showcasing the special jutsu. Naruto stared at the Akatsuki leader and trailed off. "Hey, aren't those eyes?" Karen said, "The Rinnegan," and nodded. Pain thought, "You have these godly eyes too," as he looked at the youngest Uzumaki woman there. "I should have expected as much when I saw you destroy my village with a gravity wave." Tsunade remarked, "That face," while concentrating on the Diva path of pain. "You used to be one of Jiraiya's old students, I remember you." "Tsunade, one of the Sannin that were defeated by Hanzo back during the Second Shinobi War," Pain said with knowledge. "You're supposed to be an old drunk wallowing in the misery of losing her loved ones. Do you understand Pain?" Tsunade laughed and said, "Pain huh? Jiraiya mentioned that one of you 3 brats had the Rinnegan, but I thought he was joking at the time." Raiden. Gion. A lightning strike erupted from the sky as Kakuzu, his 4 webbed bodies by his side, hit the ground. Naruto said, "Mokuden. Mokuja Heki," as wood erupted from the earth all around them, creating a half-dome between the Akatsuki and Yuki ninja. The masked blonde remarked, "Lightning isn't a good element to use against wood," as Kakuzu's lightning attack failed to affect the wooden dome. At the sight, Pain thought, that was the Shodai Hokage's Mokuden. Perhaps another Senju clan member. Quote. As he lowered himself behind the Yuki ninja, Hidan exclaimed with delight, "You will all be sacrificed for the glory of Jashin-sama." Tsunade gave him a punch to the face, removing his head cleanly from his shoulders, as a reward for his enthusiasm. "Hey you bitch, that hurt damn it." Tsunade began to blink in surprise as Hidan continued to curse at her with his detached head. What the hell? As the famous medic Nin gazed at the scene, that was all she could think. Over the years, she had witnessed some insane behavior, but she had come to terms with the fact that if your head was not attached to your body, you were dead. Even after having her head removed, she wouldn't be able to survive, yet this immortal seemed to be still yelling. She saw a bird-like creature made of white clay fly past her face with a sudden flicker of white. From his position atop a huge clay dragon, Deidara cried out, "Katsu!" as the clay bird burst in the medic-in's face. He chuckled, "Art is a blast." As Tsunade leapt from the smoke, her wounds healing quickly. Sasori asked, "Your orders, Leader Sama?" "Kill them all," Pain calmly answered. Sasori nodded and removed his Akatsuki cloak to reveal Hirako, the scorpion puppet he was wrapped in. "I will add their bodies to my collection," he said. "Karen, pull back and deal with the one flying above us." "Haku, Hinoka, I leave that scorpion thing to you," Naruto said. "Hinata, the paper angel is yours." "What about the guys with the Rinnegan? Even you can't take on 6 of them at once," Karen replied. "Shouldn't I be the one to face them?" "Actually yes I can," responded Naruto. "And I'm the best choice because I've fought you more than anyone else for almost 9 years now." This was not a pointless boast or even a display of conceit like his former Uchiha teammates, in contrast to his days as a gullible genin. He said this with complete certainty, which meant that he genuinely believed that he was now capable of handling almost anything that the outside world threw at him. In his opinion, a 6-on-1 fight was fair because anything less wouldn't be difficult. Even if the Rinnegan was in the enemy's possession. Pain said to the blonde wearing a mask, "So you wish to challenge me? I will show you true pain. Let's go wild." As the weak heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata had always been a shy child. Her younger sister, Hanabi, was to take her place because her family had always viewed her as useless. On her third birthday 18 years ago, her cousin Neji accused her of being responsible for Kumo's attempt to kidnap her in order to obtain the Byakugan, which led to his father's death. She genuinely felt that they were changing the world, so ever since she had left Konoha and teamed up with her Naruto-kun, she had never once regretted her choice. If she could prevent it, she vowed that no one would ever again have their family turn against them the way her own family had done to her. She would ensure that there would be no more slavery in the world after the Hyuga clan was split up, with the main house having enslaved their branch house cousins. At the Hyuga kunoichi below, Konan scoffed and said, "You dare to attack our village," as she hung in midair with paper wings emerging from her back. "You bring war upon us, and what is it for?" When Hinata said, "You are collecting the Biju, that is an act of war in itself that could bring about the destruction of this world. We are here to stop you and free the Biju from their enslavement." Konan yelled, "You're a fool," as she exploded into paper. Shikigami no Mai. Hinata's white eyes narrowed as she thought, she's turned herself into paper. What a peculiar jutsu. "Be gone from here," Konan said emphatically as the papers began to burn around the Hyuga kunoichi. "Those tags are explosive." When the papers burst, Hinata's eyes widened in shock. As the flames subsided, Konan thought, that was far too easy. Hinata yelled, "Ya-ho sa shiken." As she emerged behind the woman who resembled a paper angel, her fists encased in two chakra lion heads. She ripped straight through Konan's body and landed back on the wet ground. It was insufficient. She must have used a water clone in its place, Konan realized. Hinata said, "It appears we've reached a stalemate." Konan shot back, "Not quite," and raised her hand. Hinata was startled when the ground suddenly ripped open, forming a huge trench that ran the length of the battlefield. "What is this?" Before focusing her gaze on the trench walls, Hinata asked thoughtfully. "There are explosive tags all over this place." Indeed, thousands of explosive tags covering the trench walls suddenly peeled off and flew in her direction. "Hakusha Kaden," she exclaimed as the explosives began to be deflected by the chakra spinning around her. Konan yelled, "Kami no Shisha no Jutsu." As the explosion started, "There are 600 billion explosive tags here. Enough for 10 minutes of non-stop explosions. You'll run out of chakra before I run out of tags." Their altercation appeared to have devolved into an attrition war. Hinoka exclaimed, "Now Haku-chan." As the enormous scorpion that was Sasori pursued the two, hurling volley after volley of toxic Senbon. Since he was wearing a puppet that he could control like his own body, she was beginning to believe the stories she had heard about the man who was regarded as the best puppeteer Suna had ever produced. Haku exclaimed, "Hayatun, Kokuria ba fa setsu." As a huge black dragon of ice shaped by the rain fell and landed on the puppet scorpion. Sasori thought, "That's impressive," as he watched his scorpion puppet get crushed by the black ice dragon, forcing him to flee immediately. He remarked, "I like that puppet," as his youthful face emerged from the dust. Astonished, Hinoka blinked, "What the hell?" Knowing that the man was supposed to be older than her, she asked, "Why do you look so young?" Sasori thought, "I guess I shouldn't hold back after seeing what you were able to do to aim," and then he took out a scroll and opened his most potent puppet. When Hinoka saw the new puppet, she trailed off, "That's Hinoka Dono?" asked Haku. Hinoka declared, "It's the Sandame Kage," in closing. Or at least a puppet modeled after him. When Sasori said, "Actually I turned his body into this puppet, he has become true art that will last forever." Hinoka glared, "You." She was generally well-mannered by Uzumaki standards, but if there was one thing that annoyed her, it was people who showed no regard for the deceased. You killed Hima Spark the third shinobi Wara and you desecrated his corpse. What the fuck is wrong with you? Sasori muttered, "Jiden, Satetsu Shigur," as metal fragments flew out of the Kage's mouth and floated around it. The two kunoichi were suddenly struck by the metal's sudden acceleration in a hail of iron sand. Haku said clearly, "Hyoten, Makaya Haya Sha," as dozens of ice mirrors appeared before the two kunoichi. The two were forced to flee as the iron sand salvo ripped into the ice mirrors and smashed them upon impact. Hinoka yelled at her teammate, "Watch yourself, Haku. That stuff is poisonous." Sasori grinned as more iron sand accumulated above the Kage puppet to create a pair of enormous spear-like objects and a hammer. "You can't run from me," he said. The command, "Jiden, Satetsu Kesha," reverberated throughout the muddy battlefield as the spear pierced the air like a knife through butter, forcing Haku to duck. He calmly remarked, You're both going to die here, as the hammer fell on Hinoka's spot. Haku exclaimed, Hinoka dono, as she saw her teammate being crushed. Foolish girl, Sasori said carelessly. You should have run, he said, and then the air became suddenly heavier as what he recognized as a shockwave pushed the iron sand away. What is that? As Hinoka stood unharmed and surrounded by a blue aura that had taken the form of something resembling samurai armor, he asked thoughtfully. Rei no Yoroi, the kunoichi of Uzumaki proclaimed. Hinoka dono, Haku exclaimed, startled. What is this? What jutsu is causing her chakra to change? Quote. What is this? Asked Sasori. Hinoka clarified. This is a kinjutsu I developed over the years, as long as it's active I cannot be harmed. She was obviously not referring to the fact that it was categorized as a kinjutsu. This particular jutsu depleted the chakra reserves of any typical shinobi or kunoichi in a matter of minutes, if not seconds, and required a great deal of chakra to maintain. Even though her chakra reserves weren't nearly as high as those of Senju Hashirama or Uzumaki Naruto, she was fortunate to have plenty to burn as an Uzumaki in her prime. In terms of chakra levels, those two were extremely advanced. Sasori gathered iron sand above them and shouted rapidly, Jiten, Satetsu Kaiha. In a great screen of impending death, the metal abruptly branched out before falling on the two kunoichi. Hinoka commanded, stand back, Haku, as the metal branches approached. Hinoka vanished in a flash of speed and reappeared directly in front of the Kage puppet as Haku withdrew to the protection of her mirrors. No, yelled Sasori. As her right fist glowed white, Hinoka cried out, Ken no Hikari. Before slamming it into the Sandame Kage's face. A huge burst of chakra ripped through the puppet-like glass, then proceeded to rip up the landscape in a destructive storm. Sasori trailed off in escalating rage. He sneered, that was my favorite puppet, and then took off his Akatsuki cloak. I've had enough of this little game, I will kill you both for this. You're welcome to try, rejoined Hinoka. As she looked at the man they had been fighting, she thought, that body, he couldn't have, that's sick, he turned himself into a living puppet. I don't know what you've done to yourself but it's not going to be enough to defeat us. Akahide. Hyaki no sa-en. Sasori exclaimed, seemingly out of control, as he swiftly connected chakra thread to a hole in his chest by opening 100 puppets. I once destroyed a country with these. Haku questioned her teammate, what do we do, Hinoka dono? To which Hinoka replied, I just need one shot, stay back and let me handle this. Haku nodded and leapt back a good distance. Quote. Okay, he said. Kuchios. Uzu no Tsurugi, Hinoka said as a dazzlingly exquisite double-edged sword materialized in a burst of blue light in her left hand. As 20 of the assembled puppets fell upon her, she held it high. Die, exclaimed Sasori with delight. Hinoka whispered, Suetsukata, as she lifted her sword and lowered it in a broad arc. All 100 puppets just shattered, and their remains clattered to the ground, causing the ground to split open. Amazing. Even though I knew Hinoka dono was strong, I had never witnessed her fight in person. I never anticipated this, Haku thought in awe. As Sasori watched his beloved puppet army vanish in an instant, he thought, impossible. Who is this girl? Quote. Hinoka yelled, this is your end, and then hurried straight toward Sasori. Sasori shouted, stay back, as he charged with flames from his wrist-mounted flamethrowers. Hinoka yelled back, that's not going to work, as she redirected the flames with her spirit armor. Her words, it's over, came to pass as she stabbed the puppeteer in the chest, shattering his body like glass. Hinoka took a moment to make sure she had killed, then she let go of her spirit armor and fell to her knees from sheer exhaustion. Haku asked, are you all right? I'll be fine, said Hinoka. I just need to rest for a bit. As his flying clay dragon whirled and hurled a hail of tiny clay balls at the Rinnegan bearer, Deidara exclaimed, art is a blast. She laughed. That's Bakuden, Karen thought, manipulating the surrounding gravity to maintain her altitude. She muttered, pitiful, as the bombs encircled her. Katsu, cried the insane bomber as the clay bombs detonated all around the flying kunoichi of Uzumaki. The explosions were literally blown away as Karen said, Tendo, Shinra Tensai, clearly. Deidara cried out, what? At what she saw, how could she have done that? Indeed, those eyes are more terrible than Itachi's Sharingan. Is this the extent of Leader Sama's power? Quote. Enough of this game, Karen said, her voice tinged with irritation. Tendo. Bansho Tenin, she said, holding up her arm. What the? Deidara thought startledly as he was pulled off his clay dragon by a shift in gravity. What on earth is this? It was too late when he reached for more of his clay. He was caught off guard and had no escape route, so it was only a question of time until Karen's hand reached out and grabbed him. Karen muttered, "Ninjendo," and then pulled her arm back while holding the soul of the insane bomber. Even as she gazed down at his defeated corpse with a look of indifference, his now dead body fell towards the sopping ground below. To be fair, she had very high expectations for deserving opponents, but the man was weak, like many others she had met. Deidara simply didn't measure up to the old-time legends like Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Namikaze Minato. She would even go so far as to say that Uzumaki Naruto, her co-leader and self-assured partner, was the only man she thought was worth her time these days. That man was really something else. When she eventually ran out of explosive tags, the rain continued to fall evenly and the explosions ceased to be audible. After 10 complete minutes of sustaining the nearly constant stream of destructive blasts, Konan collapsed to one knee, exhausted from exerting all of her chakra. Even as the rain smothered the last of the flames, she sighed with relief that her opponent was nowhere to be seen. As she struggled to catch her breath, Konan thought, "My Kami no Shisha no Jutsu is finished. I didn't think I would need so much chakra, but it's finally over. She must be." With a hand pressed against the older woman's back in a Juken strike, Hinata questioned, "Dead?" From behind. Konan said, "How? You should be dead. I went over this plan. Did countless simulations. It should have worked. Nobody could have survived. You almost killed me." Hinata gritted her teeth as she felt the last of that chakra leave her body. As she turned to face Konan, she thought, "I'm glad you sealed some of that chakra in me, Naruto-kun, or I wouldn't have survived. You know, if things had been different, we could have worked together to bring about a peaceful world." Peace. So, you really are the same as me. Konan muttered as her final moments passed. As Hinata grasped the elderly woman's shattered body, she thought, "I hate this. I detest this world because it is full of murder and death. I apologize, I really apologize." She later couldn't tell if she was crying or if it was the rain. Kakuzu remarked, "You really are his granddaughter," as the renowned physician pounded her water mask into the ground. "But your jutsu are nowhere near his level despite being his descendant, nor do you have his bloodline." Tsunade asked, "How do you know my grandfather?" "He defeated me long ago," Kakuzu acknowledged. "He was the first Konoha shinobi I ever fought." "That's impossible," returned Tsunade. "You'd have to be 100 years old." "I have discovered methods to extend my lifespan," Kakuzu said with a laugh. "Some would call me immortal, though we both know there is no such thing." Before charging at them, Tsunade said, "I don't care if you're immortal or not. If you really fought my grandfather, then I'll just have to finish what he started and kill you here." Kakuzu cried out, "Kaden, Zukoku," as his wind and fire masks fell next to him and parted their lips. Fa-tun. Atsugai. Fire and wind burst from the masks, combining to form a raging wave of death that swept across the sopping battlefield. Tsunade whispered, "Infa-in. Kai," as the seal on her forehead came off. She added, "Sa-za-se-se," as she dashed straight through the flames. It burned, but she ignored it as she quickly healed the wounds she had sustained before eventually surviving the whirlpool and emerging on the other side. With increasing concern, Kakuzu said, "She used her medical ninjutsu to heal any damage I just did," as Tsunade leapt over him. As he and his masked bodies attempted to disperse, he swore, "Damn," but it was too late. Sa-tenkyaku. Asura's razor tail slashed at Naruto, forcing him to retreat. He thought, "Now this is what I call a fight." He said, "Mokuden. Jukai ka-tan," as a whole forest of trees rose up out of the ground, transforming the battlefield as a whole. Diva said, "Impressive," as he touched down on one of the branches. "So you are a Senju. Judging by the fact that you have the Rinnegan, you must be related to the Senju too," replied Naruto. As the other 5 paths of pain began to encircle the lone masked blonde, Diva asked, "What are you talking about?" "The Rinnegan can only be awakened by combining the power of the Senju and the Uchiha into one vessel. My comrade is the same," Naruto said. "Senju and Uchiha," Diva rambled on, then squinted. "Not that it matters now. I will kill you for what you have done here today." "Give me your best shot," told Naruto. Diva cried out, "Shinra Tensei," as a tremendous wave of gravity struck and smashed a large portion of the recently formed forest. As the gravity blast sent him flying backwards, Naruto thought, his gravity control is on par with Karen's, and absently tossed a three-pronged kunai to the side. As Human materialized behind him with his arm extended, he continued, I know Karen and I have talked about her using her chakra rods to control slave bodies, but we discarded the idea. Whoever this guy is, it appears that he carried out the plan. Ninjin, Human started. Naruto interrupted, flashing to where his three-pronged kunai was embedded in the demolished trunk of a nearby tree. Hiraishin no jutsu, he said. Diva trailed off at the sight. That was. Who are you? Naruto said, I am Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, asked Diva, startled. And here I thought only Uchiha Madara was still alive to remember the founding era. Uchiha Madara, I asked Naruto, are you saying he's alive? We are, thought Diva. Acquainted. How could Madara be alive at all? Unless he's immortal in some way, I doubt it's really him, Naruto thought, recalling that Hashirama-sensei had killed him decades earlier. But my parents told me that they thought Madara was in charge of the Kyuubi the night I was born, so perhaps. Do not be stupid, boy, snarled Kurama, also known as Kyuubi no Yoko, in the back of his mind. Even though they had become close over the years and learned how to cooperate, the fox still liked to be by himself. However, the fox didn't particularly enjoy meaningless chit-chat, so when he spoke, it was usually about something significant. He may have been similar, but the one who ripped me out of your mother's seal didn't feel like that accursed Uchiha. When he saw a burst of fire shoot from Asura's feet, launching him at the masked blonde, Naruto replied, we'll worry about it later. He then spun his three-pronged kunai. Asura said, Shirato, as dozens of projectiles that resembled missiles blasted out from his sides and descended upon Naruto's position. Shit, Naruto muttered as he leapt back to dodge the volley. The battlefield was engulfed in missiles, tearing the trees to pieces and igniting the fires, which were swiftly extinguished by the rain. It appears that I will need to escalate this further. Kuchio's no jutsu, Animal said coolly while supporting himself with his hand on the wet rock. Before a massive, 3-story tall rhino emerged in a smoke explosion, seals were dispersed throughout the ground. Dust flew up into the air behind it as it turned and began running directly at the masked blonde. From the back of his mind, Kurama remarked, I get bored of watching this. Stop holding back against this faker. All right, Naruto thought in response, closing his eyes. Diva said, your jutsu cannot save you from a god's wrath, as the rhino crashed into Naruto, launching dust into the air before slowing down as though it had struck a wall. What is this? He pondered. Naruto articulated, Senjutsu, Senenmoto, while clamping his hands down on the rhino's horn and holding it back. His eyes changed from blue to yellow, and a dark circle appeared on his forehead. Dark rings also formed around his eyes and spread across his face. Before he moved and nearly effortlessly threw the enormous rhino into the air with his bare hands, he inhaled deeply and felt the natural energy of the surroundings flow through his body. What kind of jutsu is this? The 6 paths of pain were thought of. Where did this masked stranger acquire such inhuman physical strength? His Rinnegan was only able to see the physical transformation, which was visible to ordinary human eyes. Then there was his presence. Despite the fact that he was confronting a mortal god, the man in front of him appeared to be perfectly at peace with nature itself. As Asura and Human charged at the masked blonde, Diva thought, I can't let him finish whatever it is he plans to do. Naruto cried out, Mokuden, Kagekai Ka Rin, as the earth split open and a huge wooden flower rose up out of it. This jutsu. Diva trailed off in contemplation as the wooden plant emitted an odd sleeping gas. He exclaimed, Shinra Tensai, as he released a tremendous gravitational blast that flattened the little artificial forest, including the wooden plant, in addition to blowing the gas away. He turned to see Naruto holding a spinning chakra shuriken and 2 shadow clones at his side when he heard a bell-like screech suddenly fill the air. That final jutsu was merely a diversion. Quote. The masked blonde yelled, Futon, Rasenshuriken, as he hurled the chakra shuriken at the Human and Asura, who were still huddled together. Damn it, Pain muttered to himself as he attempted to make both of his roots avoid it. The chakra shuriken, however, flew between the two and then grew into a revolving ball of wind, but it was too late. With a loud boom, the wind ball exploded, tearing Asura and Human apart and disappearing. It was necessary for the body to be at least somewhat solid rather than atomized because, even my Naraku path can't repair that kind of damage. Naruto yelled, Futon, Rasenshuriken, once more as he let go of a second chakra shuriken at the Diva path. Diva thought, not again, as Preta materialized before him. Fa Jutsu Kya in, Preta muttered as the chakra shuriken was swiftly absorbed by a barrier that had formed in front of him. To his host, Kurama said, did you notice? Yeah, Naruto said thoughtfully. Only one path is being used by each of these bodies. Don't underestimate him, Kurama counseled. He may be a faker like that cousin of yours, but his eyes are still strong enough to challenge you. You know, the Rinnegan is something else. As he swiftly formed a set of hand seals, Naruto thought. He exclaimed, Mokuden, Mokuryu no Jutsu. As a huge wooden dragon rose from the earth, circled around him, and then launched itself at the Preta path. Diva said, impressive, as the wooden dragon drew closer. But not good enough. Preta said, Fa Jutsu Kya in, as the wooden dragon fell on him. When he saw a single three-pronged kunai embedded in its mouth, it froze in place and began to slowly dissolve. With the words, Hiraishin no Jutsu, Naruto materialized before him before he could see him and punched Preta in the head. These guys must be considered metalheads, don't they? Quote. Kurama snarled angrily, don't make jokes at a time like this. Like Senju Hashirama, his Jinchuriki never seemed to take such things seriously. Keep your head in the game, brat. Jigokuda, Naraku spoke clearly as a large demonic head which he recognized as Karen's outer path appeared behind the lone path. What is he calling forth that thing for? Naruto pondered as he asked. When Kurama said, be on your guard, Naruto muttered, you've got to be kidding me, as he saw the outer path eat up Preta's remains before spitting him back out completely recovered. What the fuck was that? Don't ask me, said Kurama. I only ever saw old man Raikuta create the moon with his gravity jutsu, nothing else. Great, Naruto complained aloud. Since those slave bodies are already dead, this isn't like Karen's resurrection jutsu that uses the outer path, but rather something else. Diva asked, do you realize how futile it is to challenge a god now? Naruto sarcastically remarked, again with that god talk of yours. He flashed yellow at Preta's side and said, Hiraishin no Jutsu, before slamming his senjutsu-enhanced fists through Preta's and Naraku's heads. For the record, I'd already tagged this bastard when I killed him the first time, he continued, kicking the headless Preta to the side. Looking at the masked blonde, Pain thought, the Yondaime Hokage's Hiraishin no Jutsu is truly a dangerous jutsu. It is probably comparable to Madara's space-time ninjutsu in a speed competition. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Animal cried out, throwing his hand to the floor. A giant dog emerged in a smoke explosion, and seals swarmed across the surface. Silently, Naruto said, you know, as the rain fell. You should really learn to look up, was said, and a moment later, a lone three-pronged kunai landed beside the animal path, disguising itself like the rain. Hiraishin no Jutsu, he said, holding a huge chakra sphere above Animal and his called-upon dog. Senpo. Cho Udama Rasengan. As the enormous spiraling ball crushed Pain's animal path and the enormous dog vanished in a puff of smoke, Pain thought, tch, useless. To get me this far, he even destroyed my Naraku path, which prevents me from reviving the others. If things continue this way, I'll have to use that jutsu to put an end to this. Asking the diva path, what's the matter? Running out of ideas. Bansho Tenin, Deva Pain said emphatically as Naruto was drawn toward him and gravity changed. He threw his three-pronged kunai to the side as a huge boulder-like piece of the earth was torn up and hurled at the blonde who was falling, while wearing a mask. Naruto exclaimed, Hiraishin no Jutsu, as he flashed to the kunai's landing spot. There's nothing else I can do, Pain thought cautiously. I have to use that jutsu if I want to win this. If I just keep attacking him like this, he'll just keep using that jutsu to escape. It will buy me time to reorganize and recover my paths by drawing in everything that has one of his seals into the jutsu, preventing him from escaping unless he wants to leave the battlefield. Naruto asked the now quiet diva path, what's the matter? Have I finally managed to shut you up? Pain's hands formed a triangle seal, and a tiny black chakra appeared in the center. Shibaku Tensai, he said clearly. Gravity started to change as he threw it into the air, and a dazzling light glowed down. What on earth is this? As he sensed the earth begin to rumble and moan, Naruto asked thoughtfully. This is the jutsu that old man Raikuta used to create the moon, Kurama responded. As the earth was ripped apart and raised toward the black chakra gravity sphere, Naruto thought, shit. What on earth am I capable of? He's taking all of my Hiraishin kunai, and if I go straight to the one I left at the border, he'll most likely be completely recovered by the time I return. This village has a lot of dead people that Sage can use for his little puppet jutsu after Karen turned it into a crater. Kurama grimaced in frustration. "TCH, to think that even now you have to rely on me to get you through your battles," he said. He still detested having someone use his power, even though he and Naruto had a stronger bond over the years than his previous two hosts. Though it would take too long, and he was getting sick of watching this farce, his current host was strong enough to defeat this faker without him. "Synchronize your chakra with mine and let's finish this." "Thanks Kurama," Naruto grinned and said aloud as he was drawn up into the small moon that Pain had just created. Quietness. At last, Pain thought, turning his head away. A sudden snapping sound made him halt and turn back to the new moon he had just created. "Now I need to deal with the others and then I can start recovering my paths in preparation for the next assault," he said. A moment later, a golden chakra fox with a very intricate seal matrix covering its spine and tails burst from the underside of the small moon, saying, "Impossible, there's no way. That isn't feasible, that's the..." Kurama's tail sank back inside the moon, and swiftly wrapped around its core before crushing it. "Let me deal with the gravity well," he said out loud through his own chakra mouth. He roared, "Hang on," as the chakra fox fell to the ground and the gravity sphere was destroyed. Naruto yelled, "Be careful, Kurama." From inside the chakra fox's head, he removed his mask to reveal his face, which had also changed as a golden flame-like chakra hand encased his form, assuming the shape of the Raikuta Sennin. His jacket was open, revealing a black undercoat and a large seal matrix underneath. As the chakra fox fell in front of Pain with a loud crash, he thought, to think he'd be able to destroy Chibaku Tensei. "So, you're the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I thought you were dead and was waiting for the Kyuubi to reform, but since you're here I will capture you now." Kurama, Naruto muttered as he lifted his hands and began assembling the red and blue chakra spheres into a single black ball at the mouth of the chakra fox. With his jaw clenched around the black chakra sphere, Kurama snarled, "Pitiful faker, you are not him and never will be." As Kurama released the black chakra sphere in a burst of golden light that swept across the battlefield, Naruto cried out, "Bijudama." Instead, Pain shouted, "Shinra Tensei," and raised a barrier of gravity to defend himself. As the blast subsided and a three-pronged kunai landed at his feet, he thought, to think that the Kyuubi has been hidden from us for all these years. Naruto, still wearing his released chakra form, said, "Hiraishin no Jutsu," and then he saw him holding a familiar chakra sphere. Rasengan. With his jutsu's 5-second cool-down time, the blow came more quickly than Pain could react. "No," Pain exclaimed in agony as his last path was destroyed. Now that his chakra body had been pulled back into the seal, Kurama questioned his host, Naruto. These were merely the bodies of slaves, Naruto thought in response. Where is the real one, if that's the case? Quote. Blood dripping from his mouth, Uzumaki Nagato sat in his mechanical chair far from the battlefield, gazing out at the area where his paths had been vanquished. Although he hadn't anticipated his opponent using the Kyuubi's power of all things, he had pushed himself to the limit and even had to use Chibaku Tensei. It was clear to him that Konan had lost, and since his 6 paths had been destroyed, he would soon follow her and Yahiko behind. Perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way if he had taken different actions. Madara's voice said, "This is unexpected," as he felt a kunai pierce his back. "And I can't say I like how things have turned out." Nagato yelled, "Madara, why, you?" The vortex died down a moment later, leaving Madara standing alone. "I am the one who gave you those godly eyes of yours and now I want them back. You were merely my pawn and now your usefulness has come to an end." "Goodbye Nagato," Madara explained before using his jutsu to draw Nagato's corpse to his own personal dimension. "Jika Kan Ida," he said. He was, at least, until a particular figure appeared in front of him. As Naruto saw the orange-masked Akatsuki member, he thought, "So you've already gotten to him, huh? This guy, he's definitely the one who controlled me all those years ago. He's not Madara, and yet I've felt his disgusting presence before. He's one of your father's old students. The kid was supposed to have died during the last war." Uchiha Obito, Kurama realized. "Uzumaki Naruto I presume?" asked Obito Madara. "I've been looking for the Kyuubi for quite some time now." With a, "Please call me Menma," Naruto answered. "You're Uchiha Obito," one of my dad's old students. Quote. Interesting, Obito muttered in response to his statement. Call me Tobi. Naruto said, it's because of you that my parents are dead, with clarity. And it's because of your father and your former sensei that the woman I love is dead. I guess we can call it even, replied Obito. Quote. You know sooner or later one of us will have to kill the other, said Naruto. Most certainly, says Obito. You have one of my precious Biju after all. He heard Naruto say, I won't let you have the Biju. Obito laughed as a vortex gathered from his right eye and drew him in. Then I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield, he said. Jika kan Ida, he said, and then he disappeared. Kurama questioned his Jinchuriki, was it wise to let him go? At this time, we're not prepared to confront him, Naruto answered. I've left Hiraishin Kanai. Our forces are dispersed, and the other villages will soon learn of what has transpired here. We'll get him next time. If I confront him now, it might take days before we're both exhausted. Sasuke asked, why did you call us here? He had heard from Kisame that the Nibi Jinchuriki had been captured a few months prior by two immortals, named Kakuzu and Hidan, who then used this base to extract her Biju. The situation has changed, explained Obito. I'm sending you after the Hachibi alone while Kisame hunts the Ikibi. Kisame questioned in confusion, what happened? When they asked, Amegakure no Sato has been destroyed and the rest of the Akatsuki are dead, Obito surprised them. Kisame asked in a moment of surprise, what? Who did it? Obito's response, judging by their Hitai-ates, I'd say Yukigakure no Sato, was only partially accurate. Given Sasuke's presence and his tenuous hold on the younger Uchiha at the moment, he wasn't going to bring up Naruto in this conversation. In a different life, Naruto would have been able to further corrupt and strengthen Sasuke, but that was a different life before Naruto gave his life to save Sasuke all those years ago. I didn't know Yuki had any shinobi capable to taking on S-rank Nukenin, Kisame thought. They've been isolated much like AIM used to be, so it's not really a surprise that they have a few capable shinobi amongst their ranks like Hanzo and Pain, said Obito. According to his performance during his battle with the Six Paths of Pain, he would have to confront Naruto directly in order to capture the Kyuubi. I will personally deal with them later, as for now we should continue gathering the remaining Biju, he said. Kisame smiled as Samahata laughed on his back. The Ikibi Gaki ha, I wouldn't mind having another crack at him, Kisame said. Sasuke grunted and turned away. Fine then, he said. I'll deal with the Hachibi alone. Obito laughed and watched the two vanish. I'll see you both when you get back, he said. Zetsu, keep watch over Sasuke just in case he gets any ideas. Of course, said White Zetsu. Black Zetsu added, leave it to us, as the human flytrap vanished into the earth. Obito asked over his shoulder, are you going to come out? One Yakushi Kabuto asked, Kukukuku, so you knew I was here. The man's eyes were yellow with slitted pupils and black rings around them behind his glasses, and his face was covered in scales, indicating an inhuman metamorphosis. Although his face was concealed by a brown cloak with a hood, his unnatural smile revealed his unsettling origins. Obito asked, why have you come here? In response, Kabuto said, I wish to join you. Orochimaru-sama was killed by the one called Menma and Odo was destroyed by his allies. I know what you are planning and I would love to see how this all plays out. Because he was curious, Obito asked honestly, what could you possibly offer me? He was obviously attempting to become a second Orochimaru, and since he had previously betrayed Akatsuki, it was likely that his successor would follow in his master's footsteps. Kabuto muttered, Kuchiyos, Edo Tensai, as a wooden coffin exploded from the ground beside him, revealing a lone figure inside as the hood fell down. Obito trailed off. That's you, how did you find? Will this suffice? Kabuto asked with a cunning smile. Storm Cloud Ravine, the land of lightning. Throughout his life, Uchiha Sasuke had repeatedly lost everything he had ever valued, and people were always choosing how to take advantage of him. Konoha had destroyed his clan, his brother had made himself into a scapegoat, and the Sandaime Hokage had just watched it all unfold. 9 years ago, on their first real mission, his best friend gave his life for Sasuke, enabling him to awaken the cursed power of his clan. Sasuke had lived a life full of hatred. In the end, it didn't matter that he had finally killed Itachi and discovered the truth about that night. Those who remained were condemned to live on the run after Konoha betrayed its own founders. In reality, Sasuke had always been used by someone, even though he had long since refused to be anyone's puppet. Despite Orochimaru's attempt when he was still a genin, it was first the Sandaime Hokage, then Itachi, and finally, Madara. Since he was strong enough to choose his own course and that course was obvious, he was going to finally destroy Konoha for their Kremasa, he no longer cared who was using him. To be honest, he had been considering this ever since learning the specifics of his best friend's post-death treatment, but he had always ignored it since Naruto would not have approved of it. Then he had witnessed the treatment of Konohamaru after his own grandfather, of all people, sealed the Ikibi within him, condemning him to the same fate as Naruto, just as the Yondaime Hokage had done 13 years earlier. Once more, he pushed the idea of destroying Konoha to the back of his mind, but even he was overcome when he learned that Konoha had ordered the eradication of his entire family. He would be able to wipe out Konoha and ensure that the Uchiha clan would return to its former splendor once he had all 9 of the Biju under control. In order to demonstrate to the world what happens when someone dares to use him and his clan for their own purposes, he would crush any other villages that attempted to challenge him or interfere. Sasuke muttered, "So this is it," as he ascended the mountain ravine's steps. As he got closer to what appeared to be a small building of some sort, a voice said, "Yo, who are you?" Sitting on a little stool off to the side of the house, a dark-skinned man with multiple tattoos said, "I'm writing here Soshu," holding a notebook and a pencil. Sasuke asked, "Yatsuki Kurabi, the Hachibi Jinchuriki?" Kurabi answered, "That's me, da Rapin Killer B." "Who's asking fool, ya fool?" Sasuke said, "You're coming with me," as his new eternal Mangekyo Sharingan materialized. He whispered, "Tsukuyomi," and the Hachibi Jinchuriki froze in place as his eyes met his. The Uchiha thought, that was too easy, but Kurabi abruptly stopped and hurled the pencil he was holding, which was infused with what he could only assume was lightning chakra, forcing Sasuke to quickly dodge. "Genjutsu don't work on Jinchuriki who can control their Biju fool, ya fool," Kurabi stated to him. Sasuke went on, "Amaterasu," as black flames burst from his eye, swiftly burning, Kurabi, until he turned to ink. A clone of ink, he switched when the Hachibi Jinchuriki reappeared from the side a moment later, advancing on the Uchiha before abruptly drawing 7 swords with his joints and pushing Sasuke farther back. How is he able to wield 7 swords in this manner? Sasuke thought, that's not your typical Kenjutsu style, and then a protective circle of black flames appeared around him. He said clearly, "Enten, Kokuin no Tate," and Kurabi withdrew. "Not bad," said Kurabi. He concluded by hurling a pair of his swords directly at Sasuke. "But it's still so sad," he said. Sasuke exclaimed, "Susanoo," as purple chakra burst upward all around him, forming a huge, ethereal, demonic humanoid that loomed over the 2 fighters and held a revolving black orb in its 3rd hand. The Hachibi Agyuki remarked, "This kid is a Uchiha," in the back of his host's mind. "Don't underestimate him." As red chakra burst out of his form and condensed, Kurabi replied, "I got it, don't worry a bit." Before it exploded to show his metamorphosis, 8 crimson tails emerged from the demonic shroud to form a black sphere. With a black mask covering his face and white glowing eyes, Kurabi stood in a red haze as the dust was blown away. "This is..." Sasuke rambled in contemplation at what he saw. Kurabi screamed, "We," and swung directly at the spiritual god. Bones took the shape of an ox's head and formed over his shoulder and spine as he closed in. He yelled, "Lariat," as he slammed the demonic skull squarely into Susanoo's face, causing the ethereal demigod to flinch away from the impact. Sasuke thought, the strength of an ox indeed, as his Susanoo was pushed back and had to rapidly reorganize. Black flames erupted in front of him and shot forward as he yelled, "Enten, Kagatsuchi." Kurabi was forced to retreat or risk being touched by them. He added, "I can't beat him like this," raising Susanoo's 2 free arms into a pair of spiritual swords. Kurabi rapped, "You've got to be faster than that," as he leapt back to avoid the blades, twin slashes. "I'm gonna make you go splat." "Enten, Yusaka no Magatama," Sasuke said clearly as a rotating Magatama burst from the black flame-covered orb in Susanoo's 3rd hand. As he barely avoided the dozen Magatama that were hurled at him, Kurabi thought, this kid is good. I wonder whether I could. Gyuki told him, now isn't the time to be holding back. Version 2 isn't going to cut it against this guy. But bro, Kurabi began. Gyuki cut in, let's just do it. All right then, Kurabi uttered out loud as the red chakra abruptly transformed into purple octopus-like tentacles that kept spreading outward and upward. Sasuke muttered, now what? But his eyes briefly widened in shock as a fully developed Hachibi no Kyogyu loomed over him, destroying the mountain they had been fighting on. He swore, "Shit," and leapt back. The enormous demon ox roared its head back, collected red and blue chakra spheres at its mouth, and compressed them into a black sphere pulsing with lightning. "I float like a butterfly and I'll sting ya like a killer bee. 'Cause I'm the eight-tailed beast, it exclaimed. When Sasuke's eyes began to bleed, he realized, not good. "Bijudama," Gyuki cried out, lowering his head and letting loose a tremendous chakra blast that swept across everything before him. Whistling, his Jinchuriki ripped through the valley, destroying everything in its path, including a few small mountains. Kurabi said, "That was grade 8-0, from inside the ox's head. This guy gets 0. Gyuki responded, "Hold that thought," as the dust settled. With his sword in hand, Sasuke, who was now heavily bleeding, yelled, "Enten, Kagutsuchi no Tsurugi." As his Susanoo reformed into a single arm, black flames surrounded the blade as it swung forward, impaling the demon ox directly in the chest. Gyuki gritted his teeth as the black flames ate him up. "D-damn," he said. "B." Kurabi shouted back, "I know," and threw himself from the back of the demon ox. Sasuke shouted, "You won't escape." As his Susanoo began to wane, Kurabi was seized by a single arm that swung out and squeezed him tightly. "B," Gyuki practically begged. "Come on, B, keep it together." When Kurabi finally passed out, he thought, "It looks like." Sasuke grunted, "HN," as his Susanoo finally stopped working and he fell to one knee from exhaustion. There was still much for him to do. Forest. Land of Fire. He had finally mastered Senjutsu, which was regarded as one of the most powerful skills in the entire shinobi world, following weeks of arduous training with the toads of Myobokuzen. He still hadn't mastered it, of course, because whenever Shima or Fukasaku attempted to merge with his shoulders to draw in natural energy while fighting or moving, the obnoxious Aikibi kept getting in the way. Being descended from the Sarutobi clan, he was a genius and had immediately come up with a solution to that minor issue, even though he knew it wouldn't hold up in any protracted conflict with the Akatsuki. For now, though, it was sufficient. When he noticed a movement, he instantly threw a shuriken from his pouch in its direction. He yelled, "Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," as the shuriken suddenly turned into 20 and began to bombard the targeted area. According to Kisame, not bad kid, as he emerged from behind the shuriken-covered tree. "You were able to notice my approach, you've gotten better." As he stayed motionless and began to gather natural energy, Konohamaru trailed off, "You are." Kisame yelled, "Sweden, Dai Bakusui Shaha," and a huge stream of water erupted from his mouth, rapidly growing into a huge dome. This dome again, Konohamaru thought as his pupils grew into toad-like horizontal slits and his eyes turned yellow with red rings around them. He uttered, "Senjutsu, Senenmoto," into the rippling water. Kisame laughed as he closed in, Samahata already embedded in his back, causing him to change into a shark-like creature. "You're mine now, I won't let you escape again," he said. Konohamaru yelled, "Senpo, Kawazu Kumite," as the water rippled and he punched out to stop the attacking man-shark. Kisame chuckled as he effortlessly ducked, only to halt in shock when Samahata took in the attack's natural energy and was compelled to separate from its master, transforming back into a human. The Aikibi Jinchuriki swam at the stunned Kisame and slammed a large spiraling sphere of chakra into him, blowing him clear out of the water dome and causing it to collapse. "Senpo. Udama Rasengan," he cried. Kisame stood shakily and said, What the fuck was that?" Samahata crawled up to his side. Even as the sword attempted to swiftly mend its wielder's wounds, it appeared to be choking or something. "What the fuck is wrong with your chakra? That's not your Biju's power, so what gives?" Konohamaru shot back, his fingers forming a familiar hand seal. "I'm not telling you anything," he said. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he said as two clones materialized at his side. As the two clones began channeling chakra to his hand, he yelled, "This ends here. Only one of us will be leaving this battlefield alive." "What is that?" As the entire area seemed to be getting hotter by the moment, Kisame thought with growing concern. Konohamaru exclaimed, "Kaden, Ga-en Rasengan," as he now grasped a red, glowing sphere of flaming fire. Kisame was forced to try to avoid the approaching attack, but he knew he wouldn't be able to do so in time, so he threw it like a ball straight at the Kiri Nukenin. As the monster sword was swallowed by a column of fire that blew him back through multiple trees, Samahata itself saw this and leapt in the path of the compressed fireball, leaving its wielder staring in shock. Kisame bled from the cuts and scratches on his body and swore, shit. Since the kid was using a strange chakra, Samahata was unable to absorb it and was destroyed by whatever Kaiden jutsu it was. He had lost his valuable sword to Konoha shinobi twice before, and this time he would not be able to retrieve it. This was now personal, so screw it. He cried out, Sweden, Daikadan no Jutsu, as a huge water shark burst out of his mouth, encased his body, and shot directly at the Ikibi Jinchuriki. He would fight to the end if he was going to die. As he watched the water shark approach, Konohamaru thought, I'm out of Sage Chakra and there's no way I can create a clone to recharge it while this guy is fighting me. Shukaku chuckled to himself, would you like some power? Let's kill him, I want to see blood. At the thought, pulling on his Biju's chakra, Konohamaru replied, for once we agree on something. As sand exploded from the ground surrounding him, a column of red chakra burst from his form, swiftly forming a wall of sand to protect him from the water shark. Even as the sand absorbed the water shark, more sand rose up from the earth and covered Konohamaru, forming a familiar and dreadful Ikibi no Tanuki that loomed over the forest in front of it. Is it possible for him to completely change into the Ikibi? Kisame thought, startled, I can't defeat this without Samahata. As Konohamaru stood on Shukaku's head and began to collect what appeared to be a tornado of dust and sand into a single compressed black sphere of chakra at the Ikibi's mouth, he thought, I can't hold this form long and stay in control. Kisame muttered, oh shit, under his breath. Konohamaru exclaimed, Bijudama. As the black sphere burst forward in a ray of light, everything it touched was completely erased in a beam of light as the blast swept over Kisame, tearing apart the forest. Konohamaru swiftly stopped the Ikibi's chakras flow as the blast subsided, and Shukaku's body disintegrated until it fell to the ground in a heap of sand. I did it, he stumbled, exhausted and relieved. Aniki, are you proud of me? Quote. The most significant change in Yukigakure no Sato since the Civil War ended 8 years ago was the transformation of nearly the whole land of snow into a land of spring. The snow that had given the country its name had nearly melted away due to the Kazuhana clan's heat generators, leaving only the mountaintops where Yuki was located as patches of snow. In contrast to other shinobi villages, Yuki lacked its own ninja clan, and the Kazuhana were a wealthy and well-respected civilian clan that was able to become the nation's daimyo at the time of its founding. With the support of the daimyo, the remaining members of the Uzumaki clan and their vassals were able to quickly take over the village after the civil war had ended and had assimilated. They had built a sizable Uzumaki compound in the center of the village to aid in settling in, become a part of, and led it. Naruto remembered the expressions on people's faces when he used a single-hand seal to build a house. He now understood why Hashirama-sensei thought it was hilarious. Only a few thousand shinobi and kunoichi were active at any given time in Yuki because it was a small shinobi village. The forces of such a small village simply could not compete with the forces of the main 5 villages, which boasted tens of thousands. Because Hanzo and later Pain were strong enough to defend Aim, which was only slightly weaker than Suna, they hadn't destroyed it entirely during the wars, but the destruction of Uzushio demonstrated to all the other minor villages what happened when a minor village became too strong for their tastes. It was truly unfortunate that they both lost sight of the tranquility they were seeking. As she sat down at her table and read the most recent report, Karen asked her unexpected visitor, so you've heard. According to Naruto, who was sitting on the windowsill with one leg dangling, I may not be as good as Hinoka Nichan but I am still a seal master like every Uzumaki. Mito-sama's seals really are amazing, it's no wonder that Hashirama-sensei could use them to spy on the whole continent. The Hachibi Jinchuriki have been abducted by the remaining Akatsuki, Karen stated coolly. Apparently he was the brother of the current Raikage and it seems that the Raikage has called a meeting of the Kages in the Land of Iron. According to Naruto, the samurai nation, Karen leaned back in her chair and said, I'm surprised at you, with a sly smirk. From the reports, the one who took the Hachibi Jinchuriki was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, your former teammate. With Naruto's explanation, we were comrades once, but in the end he was just using me like everyone else. I no longer care what happens with the Uchiha or Konoha. Really? Karen laughed at what he said. What will you do, I wonder? He is a member of the Akatsuki now and that means he's Madara's puppet, so what will you do when you see him next? When Naruto said, he is of no concern to me, I'll leave him to you, do with him as you please. Karen replied, I'll do just that, Naruto-kun, before returning her attention to the papers strewn across her desk. What are we going to do about this? Kage Summit, that they're organizing. Naruto said, they're throwing a party, with a shrug. I say we crash it. Lightning Land. Akatsuki Base. Finally, White Zetsu exhaled with relief as the final drop of the red chakra entered the mouth of the demonic statue. It took forever, said Black Zetsu. Well, there are only 4 of us. On his side, Obito gazed at the younger Uchiha. With the Hachibi sealed, all that remains is the Ikibi and the Kyuubi, he thought. Not bad, Sasuke, he remarked, alluding to the Hachibi Jinchuriki's capture by his clansmen. He had been concerned that Sasuke wouldn't be able to handle a perfect Jinchuriki like Kurabi, but he was sure that the younger man would have enough strength thanks to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke asked, what are we going to do about the others? When Black Zetsu said, I still can't believe that Kisame lost against that kid. Kabuto silently reflected, it's a shame I couldn't get a hold of his corpse. After I used my jutsu to bring him back to life, he would have been a valuable asset to use for what is about to happen. White Zetsu said, the Raikage is planning a summit. Considering 7 of the 9 Biju are in our possession, they're a little late, but they could pose a problem if we're not careful. The Kages are irrelevant, negated Obito. Where are they holding this summit? The Land of Iron, Zetsu, who was white, replied. It's a neutral nation comprised of nothing but samurai. From what I know, the last known contact between their forces was with Hanzo back during the Second Shinobi War. Samurai, Sasuke nearly scoffed when they were brought up. Obito asked again, what of the Kage's escorts? 2 escorts per Kage, Zetsu asked in white. Quote, if I know that fool of a Hokage, he'll probably bring the Ikibi Jinchuriki with him, Sasuke said. Jiraiya will want to have Konohamaru close so as to keep an eye on him, especially after what happened with Kisame. Kukukuku, laughed Kabuto. What are you going to do now? Quote, Zetsu, I have something I need you to do. Land of Fire. Hokage Tower in Konoha. Thanks to his great literature, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Godime Hokage of Konoha, was regarded as the most renowned author in the world. He was considered the greatest novelist in history by both shinobi and civilian men worldwide. However, his research, and his Ika Ika Paradise books made him the worst pervert of all time in the eyes of the women, both kunoichi and civilian. He was the strongest shinobi in Konoha, only surpassed by Sarutobi Konohamaru, his current pupil. Regarding the Ikibi Jinchuriki, Jiraiya nearly suffered a heart attack upon learning that Hoshigaki Kisame, an Akatsuki agent, had attempted to kidnap him while he was returning from Myobokuzen. Fortunately, before heading back to the safety of Konoha, Konohamaru managed to defeat the Kiri Nukenin and even destroy Samahata. The civilians still detested Konohamaru because of the Ikibi that the Sandaime Hokage had sealed inside him 8 years prior, but the ninja of the village had accepted him after learning of his achievements on missions and most recently against the Akatsuki threat. When it came to Konohamaru and his family, Jiraiya went above and beyond what Naruto would have done. With its ability to produce geniuses like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who became the Sandaime Hokage and was known as the Professor, his son Sarutobi Asuma, and of course the Ikibi Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Konohamaru, the Sarutobi clan was not the biggest in the world, but it was arguably the most adaptable. He was uneasy because Kisame had pursued him by himself rather than in a pair as had been the case in the past. Kisame should have been given a new hunting partner to go after Konohamaru with even if Sasuke killed Itachi, but this didn't appear to be the case. His spy network provided the response, stating that the village known as Amegakure no Sato, which was thought to be the Akatsuki headquarters, had been attacked and destroyed. It seemed that the majority of the people had been wiped out and the entire village had been reduced to a crater by someone or something. For a single, excruciating moment, he believed that Yoko was the cause of the Kyuubi's complete transformation. The Kyuubi was infamous for being a walking natural disaster that sought out and destroyed locations full of hate. AIM would have been a very tempting target, as the headquarters of a group actively seeking out and apprehending its siblings. He would bet that the Akatsuki leader had undoubtedly escaped AIM's destruction with them, since the captured Biju had not yet been freed and had already destroyed half the continent. If that were true, the Kyuubi would keep searching for him or her before focusing on Konoha as payback for the Ikibi's sealing in Konohamaru and its confinement inside Naruto. The next report from his spy network arrived at that point. Haruno Sakura, looking rather pale, said, "Why, you're just joking around, aren't you, Hokage-sama?" There's no why that's impossible. It's the truth, Jiraiya affirmed, sounding entirely serious for once. Uchiha Sasuke survived his battle against his brother and has joined the Akatsuki. He's captured the Hachibi Jinchuriki and the Raikage is angry that his brother was taken. He's organizing a summit of the 5 Kage and is requesting that we submit all information we have on Sasuke, marking him as a nukenin. With surprise, Konohamaru questioned, why would he do this? His brother was in the Akatsuki, so why would he join them? Jiraiya said, I don't know, in response. If he really has joined the Akatsuki, then he's going to be coming after you, to get the Ichibi. Damn it, Konohamaru swore, his fists clenched alongside him. I know that fighting and killing your enemies is one thing, but facing someone who was once a comrade is a lot harder. I know that better than anyone, Jiraiya stated to them. He had experienced what it was like to confront someone he had once thought of as a friend after what transpired with Orochimaru. But if Sasuke really has joined the Akatsuki, then I want all of you to face him as if he were an enemy. Don't let your personal feelings cloud your judgment. Sakura stumbled, but Hokage-sama, as she cried. Jiraiya went on, that's an order. Kakashi said, understood Hokage-sama, and nodded. Your orders. You and Konohamaru will accompany me to the Kage summit in the Land of Iron, Jiraiya said. It's about time we found out exactly what the other nations have been doing since this all started. The Frozen Forest. The Land of Iron. The Hokage and his 2 escorts, Kakashi and Konohamaru, were walking at a civilian pace toward a large castle-like structure with 3 head-shaped structures in the distance when the snow stopped falling, approximately 30 minutes ago. They had traveled here without incident, but Jiraiya had been uneasy ever since they had left Konoha, and now, even though he could see where they were going in the distance, he stopped walking, which caused his escorts to stop as well. Kakashi removed his headband to reveal his Sharingan and asked, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya said to him, wait for my order, as 2 shadows materialized in front of them and appeared to be slowly approaching them. A young woman's voice said, I told you I could find them, but he didn't recognize it. Never doubt my abilities again. Whatever, he recognized that voice now. As the 2 moved from the shadow into the light, Jiraiya asked, Tsunade. My spy network said you disappeared years ago, so what are you doing here? Hello Jiraiya, replied Tsunade. I wish I could say that it's good to see you, but I'd be lying if I did. What is this? Jiraiya asked, her eyes narrowing. The redhead by Tsunade's side retorted, isn't it obvious? She gave Konohamaru a nod and said, the Akatsuki are after the Biju, and that means they're after the Ikibi brat over there. We're here to kill him to buy more time. Jiraiya retorted, I'm not going to let that happen, but his eyes widened when he saw Karen's Dujutsu. The Rinnegan. How? Karen wondered, so you recognize these eyes too? In a single lifetime, perhaps she took it from Nagato after killing him. Jiraiya thought, I'd better take this seriously then, and he sealed his hands. A male voice said, Renden, Suna Shigur. As sand rained down from above, pelting the spot where Tsunade and Karen stood. As Gaara and his siblings touched down next to them, Jiraiya asked, Kage Dono. What are you doing here? Proving my existence, Gaara said, gazing blankly at the cloud of dust that had accumulated from his earlier assault. So we meet again. The Kage, huh? You've certainly come a long way from that pathetic excuse of a Jinchuriki, said Karen. Tsunade asked the red-haired woman by her side, you know this guy? After responding, Karen focused on the Kage. I defeated him and the other 2 8 years ago. I even resurrected him after removing the Ikibi from him, she said. You should be thanking me for that, by the way. I hear that the life of a Jinchuriki is a terrible one. Resurrection, thought Gaara. You ended my existence back then, so why did you bring me back? Karen replied, someone asked me too, with a shrug. Who? Gaara inquired again. Karen brushed him aside and turned to face the present Ikibi Jinchuriki. You don't need to know, she said. Surrender and I may even resurrect you after we kill the Ikibi. In return, Konohamaru glared. Like I'd trust you, he said. Tsunade shrugged and rushed forward, his fist ready and clenched. Suit yourself, he said. In a sudden rush of speed, she disappeared and then resurfaced above the Konoha and Suna ninja. As her legs swung down and her heel hit the ground, she yelled, Sa Tenkyaku. Which caused the earth to turn over and scatter them. Why are you doing this, Tsunade? Jiraiya yelled at her as he landed a few feet away on a piece of upturned earth. When Tsunade said, Konoha took everything from me, they betrayed my family and then spat on their legacy. For that alone I have the right to destroy it and end this cycle of hatred. Jiraiya questioned almost imploringly, betrayed. Cycle of hatred, what happened to you, Tsunade? Tsunade retorted, You of all people should be able to understand. Wasn't it your last student who sacrificed himself for the village as its Hokage, and he was betrayed and his son used as the scapegoat for the hatred that came with the Kyuubi's attack? Forming a series of hand seals, Jiraiya screamed, as that was this is about. He slammed his hand down on the ground and exclaimed, "You think I abandoned my godson to that life?" A huge shield resembling a toad Sakazuki and a Sasumata emerged in a puff of smoke. Kuchio's no jutsu. The big toad shivered as its weight squashed the ground it was standing on. "Jiraiya, where am I? It's cold," it said. Jiraiya said, eyes front, "Gamaken, with clarity. I need you to buy some time." Gamaken replied, "Just remember, while preparing his samusata, I'm a bit clumsy." Jiraiya informed him, "I'm going to use Sage Mode." Gamaken stumbled, "Why you don't mean?" Karen wondered, "Sage Mode huh?" She whispered, "Shikushida, Kuchio's no jutsu," as her hand slammed into the snow and seals dispersed across the ground. A moment later, in a burst of smoke, a brown bull, a chameleon, a large rhino, and a dog with multiple heads appeared. Surprised, Kankuro said, "She can summon. I don't remember her doing that the last time we met her." Tamari shouted, "Fa Tun, Akakimi," as she swung her fan, directing a concentrated gust of wind towards the Yuki Nins, and Kankuro launched an assault with 3 enormous puppets. Kakashi exclaimed, "Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu," as he added to the wind jutsu by releasing a huge fireball from his mask-covered mouth. Pitiful, Karen said, raising her hand with a hint of contempt. She whispered, "Gakido, fa jutsu kya in," as her barrier absorbed the wind-fire combination jutsu. "Shirado," she exclaimed as she swiftly turned her other arm and fired a barrage of missiles from her wrist, swiftly destroying and intercepting the puppets. "I thought I taught you once before just how far beneath me you are." "Infa in. Kai," Tsunade said clearly as her chakra surged and the jewel on her forehead dissolved. She added, "Sa za seisei," as seals appeared on the side of her face and across her forehead. "I've been told many times that I'm not on my grandfather's level, however I inherited his will of fire, something you all have forsaken." When Konohamaru threw a shuriken at her, the number swiftly increased to 20. "Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he cried. Tsunade thought, "So you're Sarutobi sensei's grandson," as she ducked the barrage of shuriken, despite one of them grazing her cheek. As the cut on her cheek healed in a few seconds, she said, "Surely you can do better than that." While the rest of her summons had driven the assembled Konoha and Suna Nins to disperse, Karen had leapt into the chameleon's mouth, causing it to camouflage itself. Karen, the oldest of the 3 Sand siblings, leapt out of the chameleon's mouth as it landed next to Kankuro. Karen grabbed his head with her hand and began pulling, tearing his very soul from his body in a single motion, causing Kankuro to gasp in shock. Karen muttered, "Ninjendo, Kyuken no Jutsu," as the now deceased Kankuro fell to the ground. "Kankuro," Tamari exclaimed, horrified by what she saw. Gaara began, "Ria sa Bakuria," as sand erupted from the earth behind him and swept across the battlefield in a wave-like fashion. As the sand engulfed her, Karen trailed off, "This is." Then Gaara said, "Sabaku Tesa," his fist clenched. Karen exclaimed, "Tendo, Shinra Tensai," as the sand was pushed back with amazing force and gravity began to ripple. "Not bad. You've gotten better since the last time we fought." As he impaled Tsunade through the back with his lightning-covered hand, Kakashi yelled, "Reikiri." From behind her, he pulled his hand out as the lightning subsided and he said, "My apologies, Tsunade-sama, but I cannot allow you to threaten Konoha anymore." "Shut your mouth, kid," Tsunade retorted, turning and punching the copy nin fatally in the middle, sending him crashing into the overturned rock. She said clearly, "Byakuga no Jutsu," as seals grew larger and reached every part of her body. She kicked Gamaken away, sending the enormous toad hurtling across the battlefield until it crashed into the snowy forest farther away. "As long as my jutsu is active, I cannot die," she declared. Gaara muttered, "Renden, Suna Shigur," as he began to gather more sand and fire it in a volley at the swiftly approaching Karen. As she ran, Karen raised her hand and said, "Gakido, fa jutsu kya in," letting her barrier absorb the majority of the sand attacks. She got closer and pushed her hand forward, striking a wall of sand as she did so. "Gakido, fa jutsu kya in," she said, swiftly draining the chakra from the sand wall and the rest of Gaara's chakra. She began, "Ninj," but her senses picked up on a blur that was emerging above her. Jiraiya yelled, Senpo, Cho Udama Rasengan. As he landed on her while holding a huge spiraling sphere. Karen backed away from the now drained Gaara and raised her hand to block the approaching attack, trailing off, that's. She whispered, Gakido. Fought Jutsu Kya in, as her barrier swiftly absorbed the chakra ball after coming into direct contact with it. Jiraiya remarked, that's a pretty interesting ability you've got there, as he landed a few feet ahead of her. He was now more toad-like in appearance, with a bigger nose, warts, and yellow eyes with horizontal pupil bars. Two old toads, a male and a female based on appearance, were riding on his shoulders. From the man's right shoulder, Fukasaku asked, Jiraiya boy, why have you summoned us? And why are you using this form? I thought you hated it because of its effects on the ladies or something like that. But Jiraiya never took his eyes off the red-headed woman in front of him. Take a look at who we are facing, he said. Since I'm up against the Rinnegan, I can't afford to hold back. Startled, Shima asked, the sage's eyes. I thought they were a myth. Jiraiya asked, please, lend me your strength, as the ground appeared to crack and crumble all around him. This chakra, Karen thought, her eyes narrowing. This is exactly like Naruto's sage mode, no question about that. Fukasaku exclaimed, all together, as the summoner and the two toads inhaled deeply and made a hand seal. The three exhaled, Senpa, Gomon, and blasted the red-haired woman with a tremendous stream of wind, fire, and oil. Karen mumbled, that's too much, as she raised her hands and took in the impending assault. Gakido. Fought Jutsu Kya in, she said as Jiraiya emerged behind her, triggering her senses. The initial assault was merely a diversion. Quote. Senpa. Kabari Senban. Jiraiya yelled as he fell to his knees and pelted his hair with needle-like projectiles. Karen whispered, Tendo, Shinra Tensai, as she jumped away from her opponent and repelled the volley. She couldn't have seen us, said Fukasaku. We were in her blind spot the entire time. When Shima said, I think she's a sensor, I've been trying to keep her chakra pinpointed ever since we arrived but it keeps disappearing like she's somehow masking it. Jiraiya thought, even the best sensors can't do that. Karen yelled, Tendo, Shibaku Tensai. As she made a triangle seal with her hand, she threw the tiny black gravity orb that had emerged in the center up into the sky, where it swiftly sent a beam of light down onto the world below. As gravity changed around him and began rapidly drawing the earth itself skyward, creating a small moon, Jiraiya questioned, what is this? Your end, replied Karen. Kakashi screamed, Kamui, as he poured all of his remaining energy into his Mangekyo Sharingan. Before the new moon became too large and sucked in the gravity ball, space and time warped in its center. The gathered rock fragments fell and pelted the ground with debris since there was nothing to support them. He thought, Sensei, Rin, Obito, I'm sorry, I'll be there soon, as his strength dwindled. Quote. Damn it, Jiraiya swore as she sensed Kakashi's remaining chakra dwindling. So you were even able to destroy my Chibaku Tensai, Karen thought. She remarked, you Konoha ninja really are something, but that won't save you here, as Tsunade touched down beside her. Now, Jiraiya said, this ends. There has been enough pain and death today. For crimes against Konoha and Suna, I will stop you both here. Fukasaku and Shima sang, shouting, Megan, Gamma Rinsha. Tsunade and Karen were trapped inside a water-like cube with four enormous toad samurai on all sides as the sound reverberated throughout the battlefield. Karen swore, this is a genjutsu, and attempted to break it but was unable to move. When Tsunade said, well played, Jiraiya, she cursed. Quote. Goodbye Tsunade, Jiraiya said quietly as he formed two stone swords in his hands and approached to kill them. A voice murmured, Hiraishin no Jutsu, as Naruto emerged between the two Yuki nins and immediately slapped them both in the head, shattering the genjutsu they were under. That jutsu, Jiraiya said abruptly, looking very pale. Menma-kun. Karen shook her head. She added, you're going to pay for that, while rubbing her head. Naruto said to them, I want both of you to withdraw, the situation has changed. Tsunade asked in confusion, how? The Akatsuki attacked Konoha and killed Danzo. It looks like Tobi was after Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan that the old Warhawk took, Naruto responded. The eye was destroyed so we don't have to worry about it but he's preparing for something big. Quote. Damn, swore Karen, so what now? This is no longer just some skirmishes between our two groups, said Naruto. The fourth great shinobi war has begun. Quote. Let's get out of here, Karen said at last. Jiraiya yelled, I won't let you escape, and swung at the trio. Naruto firmly stated, Hiraishin no Jutsu, as he seized the two women by his side and vanished in a flash of yellow light. Jiraiya screamed, damn it, as he hit the ground with insufficient force to crack it open. That was unquestionably Minato's jutsu, but why is Tsunade with them and who are these people? In addition to meeting with the other Kages, I need to learn what transpired in Konoha. I don't need more questions, I need answers. Quote. Hinoka explained, the 5 major villages have joined together to create some kind of alliance against us and the Akatsuki, though they have no idea where either of us are based, while the group gathered around a large round table in the middle of the room. I still can't believe that old fence-sitter of a Tsuchikage would agree to something like this, said Tsunade. The same with that fool of a Raikage. The 5 major villages have all lost their Jinchuriki besides Konoha, so they're all weakened, Karen argued. They're afraid of what people like the Akatsuki can do with the full power of 7 Biju under their control. Tsunade's comment, I still don't get what the Akatsuki want with the Biju, I mean, what's their endgame? They've been sealing them inside of some kind of demonic statue, replied Naruto. According to the Kyuubi, it's the physical remains of a creature once known as the Aim no Hitotsu no Kami, also called the Jubie. Tsunade, suddenly turning a little pale, said, the Jubie. There's something with more power than the Kyuubi. Apparently the Raikuta Sennin fought and defeated the Jubie before sealing it within himself, becoming the first Jinchuriki. He then created the moon to act as a prison for its physical remains and sealed it away, though it seems someone has broken the seal and summoned the statue. If Obito is able to fully resurrect the Jubie, then this world will end, Naruto clarified. Or at least that's what the Kyuubi keeps telling me. There has to be more to it than that, Tsunade said, shaking her head. There's nothing to be gained by reviving something like that. I agree, Naruto said with a nod. But Obito's plan doesn't matter, we're going to stop him once and for all. The Hokage has been chosen to lead the Shinobi Alliance, as they're calling it, and right now they're setting up a headquarters in Kumo. I've also been tracking the Ikibi Jinchuriki, Hinoka went on. He's being sent to some kind of moving island deep in the land of lightning. Apparently there's some kind of temple there that the former Hichibi Jinchuriki used to gain control of his Biju in a similar manner that you did with the Kyuubi, Naruto-kun. Konohamaru, huh? He's grown a lot over the years, Naruto remarked, grinning slightly. I wouldn't mind fighting him now. The Akatsuki are gathering their forces for a full-scale assault on the land of lightning in order to acquire the Ikibi, Hinoka said. Their numbers stand at about 100,000 while the Shinobi Alliance forces have roughly 80,000. Tsunade whistled at the figures, this is the biggest war since the founding era. And what are we going to do about this? At last Naruto said, Hinoka, Karen, Tsunade Obakan, come with me, and got to his feet. Land of Lightning, Jinchuriki Temple and Turtle Island. In addition to the recent Akatsuki attack on Konoha, the deaths of Kakashi and the Kage's older brother had made the Kage Summit a terrible nightmare for everyone involved. The two groups that appeared to have the strength and determination to directly challenge the 5 main shinobi villages had united them to confront what they saw as a threat to the world. One group had 7 of the 9 Biju, while the other group had a member with the Rinnegan, who was probably descended from the Raikuta Sennin, who was considered the founder of the shinobi world. The young Tobi would undoubtedly be sent to the front lines of the 4th Great Shinobi War, which the strange masked man they had met had declared. As a Jinchuriki, Konohamaru was a weapon of war. In order to achieve this, Jiraiya had sent Konohamaru to an island far inside the land of lightning with a number of shinobi serving as his guards after ordering a number of medic nins to implant Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan into his left eye socket. He had heard that the former Hichibi Jinchuriki had learned to control his Biju here, and that the primary reason he had been given Kakashi's Sharingan following the man's death was to help him better control the Ikibi that was inside of him. As they entered a waterfall-adorned clearing, Konohamaru questioned, is this the place? This is it, Motoi nodded in response. While on the island, the Kumo Nin had been assigned to serve as his guide. It's called the Waterfall of Truth. As he stared at the stunning waterfall before him, Konohamaru continued, and this is where the Hichibi Jinchuriki learned to control his Biju. No, Motoi said, this is just the first step, he said, pointing to the little island at the waterfall's base that is situated in the center of the shallow water. Sit here and close your eyes, Konohamaru. If you do that, you'll be able to see the truth. Okay, Konohamaru said, nodding before approaching the little island and taking a seat in the middle of it. Let's get started. The time had come for him to face his darkness. Uzumaki Temple. The land of fire. Naruto remarked, it appears that no one has been here in years. You mean decades, retorted Tsunade. It's crumbling down, Hinoka said, fading into silence. I know it's pretty far away from Konoha, but I was expecting it to be in better condition than this. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, Konoha tried to erase all knowledge of the Uzumaki clan, of course they'd leave this place to rot. As they entered, Naruto continued, they did the same with my mom and dad's old house. It hasn't been touched since Obito attacked Konoha with the Kyuubi. They were standing in front of a wall with dozens of masks on it when Karen asked, which one is it? Hinoka pondered, let's see, somewhere, before extending her Uzu no Tsurugi. She nodded as her sword approached one of the masks and began to leak chakra that the mask drew in. Here it is, she said. It's kinda creepy, Karen said. Naruto said, I'd better make this quick then, and he put the mask to his face. They followed instructions to stand back, and as soon as the mask touched his face, the Shinigami's recognizable and horrifying spiritual pressure materialized behind him, its arms outstretched. Unlike the Shiki Fujin, which requires forming a contract with the Shinigami in order to use its power, Hinoka said. The Shinigami's mask was created by our clan to break those contracts at the cost of the user's life by allowing the Shinigami to possess the user's body. Tsunade asked curiously, I thought Jinchuriki couldn't summon the Shinigami. Jinchuriki can't use the Shiki Fujin because they have two souls in their bodies and can't enter a contract because of that, Hinoka went on. Using the mask on the other hand doesn't require any sort of contract. As the Shinigami lowered its knife and stabbed itself, leaving Naruto with the same wound, Naruto thought, Kurama. The Kyuubi responded, give me a second, as he used his chakra to repair the damage by flooding his host's system. My yin chakra is returning, in a few minutes I'll be back at full power again. You're welcome, Naruto said with a small smile as his wound fully healed. You're lucky to have the Kyuubi to deal with that kind of thing, Tsunade said. I'd have to resort to my kinjutsu to heal from something like that. Dispelling the Shinigami, Naruto said, let's grab everything not bolted down and leave before Konoha takes notice of our presence, taking off the mask. Land of Lightning. Jinchuriki Temple and Turtle Island. Although he still harbored resentment toward his grandfather and the village that had long rejected him, he was ultimately able to accept that aspect of himself even though fighting his darkness wasn't the solution he had been seeking. Motoi had escorted Konohamaru into the temple and to the same room where Kurabi had faced and subdued the Hachibi in his youth after he had accepted his darkness at the waterfall. As Motoi shut the door, Konohamaru took a seat in the middle of the white room, essentially locking him in case he lost the battle and Shukaku was let go. The Ikibi had to be faced. So you've finally come here, huh? Ha 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 ha, Shukaku exclaimed, its demonic eyes gleaming angrily. I'm going to kill you. Your blood will go everywhere when I crush you with my sand. As he gazed at the sand demon in front of him, Konohamaru sadly asked, you really are insane, aren't you? For what it's worth, I'm sorry that you've turned out like this. Shukaku half laughed, half growled, and pounded on the cage door separating them, saying, just die. Konohamaru sighed and went to the cage door, removing the paper covering the actual seal. There's no use talking to you, he said. He stepped back, brought the key to the seal, turned it, and caused the seal to unravel. You lost your grasp on reality a long time ago, he said. The Ikibi no Tanuki roared, ha 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 ha. I want your blood, before slamming the cage doors and sending a sandstorm through the room. Shit, Konohamaru swore, leaping to the ceiling and shutting his exposed eye. Senjutsu. Senenmoto, he said as his eye opened a moment later. The pupils in his right eye lengthened into horizontal bars, and red rings grew around them, turning the eye yellow. Shukaku roared, Futon, Rinkuden, and hurled a barrage of powerful wind blasts at its Jinchuriki. As he raised his hand to reveal his left eye, Konohamaru thought, this guy won't let up. Here we go, he said, spinning wildly in his new Sharingan as he tracked the enormous wind bullets and leapt high to avoid them. Shukaku yelled, just die already, as he began to compress the red and blue demonic chakra orbs into a single black sphere and gather them to his mouth. Damn, Konohamaru swore as he forced his Sharingan to transform into its Mangekyo form by pushing more chakra into his eye. Shukaku roared, Bijudama, as the sphere burst forward in a golden light beam. Konohamaru cried out, Senpo, Kamui, as time and space began to warp before him. Because of his mastery of the sage arts, Konohamaru's jutsu was more powerful and extensive than any other man's, unlike the ordinary Kamui that Kakashi had used during his lifetime. Because of this, when Kakashi used this jutsu, it could only attract an object the size of a person and would only produce a tiny vortex the size of the eye itself. But when Konohamaru was using his sage mode, the vortex he could produce was 3 times more powerful and 10 times larger. Consequently, Shukaku's attack was sucked in until nothing remained after slamming into the vortex without exploding. What? The Aikibi cried in horror as his most powerful attack vanished from view. Damn you! Konohamaru muttered, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as 2 clones materialized beside him and began transferring chakra to his hand right away, creating a whirling ball of fire. He shouted, Kaden, Ga-en Rasengan, and hurled the fireball at the sand demon. Shukaku screamed, what is this power? As the attack struck him and burst into a column of flames. Before the column died down and revealed his form, he screamed as the heat swiftly turned his sand body to glass. Then, it shattered, causing his chakra to drift away. Whispering, it's over, Konohamaru seized the loose chakra and drew it into his own body. He was encased in a raccoon-like creature of bubbling demonic energy, the chakra changing from gold to red. Dispelling the chakra, he sighed and moved the key seal on his arm to the one on his stomach, turning it. The reconstructing Aikibi was pinned to the ground by a series of torii that descended from above and surrounded the sand demon with a cage. Shukaku yelled angrily, I'll make you pay for this. I swear I'll kill you. Someone who has long since lost their mind has no bearing on my life, Konohamaru replied, sensing the waning of sage mode. He said, I want to help you, as his standard Mangekyo Sharingan was covered in a pattern resembling a 4-pointed shuriken. Koto Amatsukami. Central Tower, Yuki. Land of Spring. Karen sat down in her chair and said, well, what's the news? The Akatsuki have been using some kind of clones grown from my grandfather's cells, Tsunade said, clearly disgusted. These, Zetsu, are what makes up the bulk of the Akatsuki army, though they are admittedly weak compared to my grandfather even if they are a match for regular ninja. They lost half of their numbers in the first day and only killed 20,000 Alliance ninja, Hinoka went on. However, during the night these, Zetsu, seemed to have absorbed the chakra from those that were fighting during the day in order to transform into Alliance ninja. Karen asked, I guess this isn't a regular henge you're talking about? Hinoka retorted, they can replicate an individual right down to their chakra. They snuck into Alliance camps and started assassinating people all across the border. Karen looked a little concerned and said, there's no way to detect them? What about Sensor Nin? Menma-kun could probably sense them with his ability to detect negative emotions, but a regular chakra sensor wouldn't work, Hinoka replied. The Alliance lost another 20,000 during the night and that's when they were deployed to the battlefields. And, they? Karen asked. Tsunade clarified, my granduncle invented a kinjutsu called Edo Tensai. It allows people to bring someone back to life at the cost of another's life, though it's a hollow existence since the one that's summoned is nothing but a puppet for the summoner to control and is practically nothing but a moving corpse. Karen recalled the last time she had encountered that technique and said, a jutsu like that shouldn't have been created, with disgust. When those summoned by Edo Tensai were deployed, the Kages were forced to call a retreat and pull their forces back to Kumo. Among those summoned were the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist and the former Kages, Hinoka went on. Karen said, Hashirama-sama. With concern. Not yet, though I think that's because the summoner has been having a bit of trouble controlling the Nidaime Hokage when he was summoned to the battlefield, Hinoka responded. According to Naruto, or he's being kept in reserve. Or that, Hinoka said with a nod. Karen called out, so what do we do now? I'm going to Kumo, was Naruto's last response. I'll let you handle the Edo Tensai. Shikusha da. Kachiyose no jutsu. Obito said sharply as 7 figures appeared beside him in smoke explosions. 6 of these were his new 6 paths of pain, 6 of the former Jinchuriki, courteous of the Rinnegan he had taken from Nagato and implanted into his left eye socket, and the 7th was his young apprentice, Uchiha Sasuke, who had just killed Danzo and the village elders for their roles in the Uchiha clan massacre. A force of white Zetsu clones was swarming into the village, killing and destroying everything and everyone in their path, with dozens of Edo Tensai ninja right behind them, including their former Sandaime Raikage, who was regarded as the strongest Raikage ever. Kumo was arguably the most militaristic shinobi village on the continent, with Iwa coming in second, and even going so far as to kidnap attempts and use blackmail to bolster its own power. This will all end today, Obito said, looking out over the village that was on fire. Sasuke scoffed as 5 figures fell in front of them. "HN," he said. Looking down at them, Obito thought, "The 5 Kage, do you see now how useless and hopeless this world really is? Are you familiar with despair?" "Stop talking," he yelled angrily. "You'll pay for this as well as for what you did to Yugito and my brother." "Uchiha Madara," Onoki grumbled. "Long ago I lost myself because of you, but from here on I'll pick myself up and stop making excuses." Terumi Mei proclaimed, "We're going to stop you here. You've caused a lot of pain to a lot of people," Jiraiya stated clearly. "All that matters now is not one more. Your end is here," Gaara declared coolly. "To think I'd see the day that the 5 Kage would stand together as one." Onoki grinned in response to the scene. Sasuke said, "5 Kage or not, you are no match for the Uchiha," as he advanced. "Sasuke?" Jiraiya inquired, startled. "And I know the truth about what Konoha did to my clan," Sasuke replied. "Danzo and the elders confirmed everything, before I killed them." Jiraiya trailed off, her eyes narrowed. "You. Come on, Mizukage Dono." As his Raiden no Yoroi burst into life, he screamed. "Okay," Mei said, nodding and inhaling deeply. "Ya-tun. Shikugaria, Gon no Jutsu." She yelled at the 2 Uchiha as a huge stream of lava erupted from her mouth. "Ya-tun. Jutsu no Yakai." As multiple massive lava spheres erupted from the Yonbi Jinchuriki's mouth and collided with Mei's lava stream, he roared. With wide eyes, Onoki trailed off. I know them. That's Roshi and Han." When he recognized his former subordinate, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yugito." Mei, trying to maintain her composure, stated, "Even Yagura is here. They're all Jinchuriki." Kamui. As time and space began to warp and twist around Obito's head, a shout could be heard. As his own space-time technique negated its effects, Obito thought, "This is." He whispered, "Jika, Kanaida," as he watched Konohamaru land next to the cage. "Sarutobi Konohamaru, the Ichibi Jinchuriki. So you've actually taken that eye for yourself, huh?" Sasuke seemed upset by this turn of events, saying, "Konohamaru. You dare desecrate my clan like this? Danzo first, then Kakashi, and now you?" Konohamaru said, "Sasuke," in a tone that bordered on melancholy, "you didn't really learn anything from Naruto Nissan, did you?" Sasuke gave his former teammate a vile glare. "Never mention that shinobi's name in my presence," he said. At his side, 6 columns of red and black chakra exploded. "Since it's the 5 Kage and a Jinchuriki, I think it's best if I don't hold back," Obito thought. What?" Jiraiya was blown back and stammered. "That's..." Mei trailed off at the sight, recalling how long it had been since she had last seen something like this in Yagura. He gritted his teeth and said, "They've entered their version 2 forms, upset." They all had the same black chakra masks covering their faces and white eyes like a deep void of emptiness that sent chills down the Kage's spines, but the 6 Jinchuriki were now encased in a dense red and black chakra that obscured their bodies from view. They all had different numbers of tails, ranging from 2 to 7, and all had distinguishable features, like Fu's beetle-like chakra horn or Han's hat. Obito ordered the 6 Jinchuriki to kill them, and they hurled themselves at the gathered Ichibi and Kage Jinchuriki. Doden. Jutsu no ga Remu. As he built a massive stone golem between them, Onoki yelled, and a moment later, Gaara supplemented it with his sand. Jutsu Kirigakure no. Mei yelled as she blanketed the area in mist. "Go." "They're trying to reduce our sight," Sasuke thought. "It looks like they learned a few things from Kakashi." "Tsuchikage, do it right now," he shouted as he seized the oldest Kage and launched them into the air like a lightning strike. Jinten. Jutsu no Genkei Hikari. As a glowing cube of chakra materialized in his hands and he aimed it directly at the 2 Uchiha, Onoki yelled. Obito said, "It's useless," raising his hand to the approaching attack. "Gakido. Fa, Jutsu Kya, in," he said softly as the beam-like attack was swiftly absorbed. "What? No one had ever completely blocked his Jinten before," Onoki exclaimed in shock. Sure, Hiruzen had always avoided it by using deception, and that blasted Yondaime Hokage had simply teleported away, but no one had ever done that to his jutsu before. "Enough of this!" As he exploded with crimson chakra, Konohamaru screamed. "Konohamaru! He's releasing the Ichibi's chakra?" Jiraiya cried in alarm. Where Konohamaru had been, a fully grown Ichibi no Tanuki stood, with the young Sarutobi perched atop its head. "That's..." Sasuke trailed off. He actually gained full control of that beast. Impressive, Obito said, but it's not enough. Kakazan, Yoden. When a huge lava flower burst from beneath the Ichibi, the demonic Roshi yelled. Konohamaru muttered, Senjutsu. Senin Modo, as his right eye changed to indicate that he had entered Sage mode. Senpo. Kamui. As a vortex developed and sucked in the substantial amount of lava, he cried out. At the sight, Obito thought, Senjutsu is really scary. To boost my jutsu to such a degree. No wonder Madara said it put Hashirama on another level. Observe it. The Gobi is here. Mei screamed as Han abruptly changed into the larger five-tailed demon. You've gotten to me. To everyone's surprise, Shukaku screamed with his own mouth while grabbing the Gobi's horns to prevent him from being impaled. Is the Ichibi there? Onoki inquired in astonishment. Yes, it is, Gaara replied, but it didn't sound like the one I used to know. How dare you treat us like your pets? I will murder you. With a roar, Shukaku threw the Gobi aside and shifted his weight. Sasuke said, I'll deal with this, as he landed in front of the sand demon. Susanoo, he said clearly as the enormous skeletal structure encased his form and grew to a height comparable to the Ichibi. Obito nodded and said, very well, I'll deal with the Kage first, and then the Gobi charged forward before turning and trying to attack him. Damn it, he cursed, feeling his control slip for a moment and having to release a chakra chain that embedded itself in a small chakra rod on the beast's body. Geto. Chakra Kusari, he said, swiftly suppressing the Gobi until it had returned to its version 2 form. As Obito withdrew the chakra chain, the Gobi gritted his teeth and said, it hurts. I can't lose against him. Did he just get attacked by the Gobi? Mei inquired, startled. It's incredibly difficult to control a Biju, Gaara argued, and the Biju themselves hate being considered pets. As the ground cracked around him and the two renowned elders appeared on his shoulders, Jiraiya muttered, Senjutsu. Senin Modo. Forcibly controlling 6 of the Biju with just Dujutsu must require a lot of chakra, he thought. Jiraiya boy? You should call us sooner, Fukasaku remarked. Why did you wait until now to call on us when the world's fate is at stake? What's the matter with you? Shima reprimanded. I'll apologize later, Jiraiya replied. Let's do this, he said, hurling himself directly at Obito and the 6 Jinchuriki. Senpo. Cho Udama Rasengan. Even though he had his 6 Jinchuriki pull back, Obito simply phased through the attack, even after it exploded in a torrent of chakra that leveled a good portion of the surrounding village. I told you it's useless, he repeated as he stood his ground. He grimaced as he watched his ally demolish a portion of his village. This will take years to rebuild, he said. This time it's 2, said an uninjured Obito as the Yonbi and Rokubi Jinchuriki both completely changed into their Biju. I'm done playing this little game, he said after the dust had settled. Now, 2 of them simultaneously? Mei pondered with increasing concern. My father once fought the Hachibi by himself, he assured us. We can beat him. Hey Sansan. A huge stream of acid erupted from the Rokubi's mouth as it roared. Kage again. Doden. Garemu no Jutsu. Onoki shouted as he formed another stone golem to protect against the stream of acid. It is insufficient. Gaara called back as he strengthened the golem with sand to fend off the Rokubi's attack. My village will not be destroyed by you, he shouted, knocking the Yonbi back with a punch to the face. Obito pondered, I think it's about time that I wrap this up, as the Yonbi and Rokubi withdrew to his side. Do it, he ordered, and they began to gather blue and red chakra spheres to put in their mouths. Will they make use of that? Right here? When Jiraiya saw the now black chakra spheres in the mouths of the 2 beasts, her eyes widened. Dude. Onoki swore. Bijudama. As the Kage was struck by the 2 chakra spheres, Obito yelled. And in the middle of the village, 2 domes of light appeared. Sasuke whispered, Amaterasu, as he saw the Ichibi Jinchuriki standing atop his Biju's head, black flames shooting from his eyes. Sasuke, what happened to you? As the black flames were halted by rising sand, Konohamaru asked, why did you turn traitor and desert everyone who loved you? You live in ignorance of your clan's crimes against mine, so I will tell you before I take your life, Sasuke said. Your grandfather and his old teammates of the elders of the village ordered my brother to slaughter my clan. What? Surprised, Konohamaru said, you must be lying. My grandfather would never issue such a directive. This is the same man who sealed the Ichibi in you and who permitted Naruto to be treated like a pariah. In the final line, Sasuke sarcastically remarked, I wonder how many atrocities have been carried out for the village's benefit. After a brief pause, Konohamaru said, I admit that there are things that Konoha has done that I don't agree with, but I don't think what you're doing is the answer. Sasuke grumbled. I will destroy Konoha and your clan for its crimes against me and my family. After saying, then we really have nothing left to say to each other, Konohamaru squinted. Go ahead, Shukaku. Bijudama. The chakra sphere it had been charging fired in a beam of light that swept over Sasuke and his Susanoo, and Shukaku roared. I'm not going to be killed so easily. Damn. Sasuke swore as the explosion subsided after he was pushed back and felt his Susanoo break under the assault. Ga-en Rasengan. Kaden. Konohamaru called out from above as he threw a handheld fireball down at the disoriented Uchiha. It exploded in a column of fire upon contact as the young Tobi landed back on the Ichibi's head breathing hard. He'd been pushing the Ichibi's chakra for a while now as well as his sage mode and was finally feeling the strain from overusing both powers. Did we get him? As he attempted to gradually replenish his sage chakra, he asked. I believe we squandered him, Shukaku chuckled. Obito said, not quite, as the smoke cleared and he was seen standing next to a bruised but still very much alive Uchiha Sasuke. You? However, Konohamaru questioned in a growing panic, where are the Kage? Them? Obito answered, they're dead, he murdered them. The 5 strongest ninjas in the world were all slain by this man in a mask. How in the hell could he oppose such power? Damn you, snarled Konohamaru. Are you familiar with despair now? Obito questioned, it doesn't matter anymore. This world is going to end soon, and I'll make another one of my designs where there won't be any more resentment, hatred, or jealousy. A mortally wounded Jiraiya lay among the rubble that comprised Kumo's battlefield, surrounded by the other 4 Kages and heavily bleeding from his stomach. Jiraiya boy? As the older toad crawled toward the man, Fukasaku gasped. How are you? Are you okay, Pa? Jiraiya let out a raspy voice. With a nod, Fukasaku said, yes, I sent Shima home before the last attack hit us, and he stood shakily. I dare say that if we weren't in sage mode at the time, we would have been dead. What about the others? Jiraiya inquired. They didn't make it, Fukasaku said, before shaking his head. Jiraiya gasped, then closed his eyes and slipped into his eternal slumber. I want you to go to Konohamaru. Tell him to run. Don't let the Akatsuki get the Ichi. Bye, he said. Thus, the Shinobi Alliance comes to an end. Obito said, it's over, as all 6 of his Jinchuriki paths came down next to him in their version 2 guises. Give the Ichibi to me or I'll take it from you by force. Why would you even defend it? Since it was first sealed inside of you, it has only caused you pain. Because it's a part of me, Konohamaru candidly said, that's all the reason I need. Obito said, so be it, and slammed his hand to the floor. Kachiyose. Gedo Mazo. He cried out as a huge demonic statue burst forth from the earth, hoisting Sasuke and himself onto its head. Not that thing again, Konohamaru swore when he saw the statue that had stolen the chakra from his shadow clone when Kisame had taken it months prior. Obito said clearly, let me show you my precious pets, and a moment later, each of the 6 Jinchuriki completely changed into their corresponding Biju. As Konohamaru gritted his teeth, we're outnumbered 8-1, saying, that's a bit much even for me. Damn it, this is unfair. At the sight of his siblings, Shukaku screamed. The voice said, honestly Konohamaru, is this all it takes to frighten you? What? As a figure fell on Shukaku's head in front of Konohamaru, he asked. You? Surprised. Shukaku yelled. What are you doing here? It was obvious that he was still furious about the Konoha attack. The newcomer said, I'm here to help you guys out, as he turned to face them. A mask. You're the one we met in the Land of Iron and the one who called upon Shukaku to attack Konoha, aren't you? Konohamaru muttered, his eyes narrowing. Yes, the masked man said, nodding. At first, I wanted Konoha to acquire a Biju in the hopes that they and the Akatsuki would ultimately destroy one another. But when we're done here, I'm going to release all of the Biju because I never wanted them to be used as pets in this way. Obito narrowed his eyes into a glare and trailed off, I should have expected that you would show up here. As he removed his mask and smiled back at the Ichibi Jinchuriki, the newcomer said, hey Konohamaru, adding, try to keep up because from here on out, I'm on point. En Naruto Nissan? Konohamaru inquired, startled. Naruto? Sasuke asked equally surprised. How? I wouldn't worry about the how, if I were you, Naruto smiled, asking in his mind, are you ready, Kurama? Kurama replied, I've been waiting for this moment for years. Let's do this. Here we go. Naruto yelled as he leapt off of Shukaku's head and exploded in golden chakra. Let's go Kurama. As the enormous form of Kyuubi no Yoko, the strongest of the Biju, landed on the battlefield and loomed over the other Biju, 9 golden tails with a seal etched on their backs sprang out. Then it let out a roar. Kurama, you're such a show-off. Shukaku shouted at the demon fox, which was much bigger. Kurama retorted, I'll deal with you later, Shukaku, while continuing to focus on the other siblings. So, you're operating at full capacity. Damn Kurama, you're like frickin' huge, asked Naruto, grinning. It's the reason I am known as the strongest of the Biju, Kurama replied. Even with half my chakra sealed away by the Shinigami, I was still a match for this manipulative bastard. Is that the Kyuubi? When he was still in the village, Naruto was practically the size of a mountain and several times larger than the other Biju, which is why everyone in Konoha was so terrified of him, Sasuke asked with a good deal of fear. In his mind, Obito commanded his 6 paths to begin charging a series of chakra spheres to use against the demon fox. Damn you, Naruto, he swore. I have to kill him now or he'll undo everything I've accomplished. Ni-san. They're accelerating. When Konohamaru saw the 6 start to gather red and blue chakra orbs, he yelled out. Within the demon fox's mouth, Naruto calmly replied, We've got them, and began charging a number of black chakra spheres around him. Kurama lunged forward, his tails tearing up the landscape, leveling nearby mountains, and effectively throwing away the 6 Jinchuriki paths with a series of flicks. Bijudama. Shukaku hurled a black chakra sphere straight at the demonic statue while yelling behind him. Obito raised his hands in defense of the statue and swore, shit, saying, Tendo. Shinra Tensai. As gravity changed and he attempted to block the wave of demonic energy that swept over them, he cried out. Amaterasu. As he threw Konohamaru another volley of black flames, Sasuke yelled. Kamui. In response, Konohamaru swiftly formed a vortex to absorb the flames. Renzoku Bijudama. Kurama attacked the 6 Jinchuriki paths with a flurry of black chakra spheres while roaring. Renzoku Bijudama. As they launched several of their own chakra balls, the 6 Biju roared back. Later, with a deafening explosion, the dust cleared as Kurama slid to a stop beside the much smaller Shukaku with a grin on his face. Why wouldn't he? He hadn't had this much fun in decades, and he hadn't actually fought against his siblings in centuries, so for once he was actually enjoying himself. The village was completely destroyed in the series of dome-like explosions that followed, some of which went off course and were flung towards nearby mountains, making them vanish. At the sight that met his eyes, Konohamaru trailed off the village. Everything was gone. Kumo was already lost before I arrived, Naruto stated to him. There was nothing you could have done. The words, it doesn't mean I have to like it, Konohamaru sighed. At the forefront, as the 6 changed Jinchuriki began accumulating chakra into a single enormous black sphere, Shukaku yelled. Konohamaru swore and began charging his sage chakra once more, saying, Damn it. I'm going to deflect it with my Kamui. Don't bother, Naruto replied. We've got this, he said, raising his hands and beginning to form an even larger black chakra sphere. Damn show-offs, complained Shukaku. Bijudama Udama. As they launched the enormous black sphere, the 6 Jinchuriki let out a roar. Bijudama Udama. As his own chakra ball exploded at them, Kurama roared. As they collided in the middle, they burst into a huge dome of light that engulfed the entire area, destroying the clouds above them and destroying everything within 1,000 miles. As the light faded, Naruto and Konohamaru were still visible standing on top of Kurama and Shukaku, with Kurama's tails wrapped around the necks of each of the 6 paths, with clones of Naruto inside each tail, clinging to the chakra rods embedded in them. Sasuke stood next to him on top of the statue's head, and his Susanoo was active, creating armor for the statue and being the only reason that the statue had actually survived that last clash. With the 6 Biju resealed in the statue and his paths effectively out of the picture, Naruto and Konohamaru released both Kurama and Shukaku's forms before landing beside each other to confront the 2 Uchiha. Obito glared nearby as Naruto tore out the chakra rods, forcing Obito to have his Gedo Mazo launch a series of chakra chains to grab and pull the Biju back into the statue. With no small measure of contempt, Obito uttered the words, Uzumaki Naruto, why don't you just give up and concede defeat? Naruto's honest response was, because I still have something worth living for. People like who have given up on this world have no right to tell us to give up, Konohamaru said. The graveyard of the mountain. The land of the lost. Yakushi Kabuto was different from people like Sasuke, Tobi, and even Orochimaru himself because he never really had a real identity or even a home, which is what made him such a good spy and, more importantly, a good liar. The closest thing he had ever had to a family was with her back in the orphanage before everything started with Danzo, Root, Konoha, and his former master, Orochimaru. After Sasuke had killed Orochimaru, Kabuto had traveled to the Ryuchi cave, home of the snakes, and trained in the sage arts under the Great White Snake. He then approached Tobi and offered to join him for no other reason than his own amusement, calling legends back to this impure world from beyond the grave with Edo Tensei. But he hadn't anticipated that they would find him. As he remained crouching over his battlefield map, Kabuto remarked, "You broke through my barrier," adding, "It seems you know it quite well." "I am the best chakra sensor in the shinobi world," Karen said bluntly as she stood next to Tsunade. "It wasn't that hard to find you. After Suna raided your home village for your sensory ability, Orochimaru-sama made a concerted effort to locate you." Uzumaki Karen, Kabuto laughed. "I wonder how far he would have gone if he had known that you also possessed the Rinnegan." "Kukakuku, I suppose we'll never know now." "We're here to kill you," Tsunade said, "and put an end to your Edo Tensei." "Edo Tensei?" With obvious amusement, Kabuto questioned, "I am the only one who can stop this jutsu. Even if I were killed, it wouldn't stop." Ha 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 ha. When Tsunade saw his new appearance, he said, "You've become just like Orochimaru. You are nothing but a fake." "So are you too," Kabuto retorted. "I am aware that Senju Hashirama harvested a Sharingan and transformed it into the Rinnegan, which he then gave to you, Karen, after he supposedly survived the first shinobi war. And you, Senju Tsunade, inherited his medical ninjutsu expertise, but I believe we all understand that neither of you could ever match the Shodai Hokage. You two are merely the deluded descendants of a man who was essentially a living deity. What is your ultimate goal? I understand that Tobi wants the Biju to bring the Jubie back to life, but what exactly do you want?" Karen inquired. "Me? I wanted the power of those legends that were recognized as the strongest in history," Kabuto said with a laugh, "and I thought that was obvious. This has been nothing but a test, and I'm happy to say that it's a complete success." "I'm going to kill you," Karen stated plainly. "I'll deal with those you've summoned after you're dead. I'm sure my ninjendo can remove the souls of the people you've resurrected and enslaved." The two Yuki nins tensed as the snake slithered out from behind him and began to enlarge. "This is my field and nature is on my side," he said as the snakes lunged directly at them. "Her Rinnegan could be a problem if I don't handle this carefully," Kabuto thought as he stood up and formed a hand seal. Karen muttered, "Tendo. Shinra Tensei," as the snakes crashed into the distant wall as gravity shifted and blew them away. Sa, Tenkyaku. The floor splintered as Kabuto's body appeared to vanish as the snakes dispersed and wound themselves around different spikes throughout the room. Tsunade yelled as she emerged above the snake user and swung down with her leg. Karen tried to sense him and said, "Hiding won't save you. His chakra is scattered everywhere." The voice of Kabuto reverberated throughout the room. "This is a jutsu I created after researching and modifying the transformation ability of the Hizuka clan. It's an ability of mine to transform myself into liquid form. This chakra is..." Karen thought, sensing the familiar change in their surroundings. "No way. That's not possible. This guy couldn't have learned that," she thought. Orochimaru-sama's curse seal was originally created after studying a young man named Jugo, Kabuto went on. His clan had a rather unusual ability to passively absorb natural energy into their bodies. Karen trailed off, her eyes narrowed. "This is..." "Karen?" The redhead was asked by Tsunade. "Where on earth did you find out about this?" Karen insisted. "From the Ryuchi cave of course," laughed Kabuto. "I've finally located it. I trained myself and achieved true ascension under the White Snake Sage's tutelage. At last, I outperformed Orochimaru-sama." One of the snakes spewed out an arm after falling from the spikes. "Shirado!" Karen exclaimed as she fired off a beam of chakra that tore into the snake, though it had moved enough so that the blast didn't hit anything vital. "I missed?" she inquired, startled. "While in this form I too can sense chakra," replied Kabuto. "I always have the force of nature itself with me after all." With wide eyes, Tsunade trailed off. "The force of natural. You couldn't have that form requires a tremendous amount of chakra to activate, let alone maintain. You simply do not have enough chakra for such a thing." "I have enough chakra to achieve my objectives because I absorbed the majority of Orochimaru-sama's power from his remains and combined it with the numerous experiments I've conducted on myself to harness the power of people like Jugo." As he climbed out of the snake's mouth, Kabuto explained, Even Orochimaru-sama couldn't become a true sage like I did. He tried to acquire this ability himself, but he just didn't have the right body for it. At what she saw, Tsunade shook her head and said, "You actually learned senjutsu." Kabuto declared, "My power in sage mode is greater than anything either of you can bring to bear," as his pupils lengthened into snake-like vertical slits and black rings formed around his eyes. "I am no longer a snake. Now, I am a dragon." As he removed the cloak to reveal his new form, he exclaimed, "Senjutsu. Senin Modo." Karen grimaced, "This isn't going to be easy, we'll take him together," Tsunade said. Kabuto grinned and slammed his hand to the ground, saying, "I wouldn't be so sure about that." Kachiyose. Edo Tensai. Beside him, 3 coffins burst from the earth. "You didn't," Tsunade said, her face going pale as the coffins opened and their contents were visible. "By the sage," she muttered as she noticed the man emerge from the middle coffin. "Maybe I ought to present you. Senju Tsunade, Uzumaki Karen, let me introduce you to Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Nagato, and Uchiha Madara," Kabuto said, laughing. Madara started to say, "So it finally happened. It would appear that lil brat Nagato managed to grow," but stopped when he saw what he was seeing. What took place? Standing unsteadily on his own broken feet, Nagato questioned, "This is the real world. But I died. What's going on?" After a pause, Itachi said, "Kabuto. I summoned you all with Edo Tensai," Kabuto clarified. "Edo Tensai, did you say? That jutsu is referred to as a total atrocity against the universe's entire life-death cycle, isn't it?" "Who are you?" Madara asked. As the Hubei Sennin introduced himself, he grinned and said, "My name is Kabuto. I'm his partner. Your Edo Tensai is unique among the others. I made you even better than you were in your prime." "My best?" Madara squinted at him. "Are you aware of my prime?" "Well, no, not really. How about you show me?" "Hello Itachi, Nagato. It's been a long time," Kabuto said, hinting at the Uchiha's strength before focusing on the other 2 men who had been called. "You were Sasori's spy," Nagato remarked, while squinting. Itachi thought, "He seems to have brought us back to life with Edo Tensai. What, I wonder?" "Nagato," Madara said, sounding almost bewildered, "you would have to die in order to be called forth. And you didn't use Rinne Tensai to bring me back to life as we had intended. What's up with everyone? What took place?" "Tensai Rinne?" Nagato inquired in alarm. To the redhead by her side, Tsunade muttered, "This is bad. I'll keep Madara, Itachi, and Nagato away. Do you think you can handle Kabuto by yourself?" Karen honestly replied, "Maybe, it won't be easy, that's for sure." "Kaden. Mekyaku Goka," Madara screamed as he threw a huge fireball at the 2 women. Karen said, "Gakido. Fa, Jutsu Kya, in," as she swiftly absorbed the fire. Madara realized, that's the Rinnegan, and asked, "How do you have those eyes?" Karen told him, "That's none of your business." "Sa, Tenkyaku," Tsunade cried out as she descended with her leg after emerging above the fabled Uchiha. Madara muttered, "Susanoo," as his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan materialized and enveloped him in a dark blue chakra skeleton. Tsunade began to say, "That's," but was swept away when the ribcage grew and encircled Madara in a huge, ethereal monstrosity. Nagato remarked, "So this is Uchiha Madara, impressive. This doesn't even come close to his real strength," Itachi retorted. "Tendo. Tensai Shinra." Karen yelled as she launched Madara backward, Susanoo and all, with a blast of gravity. Madara closed his eyes and pondered, "It would seem that your mastery of the Rinnegan is too much." Kabuto grinned broadly and said, "Here it is, from behind." Madara opened his eyes and showed the gray ripple pattern of the Rinnegan. "Allow me to show you just how to use those godly eyes of yours," he said clearly. "Is the Rinnegana as that?" Surprised, Karen asked. Kabuto laughed and made Madara leap back to his side, saying, "As we guessed, so the Sharingan can really ascend into the Rinnegan." "You mentioned that your name was Kabuto. What did you do to my body?" "I was able to awaken these eyes shortly before my death," Madara clarified. "I told you, didn't I?" Kabuto laughed heartily and said, "I made you even better than you were in your prime." "So you survived your battle with my grandfather," Tsunade realized, "and you took his power in order to awaken the Rinnegan. You know the secrets of my body? How could someone like you decipher the writing on the Uchiha monument when you can't even read it?" Madara asked Kabuto. In a sincere response, Kabuto said, "Orochimaru-sama and I just developed a hypothesis based on data we collected from experiments. And now you just proved that our hypothesis was correct. The Rakuta Sennin. Finally I can see a part of that god's strength. Thank you for the power I gave you. The Susanoo exploded into being again, but this time it had 2 faces on its head and its 4 arms were locked in a pair of hand seals. Don't misunderstand, Madara replied, adding that, this power wasn't created by you. What's happening? As the ground began to rumble beneath them, Tsunade inquired. As Karen's power levels increased, she went pale and said, this chakra, this is insane. Tendo. Shinsei Tengai. The entire region was leveled and a significant portion of the landscape was destroyed when Uchiha Madara dropped 2 meteors on the mountain's graveyard. Kabuto had to use his oral rebirth to survive what was obviously a jutsu meant to eliminate all opposition, in contrast to the Edo Tensei zombies, who are now rapidly recovering from the previous attack. The magnitude of the devastation Madara had caused with just 1 jutsu left Kabuto speechless. It appeared to be something that only a god could accomplish. Kabuto smiled and thought, so this is the power of the Rakuta Sennin. Splendid. This is a view I haven't enjoyed in a long time, Madara said, looking out at the devastation. Itachi raised his voice, the power of the Rinnegan, it certainly lives up to the myth. At the sight, Nagato shook his head and said, all this power is good for his pain. Madara questioned the Habi Sennin, Kabuto, was it? Just how much do you know about me? I think I'm right that when you fought the Shodai Hokage at the Valley of the End, you didn't die, did you? Despite losing to Hashirama, you gained a portion of his power, am I wrong? Replied Kabuto. Madara's eyes narrowed, then he raised his hand and peered inside his collar. With a pause, he said, so that's why. You've certainly prepared well. Do you know our plan as well? The response from Kabuto was, not in detail but I am on your side, though I'm unsure if Tobi will act as planned given the current situation. There's something I want to make sure of before anything else, Madara uttered as he slammed his hand onto the floor, causing seals to spread out before retracting seconds later. It appears you haven't captured the Kyuubi yet. Nagato thought, so the Kyuubi Jinchuriki still lives, huh? He's the one that defeated me though it was, Madara, that killed me. Kabuto laughed merrily, Tobi is an interesting one, isn't he? The Kyuubi is still inside its Jinchuriki though I do not know where it is at this time. The words, Uzumaki Naruto, sighed Nagato, he reminds me much of myself. Curiosity prompted Madara to ask, Uzumaki? From Mito's clan? Interesting? Karen tried to slow her breathing and said, if I hadn't created that chakra chain barrier, he would have gotten us with that last one. What do we do? Tsunade answered, I'll take care of those 3 while you murder Kabuto. Karen said, that's suicide, and shook her head, you can't take those 3 on alone. Karen, said Tsunade quietly, let's end this war today. Karen trailed off, you're going to. Before nodding and the 2 leapt out over the battlefield in the direction of their adversary. Just don't get yourself killed. Here they come, said Itachi. Madara nodded and made a series of hand seals. Good, he said. A forest erupted from the earth all around them, attempting to skewer the 2 women. This will make more of an impact if it's his granddaughter that's facing me, the woman said. Mokuton. Jukai Koden. Tsunade exclaimed, that's my grandfather's Mokuton. Tendo. Shinra Tensei. Karen cried out as the enormous forest was pushed away from them by gravity. Before leaping back and slithering away, Kabuto thought, perhaps it would be best if I retreated to a safe distance while I have Madara handle these 2. Karen shouted, Kabuto is escaping, and followed the fugitive Habi Sennin, I'm going after him. Tsunade shouted back, good luck, just before the redhead vanished from view. Madara said scornfully, you sent her away to face us alone? You're definitely his descendant. Uchiha Madara, exclaimed Tsunade, I will defeat you here. Karen landed in front of the Habi Sennin and yelled, I'm not going to let you escape. She has excellent senses, Kabuto thought as he stopped. Unless I kill her right now, she will be able to follow me wherever I go. I need to go help Tsunade-sama quickly, Karen thought. Kabuto yelled, Senpo. Hikugeki no Jutsu, as a dragon-like apparition with a tiny orb in one hand was expelled. Then, in a huge, blinding flash of light, the spirit dragon surrounded the orb and slammed its mouth down on it. Karen had to cover her ears and close her eyes as the light grew brighter and a loud booming noise sounded through the air. He's using light and sound to obstruct my vision and hearing. Karen realized that this jutsu was undoubtedly designed to counter dujutsu. My snake cornea prevents light from entering my eyes, and by liquefying my internal organs, I am also able to withstand vibrations and noises in the atmosphere. As he closed in on the paralyzed Uzumaki, Kabuto smiled ominously. I'm the only one who can move in this situation with my Sage mode. Karen whispered, you're going to pay for that, but they couldn't hear her because so much white chakra burst out of her body. What is this? Kabuto thought, startled. She had a sudden surge in her chakra. Karen yelled, Tendo. Shinra Tensai. As Kabuto was blown back through the battlefield's debris by gravity. So even when she's disoriented, her sensory abilities are still functioning. Kabuto was a little concerned. Karen said, I'm done playing games with you. Shirado, she cried as her hand, which was connected to her arm by a cable, slid away. Kabuto's position was hit by a barrage of tiny projectiles that swiftly shot off and rained down along the cable. Senpo. Muki Tensai. Kabuto grinned ominously as the earth itself sprouted life and shielded him from the volley that was falling. Karen was attacked from all sides by the shifting ground, which forced her to retreat in order to avoid being skewered. This is what kind of jutsu? As she stepped back from the two, Karen thought. Kabuto roared, Senpo. Yamada no jutsu. As his body erupted and exploded upward, transforming into a gigantic 8-headed snake that was 10 times bigger than Orochimaru's had ever been. As Karen gazed at the creature in front of her, she thought, this is insane. It is just as large as the Kyuubi. Kabuto roared, die, from inside one of the snake's mouths. The landscape was torn apart by a torrent of fire as purple orbs of chakra formed in their mouths and released a beam like blast of chakra. Karen yelled, Gakido. Fa, Jutsu Kya, in, as she swiftly encircled herself with her absorption barrier to withstand the assault. Do you see how useless it is now? Even if you have the Rinnegan, you are no match for me now, Kabuto yelled with joy. Tendo. Shibaku Tensai. Karen exclaimed, the tiny gravity orb she was holding. Then, as the ground trembled and the earth itself shifted as it was drawn upward, she threw it into the air. As she struggled to keep up her strongest jutsu, she thought, I didn't think he'd be this strong. She could now honestly state that, aside from Naruto, she had never engaged in combat with someone who could truly test her limits, and even then, they typically stopped before they killed one another. She was aware that she would lose if this Hubby Sennin didn't finish it because it was stronger than she had expected. Kabuto screamed, no, as his enormous body was raised off the ground and fell in the direction of the newly created miniature moon. He began to say, I won't die but was interrupted when a couple of mountains were lifted and dropped on top of him, which buried him beneath the small moon. It was finished. Karen gritted her teeth and collapsed to her knees, her mouth dripping blood. Damn, she said. Her body had always been severely strained by that final jutsu, and this time was no exception. I would have died had I not been an Uzumaki. She needed to assist Tsunade now. Madara yelled, Mokuton. Kajukai ka rin. As a huge wooden plant in the shape of a flower burst from the earth, releasing a stream of gas across the battlefield. As she withdrew to avoid it, Tsunade remarked, that's my grandfather's jutsu too, to her surprise. Madara said, you're too distracted, as he burst from the earth behind her, his body encased in a well-known chakra construct. Susanoo. As she attempted to put some distance between them, Tsunade thought, he doesn't even need the Itachi and pain to help him. He is nearly inhumanly strong. Madara screamed, Kaden. Goka Mekyaku, and threw a massive fireball at the escaping Senju Kunoichi. Tsunade thought, I can't afford to hold anything back against this monster, and she hurriedly lifted her forehead seal. Infa. In. Kai, seals began to appear all over her body as the flames consumed her form. Byakuga no Jutsu. Madara thought, you dance well, as he landed close to her, but your steps are too slow. Tsunade exclaimed, it will take more than that to stop me, as she leapt from the flames, her skin burns healing in a matter of seconds. From what I've seen so far, your power pales in comparison to that of Senju Hashirama even if you were his descendant, Madara said. Even if you were able to use medical ninjutsu without hand seals, you aren't even in the same league as the likes of us. Tsunade said, I'm not my grandfather, and she glared. I fought a real fight to the death against Hashirama, Madara went on to affirm. His expression twisted into a sneer. This is nothing compared to that, he said. What can you possibly do? You can't use Mokuton and you're a weak woman, especially compared to the likes of Uzumaki Mido. Weakness revolts me. Weak Senju even more so. I am the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama who was regarded as the strongest shinobi of his era, Tsunade replied with a wink. It's true I can't use Mokuton and it's true I'm a woman, but I am certainly not weak. Prove it, she was challenged by Madara. Tsunade exclaimed, Hachiman. Kai, as she burst into a green chakra column. Nagato remarked, she is releasing her chakra all at once. It's the 8 celestial gates that regulate chakra, Itachi clarified. Opening them is considered a kinjutsu because of the stress it puts on the user's body. Madara questioned her, do you really wish to die that much? Opening all 8 gates at once is going to kill you. You're wrong, retorted Tsunade. As long as my Byakuga no jutsu is active I cannot die even with all 8 gates open. Byakuga, thought Madara, never heard of it. Tsunade yelled, that's because I created it, as she vanished in a flash of speed and then resurfaced in front of Madara. As the Senju woman punched his Susanoo in the ribs, nearly caving it in, Madara thought, she's much faster than before. As he was flung back a long way, he added, she's stronger too. Kaiten. Goka Mekyaku. Harudora. Tsunade retaliated by launching a powerful, tiger-shaped burst of air pressure. As the tiger swiftly put out the fire, Madara remarked with approval, now this is Hashirama's descendant. You're mine now, Tsunade yelled as she ran in his direction. Susanoo. Itachi exclaimed as he lowered himself before her, the Yama no Kagami brought down to protect him and his chakra construct completely formed around him. Nagato yelled, Tendo. Shinra Tensai, and swiftly threw a gravity wave at her back. Tsunade pushed herself back to her feet and thought, damn it. If the other two keep stepping in like this, how am I supposed to kill him? With composure, Madara said, you certainly aren't a weak woman, but you still can't compare to Hashirama. That man. I don't know what he left you. But this falls short of what he could do. He should have taught his underlings how to resurrect him like I have done and then maybe I could have a challenge. When Tsunade said, I've had enough of your talk, she glared. Madara said, Taju Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, as a dozen wooden clones rose from the ground beside him. Susanoo, the clones said a moment later, forming their own twisted chakra structures around their bodies, arms and legs included, making them appear like giants on the battlefield. As she delivered another blow, Tsunade thought, I can't win like this. She cried out, Harudora. As another pressure tiger appeared and ripped through the group of wood clones enhanced by Susanoo. Madara crossed his arms and pondered, you were able to destroy my clones, Dark blue chakra burst from his form numerous times, as had been the case with him and his clones before. Very well then, I guess it's time I show you the full power of Uchiha Madara, he said. The chakra stabilized and became a genuinely enormous ethereal tengu that loomed over the battlefield. His voice echoed, Senju Tsunade. Anything and everything you stand for will be crushed. You are nothing before me, Susanoo. When Tsunade saw the newly created chakra construct, she thought, that thing. That's insane. With both wonder and terror. Something like this. It's hard to believe my grandfather actually defeated you, it's incredible. From his position atop the Tengu's head, Madara stated unequivocally, Hashirama was the only person who could stop me. He grinned and said, too bad he's not around anymore. A moment later, the Tengu swiftly pulled out its sword and swung it across, releasing a tremendous burst of chakra and air pressure that sliced through 2 nearby mountains and carved up the landscape. Though in a way that's a good thing. Because if I'm the only one here then this time the maps won't need to be redrawn so drastically, the Tengu said. Incredible, Itachi said, attempting to remain composed in the face of the blatant display of power. So this is the power of Uchiha Madara. Nagato concurred, saying, he certainly lives up the legend. This Susanoo is destruction itself. A slash of its sword can destroy all things in nature and it's as powerful as any Biju. Senju Tsunade, prepare to be crushed, Madara said. As Tsunade gazed up at the enormous chakra construct, she thought grimly, I can't win in a conventional fight against something like that. As she made a series of hand seals, she thought, there's only one way for me to win this. Shiki Fujin. With narrowed eyes, Madara trailed off, that's. When Nagato saw the jutsu, he asked, what is that? When asked, a kinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, Itachi replied. The Yondaime Hokage used it to seal away the Kyuubi and the Sandaime Hokage used it to seal the Ichibi. If I remember correctly it also cost both of them their lives, Nagato thought. She must be planning on ending this here. Madara mockingly said, how unsightly, as his Susanoo Tengu lowered its sword. As she created 2 shadow clones, Tsunade exclaimed, this may cost me my life but it's my victory. As she felt the Shinigami itself push its hand through her and her clones, she exclaimed, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," and they ran forward more quickly than the three could keep up. Then, the hands sprang from their stomachs and swiftly seized Madara, Itachi, and Nagato. Madara felt his soul being ripped from his undead body and yelled angrily, "I have come too far to fall here, Senju." Tsunade's clones, and she cried out, "Fuin," as a seal formed on her stomach, drawing Madara, Itachi, and Nagato in. As the Shinigami's hand withdrew, tearing her soul and the three she had sealed with it, she trailed off, "It's over." Her breathing slowed and she slumped to the ground, dispelling the clones. "It's finally over." Karen's tearful face was the last thing she saw before closing her eyes for good. Kurama snarled, "These guys are like cockroaches," and slammed the Gedo Mazo's face into the ground. "Just die already." Shukaku shouted, "Die, die, die," as he pressed up against Sasuke's fully developed Susanoo. Obito grunted in frustration as the blonde Jinchuriki swooped down at him. "Damn you, Naruto," he said. "Rasengan!" Naruto exclaimed as he swung the spiraling sphere toward Uchiha, who was wearing a mask. Obito yelled, "That won't work," as they exploded after passing through him. "What's the matter? You look tired," Naruto said with a smile as he landed a short distance away. To which Obito replied, "What do you mean?" Naruto grinned broadly and remarked, "I can't see your face but I can tell, you can't keep this up much longer." With a hand seal, Obito said, "I guess I'll have to go with plan B then." A moment later, in a puff of smoke, a big pot and a smaller bottle appeared at his side. When Konohamaru asked, "What's that?" Obito threw the pot into the Gedo Mazo's mouth, causing it to scream. "In truth, I wanted to revive it in its complete form, but even if it's just a piece, it will maintain its power. It's already too late for you," he said. Naruto exclaimed, "What the hell did he just do?" "Look carefully and feel it under your skin," Obito said in a somber tone. "The Jubie has been revived. Behold the beginning and end of this world." From his position on top of Shukaku's head, Konohamaru yelled, "That's impossible. You don't have the Ichibi or the Kyubi." "A piece," gritted Shukaku's teeth. "The clone you captured." Konohamaru asked his Biju, "You mean the clone I made to fool Kisame? He didn't take you. Only the small amount of your chakra I put into my shadow clone." Now concerned, Naruto questioned, "So it only needs a part of the Biju to be revived?" "That pot and bottle he had the statue devour were tools created by Old Man Rakuda," Kurama said. "They have the power to seal away almost anything. Whatever goes in never comes out no matter what happens. Earlier I felt the presence of those that had absorbed a bit of my power, but they suddenly vanished from my senses earlier. The Shinobi Alliance must have used the pot and bottle to seal them." Naruto grimly remarked, "If that's true then the statue now has your chakra in it too." Kurama added, "But it's only a piece. I don't know what kind of form the Jubie will be revived in." When Konohamaru said, "If that's the case then I want to try something," Obito said, "Sarutobi Konohamaru, quite clearly. You're just like Kakashi. You open your mouth so easily that it's no wonder you've lived a life of regret." "Regret? I regret nothing," Konohamaru denied. "Naruto. Konohamaru. Why do you fight against us? We're trying to create a better world free of this hell," Sasuke replied to the two. "You're both Jinchuriki and have suffered more than anyone, so why do you still fight for this world?" The truthful response from Naruto was, "Because we're the only ones who can." "Yeah," concurred Konohamaru. "We were born to do this." "I see," Sasuke said, nodding as his Susanoo came back into shape. "Old Man Rakuda once said that the Jubie's complete revival will signal the end of the world," Kurama thought. "But then again it's only got a piece of Shukaku's and my chakra instead of the whole thing, so I think we stand a chance." "You're misunderstanding," Obito shot back. "The Jubie's revival doesn't need to be perfect for my plans. My goal is to use it as a power source to cast my Mugen Tsukuyomi on this entire world. To make this world one with no war, no peace, nothing. A perfect world. There lies truth in a singular consciousness that has abandoned individuality. This world no longer needs heroes or hope for the future. If the Jubie is revived even in its incomplete state, I'll be able to use Mugen Tsukuyomi and then reality will end. All that will exist is a single never-ending dream." Naruto smiled and said, "Has anyone ever told you that you're kind of an asshole? Seriously, that's the biggest load of shit I've ever heard. Simply put, individuality makes people blind to the truth," Obito said. "My words, the words of a nobody, are the true words that will lead this world to the truth." Konohamaru yelled, "Rasengan, and swung directly at the statue. Sasuke retorted, "Chidori," as he emerged in front of Ichibi Jinchuriki's attack. Before abruptly exploding with enough force to blow both fighters away from one another, the two techniques clashed in a sea of wind. While Konohamaru was being held down by one of Naruto's clones, Sasuke collided violently with the statue's side. "Fools," sneered Obito. "We won't let you touch the Gedo Mazo." "Let's see about that," shouted Naruto as he burst forward with Kurama. He yelled, "Futon Rasen Shuriken," as he swiftly shaped a white chakra shuriken in his hand and threw it at Obito. Obito said simply, "Pitiful," as he passed through the chakra shuriken. "Who says I was aiming for you?" Naruto smiled. Sasuke roared, "Susanoo," as the chakra shuriken closed in on him, forming a truly enormous chakra construct over the yelling Gedo Mazo. As the chakra shuriken sliced through Sasuke's Susanoo and grew into a spinning ball of wind that encased the majority of the statue, Obito swore, "Damn you," forcing Sasuke to dodge the blow. Konohamaru exclaimed, "It's not over yet," as his Mangekyo Sharingan came back to life. He cried out, "Kamui," as time and space warped around the statue's neck. Instead of using his Sage Mode to boost its power and possibly transport the entire thing to that other dimension on the other side of this jutsu, he had chosen to use the standard jutsu. He had decided that it would be best to try and kill it right here and now because, after all, there's no way to know if it could return after completing its transformation once on the other side. Obito remarked, "A good plan," as he leapt in near the statue. He whispered, "Jika, Kan Ida," as time and space shifted abruptly before returning to normal. He added, "But not good enough," as he swiftly made a number of hand seals. "How did he?" Konohamaru questioned, startled to see his jutsu rendered useless. Obito said bluntly, "You're too optimistic," as he slammed his hand to the floor. He exclaimed, "Uchiha Kenjin," as a huge wall of fire erupted from the earth surrounding the yelling statue. "Don't underestimate me." Who is this guy? How on earth is he able to respond to Kamui in this manner? How did this guy do that? Kakashi-sensei never stated that it couldn't be stopped in that manner. Konohamaru eyed the masked Uchiha and thought anxiously. Naruto yelled, "Konohamaru, cover me," as he leapt from Kurama's chakra body and charged directly at Obito. Konohamaru proclaimed, "Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu," as he blew a huge fireball at the masked Uchiha. Obito sneered, "You are still underestimating my power," as he blew the flames out with his gunbai. "You are mine now, Naruto," he said, turning to seize Uzumaki, who was now much closer. As a three-pronged kunai swooped over the masked Uchiha, Naruto yelled, "Hiraishin no Jutsu." The blonde instantly teleported. "Rasengan," he roared, pushing the whirling sphere of chakra downward. As the spiraling sphere hit down, Obito yelled, "I'm not going to fall for that," and twisted the gunbai around to protect his back. Uchihageshi. The gunbai reflected the attacking jutsu, causing a power explosion that blew Naruto several feet away. The Uchiha finally caught Naruto and sucked him into his own space-time vortex, grinning behind his mask. "Jika Kan Ida," he said. "I finally got you." Obito looked up, startled, as Naruto shouted, "Not quite." From above, Naruto yelled, "Senpo, Cho Udama Rasengan," as he collided with a much bigger spiraling sphere. Obito sneered, "You're a bit slow," as he shifted into his own dimension and out of reality, only to encounter another Naruto. The previous clone, he thought, startled. Don't tell me that he intentionally allowed me to grab him. Quote. The Naruto clone yelled, "Rasengan," as he smashed another spiraling sphere into Obito's face, causing his mask to break apart. Shit, Obito thought as he made his way back to the battlefield, his scarred face visible through the remnants of his mask that had fallen to the ground. Naruto thought, so that's what you look like, when he first saw the face of the oldest Uchiha. It's hard to believe that one of my dad's old students would turn out like you've done. With composure, Obito replied, "Your father was never there when it really mattered." Over his shoulder, Konohamaru inquired, "Who is he?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders and said, "A former student of my father, and Kakashi's old teammate. He was supposed to have died in the last war but he somehow survived and summoned the Kyuubi to attack Konoha 21 years ago." Sasuke said, "So I am not the last Uchiha alive after all," as he touched down next to Obito. Surprised, Naruto said to his old teammate, "You aren't dead yet. I thought I killed you already." Gazing at his erstwhile best friend, Sasuke thought, "You really have changed, huh Naruto?" "Oh please," Naruto moaned almost. "Sasuke, You and I both know that I was nothing but a stepping stone for you to awaken those cursed eyes of yours. Hell, didn't you find it strange that old man Sandame assigned both of us to the same team along with Kakashi, a well-known shinobi with a Sharingan and a useless fangirl? He set us up from the start to have you either kill me or Sakura in order for you to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito yelled, Kaden, Bakufa, Ranbu, as he released a powerful burst of flames that swiftly combined with his localized space-time vortex to produce a spiraling conflagration of flames. Naruto yelled, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, as Kurama's tail slammed down between them, putting out the flames. Whispering, Jika Kon Ida, Obito flipped his space-time vortex and hurled a barrage of massive shuriken at Naruto. As sand burst from the earth and caught the shuriken, Konohamaru screamed, don't forget about me. Obito glared back, leaping high into the air and launching a flurry of tiny black rod-like objects at Shukaku. I haven't forgotten about you, he said. He said calmly, Geto, Chikura Kusari Fuin, while Shukaku's arms and neck were restrained by chakra rods connected by chakra chains. Naruto thought, he's using a variation of Karen's jutsu, as he watched Shukaku's body turn into dead sand. For once impressed by the weakest of the Biju, Kurama complained, it's a good thing Shukaku isn't like the rest of us Biju, huh? The others all have physical forms, even Matatabia, but since Shukaku is made out of sand, that kind of seal won't work on him. Accursed beasts, Obito said, gritting his teeth. He told his clansmen, Sasuke, catch, before tossing his gunbai to the younger Uchiha. You can have it for now, but I want it back later. Sasuke grunted, HN, as he reformed his Susanoo after catching the gunbai. Ni-san, said Konohamaru. Then Shukaku swiftly reformed behind him. If you can deal with Sasuke, then I can hold off Obito until you're done, and then we'll stop the Jubie's revival, he said. Naruto nodded in agreement and made a hand seal. All right then, he said. A huge wooden dragon with the cry, Mokuden, Mokuryu no Jutsu, erupted from the earth and sprang at Sasuke. As it struggled to free itself, it swiftly encircled the Susanoo, limiting its movements. Sasuke yelled, Enten, Kagutsuchi no Tsurugi, as his Susanoo's sword igniting the wood dragon with black flames. The Ikibi Jinchuriki had to create a wall of sand to block Obito's volley of massive shuriken from his space-time vortex as Konohamaru fell to the ground nearby. Obito seized the young Sarutobi as he phased through the sand wall. I've got you, Obito said, drawing Konohamaru into the whirlpool. Jika Kon Ida. Once dropped into the strange dimension he would be transported to, Konohamaru rolled over on his hands and knees, groaning as he landed in a heap. As he forced himself to stand, he thought, this isn't working. I must leave this place and return to the battle. However, how? He searched everywhere but couldn't find a way out. Wait, they must work on the same principle if this guy was Kakashi-sensei's former teammate and if this guy is the one who initially gave him the Sharingan. Maybe, he said, bringing his hand to his face and shielding his left eye. I've seen him come and go using that jutsu of his. He muttered, Kamui, as his jutsu came into play and he was abruptly thrust back onto the battlefield. That's my eye, suggested Obito. You came back, HN. Konohamaru smiled back, you can't get away from me that easily, that is. Naruto and Kurama shouted, Utama Bijudama, from the side, drawing their attention. They saw Kurama, who had Naruto inside his head, charging up the biggest Bijudama they had ever seen not too far away. Before colliding with the wall enclosing the Geto Mazo and exploding in a dome of light that engulfed their field of vision, the bullet blasted forward, tearing up the battlefield. Startled, Konohamaru trailed off, the statue's chakra. It's gone, is it, over? Is this the end? Obito said, yes, from the side of this world, came a thunderous roar, and the four fighters turned to face the spot where the statue had once stood. They had brought the Jubie back to life. Naruto trailed off at the sight, is that the? Yes, Kurama said in agreement. That's the Jubie, said the repulsive-looking creature, which had one big eye and resembled a cross between a Sharingan and a Rinnegan. Konohamaru leapt up onto Shukaku's head, and almost instantly Obito and Sasuke landed on the Jubie's head. The reason you can't feel the negative chakra it was giving off before is because it doesn't have emotions or ideals like what you're used to. It can't be sensed. That thing is the same as the natural energy circulating the world, like what you would feel from the earth or the water and even the air itself. As his sage markings appeared on his face and his eyes changed color, Naruto thought, I wonder. Tell him, stop it, Naruto, Kurama said. It's no use, you'll just measure that it can't be measured. Konohamaru remarked, that's not even funny, after switching into his own sage mode. How could anything have that much power? I had wanted to put them out of their misery of being Jinchuriki, Sasuke said, standing on top of the Jubie's head. But they're better than I expected. As soon as it's ready, Obito replied, I'm going to start mugging Tsukuyomi. It will take time for you to pull the moon close enough to do that, Sasuke thought. They will get in the way. The safest thing to do is to kill them with the power of the Jubie. Sasuke, Obito said, fading away. He grinned a little as the Jubie lowered its arm and blew up a sizable portion of the terrain. You just want to try out the Jubie's power, don't you? Just like a child, he said. Naruto yelled, shit just got real, as Kurama and Shukaku lifted their arms in an attempt to deflect the debris that was hurled at them. Above the shockwave, Kurama yelled, listen up, let's first keep at a distance and see what it does. Depending on what it does, we'll attack it from as close as possible. Shukaku retorted, you're still a damned show-off, Kurama. Kurama yelled, let's go, as he sprang forward, only to be hit by the Jubie's massive fist, which had moved much more quickly than a creature of that size should have. The chakra fox snarled, damn bastard, as he rolled over and unleashed a hail of black chakra spheres. Shukaku yelled, damn you, but was batted away after the Jubie's demon claw smashed his body with a single blow. Kurama yelled, Renzoku Bijudama, as he threw the explosive volley at the Jubie. Obito called out, Cho Udama Bijudama, as the Jubie erupted in a massive, beam-like burst of focused chakra. Shit, Kurama swore while encircling his tails. Naruto yelled, Mokuden, Hobi no Jutsu, as he swiftly threw himself from Kurama's body and encircled himself in a wooden face-shaped construction. Kurama's body broke apart as the beam swept over the two, instantly destroying 8 of his 9 tails. Are you all right, Kurama? As they crawled out of the now demolished wooden structure, Naruto asked thoughtfully. Kurama said to him, give me a few minutes to recharge. Naruto cried, Konohamaru, you okay? Konohamaru stammered back, why yeah. As the Jubie destroyed Shukaku's body and sent him plummeting to ground zero, he was pushing himself out of the ditch he had found himself in. The sand armor he was wearing was cracked all over, and he was bleeding from a wound on his head. Naruto asked him, do you think you can buy me a little time? In response, Konohamaru inquired, how long do you need? 15 seconds, Naruto said, forming a seal with his hands. Hopefully, this works. Konohamaru nodded and turned to face the Jubie, which was once again gathering chakra at its mouth. Okay, he said. Obito said, vanish from this world, quite clearly. With the words, Cho Udama Bijudama, the black chakra sphere burst forth in a fireball of light. Konohamaru yelled, Senpo, Kamui, as time and space warped and the beam was drawn into the vortex he had formed. As the last of his sage mode faded, he thought, I'm at my limit. Bro, whatever you're going to, you'd better do it now. Naruto exclaimed, Senpo, Mokuden, Shinsasenju, as a huge wooden statue shaped like a Buddha with thousands of hands spreading out in rows from its back burst from the earth beneath him. About twice as large as the Jubie, it towered over dozens of mountains as its arms rotated and it advanced, leveling a sizable portion of the terrain in the process. By the sage, Konohamaru murmured, amazed by what he saw. Obito gritted his teeth and thought, so this is what Madara talked about. The sage arts are really terrifying. Gazing up with wide eyes, Sasuke trailed off, Naruto, this is. Naruto yelled, Senpo, Shoujo Kebutsu, as the Jubie was struck by the wooden statue's hands in a tremendous flurry of fists. A number of the wooden fists struck the Jubie's eye, causing its tails to flail wildly. The Jubie attempted to pull away, but the force of the blows was enough to tear half the number of hands apart. As the statue's final hand struck the one-eyed deity, knocking it back with a resounding scream, there was a powerful burst of smoke and dust. That is impressive, Obito thought, observing the Jubie's evolving form. But the hope they're clinging to doesn't exist and soon they'll cease to exist too. The Jubie is about to reach its next stage in maturity, the statement read. A moment later, the Jubie assumed a more humanoid form, with long legs, a twisted neck, and an equally long right arm. The left arm was missing. Its eye stayed on its face, and its mouth was on the left side of its head, while its ear was on the right. As the Jubie roared, he thought, it will soon be difficult to control the Jubie. As wood protruded from his right side and pierced the Jubie's skin, he continued, I'll need to use Hashirama's cells to strengthen the bond. So this is the Jubie, explained Sasuke. Not yet, said Obito. It's not complete yet. You can't completely control the Jubie unless you become its Jinchuriki, Sasuke thought. So why haven't you? Because I was never supposed to be the one to become its Jinchuriki, replied Obito. Originally Nagato was supposed to sacrifice himself in order to resurrect the real Madara, but since he's dead and I have the Rinnegan now, I will need to resurrect him myself. Knowingly adding, sacrificing your life in the process, Sasuke wrote. So that's the reason you haven't had the Jubie annihilate them with a Bijudama yet, because it would kill you too. For now, we will teach them to spare, Obito said, holding up his hand. He yelled, Mokuden, Sashiki no Jutsu, as the Jubie's tails transformed into long arms and fell upon the two Jinchuriki with a huge barrage of wooden spears. Naruto remarked, that's Mokuden, as Konohamaru surrounded the two with a wall of sand to block the volley of wooden spears. He probably got that from Hashirama-sensei somehow. Do you see how hopeless this world really is? Do you know despair now? Asked Obito. The Jubie began to charge up another black sphere of chakra at its mouth, but this time it was aimed at them. Perhaps I should show you the difference in power, he added. Shit, Naruto swore as he witnessed the head roar and turn. Obito yelled, Cho Udama Bijudama, as the Jubie hurled the black chakra ball into the air, sending it far above the mountains in their immediate vicinity. With wide eyes, Konohamaru trailed off, that direction. Konoha. Obito proclaimed, and so ends the will of fire, as a column of light emerged on the horizon. Sato Konohagakure had been destroyed. Konohamaru muttered, you son of a bitch, and then turned to face his fellow Jinchuriki. I'm going to fucking kill you. Obito yelled, Tajucho Udama Bijudama, as the Jubie hurled several spheres at distant targets. Specifically, Hiri, Suna, and Iwa. Konohamaru yelled, stop it, as he was about to charge the elder Uchiha, but Naruto grabbed him and stopped him in his tracks. Let me go, I have to stop him. Naruto snarled at him before calming down. You can't fight without a plan. So shut up and let me think, damn it, he said. He glared at the elder Uchiha and said, all right, I got it, in a dark tone. He must be using Mokuden cells he collected from Hashirama-sama to control the Jubie, so all we have to do is cut the connection between them. When Konohamaru said, the bastard can turn intangible, Naruto retorted, he'll have to stay solid to remain connected to the Jubie. We need to get in close. Konohamaru exclaimed, already on it. As they advanced, Naruto following closely behind. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto exclaimed, Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, as two wood and shadow clones materialized at their sides and began directing chakra toward their hands. He yelled, Futon, Rasenshuriken, and threw a recognizable spinning chakra shuriken directly at Obito. Konohamaru yelled, Kaden, go in Rasengan, as he launched a ball of chakra fire that struck the Jubie's hand-shaped tails and blazed through them, paving the way. After sailing through the flaming tails, Naruto's chakra shuriken struck Obito directly, phasing through him and severing the wood that connected Obito's arm to the Jubie. As time and space warped before him, forming a massive spiral of flame, Obito yelled, Kaden, Bakufa Ranbu, and let loose a fireball. With his Susanoo reformed, Sasuke yelled, Enten, Yusaka no Magatama, and began hurling dozens of black Magatama at the two Jinchuriki. Damn, that's hot, exclaimed Konohamaru, shielding himself and Naruto with sand. Without our senjutsu they'd have killed us by now, the Jubie roared a moment later as it appeared to fill out and grow its left armor. Now what's happening? Kurama exclaimed, Naruto, it's going to use the Tenpenchi. In the back of his Jinchuriki's mind. Out loud, Naruto questioned, the what? Obito stood atop the Jubie and thought, I'm going to cut the only thing that connects me and the Jubie. Nothing will restrain it, maybe it'd be better if I just became its Jinchuriki. As his Susanoo doubled in size, Sasuke trailed off, it's about to start. Konohamaru said, I'll make it disappear, while concentrating on the Jubie. Senpi. Obito said, Jika kan Ito, from behind him, and a moment later the two were drawn into a vortex. Konohamaru, exclaimed Naruto. The Jubie exclaimed, Tenpenchi, as it unleashed a tremendous shockwave that wiped out the surrounding area, causing tornadoes, earthquakes, floods, and thunderstorms before exploding massively to form a mushroom cloud hundreds of feet high. As the dust settled and his opponent became visible, Sasuke thought, so this is the Jubie. Naruto. Naruto grunted, this isn't working, and pulled off his battered armor. The blonde got up and glared back at the Jubie, who roared as he looked down at him. As it formed a hand seal, he asked, what are you looking at? Obito and Konohamaru fell to the rectangular floor after falling out of the space-time vortex. With a spiraling sphere in hand, Konohamaru recovered first and launched himself at the Uchiha. He yelled, Rasengan, as he hit the ground and the charca ball smashed through Obito's chest, causing the ground to crack with a powerful explosion. Obito rasped, take it back, you're not like Kakashi. He would have tried to turn me. Stepping back, Konohamaru thought, I'm not Kakashi-sensei, and the Uchiha fell to the ground. That was for Konoha, you bastard. This is not the end. Someone will come along and complete my moon's eye plan, Obito exclaimed as his last breath departed. Rin. Kamui, Konohamaru muttered as time and space warped, drawing him in and dragging him out of the alternate dimension. After roaring, the Jubie opened its mouth to reveal an attachment that resembled a rafflesia and spread outward. It's changing once more, Naruto thought, squinting. No. It's just going back to its original shape, that was just to attack. It's one step before its last transformation, if we let it finish its transformation then it's all over. My chakra is fully regenerated, so let's synchronize while we have the chance, Kurama said. As he watched the Jubie begin to gather chakra into a huge black sphere, Naruto replied, not yet. He pulled out a three-pronged kunai and thought, let me just deal with this first. At the sight, Sasuke thought, the Jubie isn't holding back. What spooked it, I wonder? The Jubie screamed, Sho Udama Bijudama, as it hurled the massive black sphere at the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto muttered, Jika kon kekai, as he lifted the kunai and the chakra sphere struck a string of seals that were floating in midair in front of him. The battlefield fell silent as the seals whirled and encircled the sphere before they both vanished a moment later. He grinned and yelled, Hey Sasuke. You might want to take cover. How did he accomplish that? As a huge column of light emerged in the distance and was quickly followed by a shockwave that swept across the battlefield, Sasuke pondered. Was it teleported away by him? Quote. As he created his version 2 yellow chakra coat by drawing on Kurama's chakra and forming a hand seal, Naruto thought, let's go, Kurama. When he said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 4 shadow clones materialized beside him and pelted the Jubie with their own kunai. As soon as they said, Hiraishin no Jutsu, the clones teleported to the kunai and faced the Jubie. Shisekyojin, the clones exclaimed as a massive chakra barrier encircled the Jubie. The real Naruto cried out, Senpo, Mayayinman, as 10 enormous torii gates lowered themselves from the top of the barrier and pinned the Jubie's tails. The Jubie roared, Sho Udama Bijudama, once more, but this time the black sphere it created collided with the barrier and burst upward from the top. From atop a nearby piece of debris, Sasuke questioned, now what will you do, Naruto? You can't suppress it and you can't kill it, so what do you plan to do? A few feet behind him, space and time warped, and a disheveled Konohamaru spewed out. Quote. You're still a bastard, Naruto replied. Konohamaru, are you alright back there? Rumbling, I've had better days, Konohamaru forced himself to stand up. The other guy is dead, the one who kept wearing a mask. Naruto inquired, so you killed Obito? Yeah, Konohamaru said with a nod. Sasuke exclaimed, that's unfortunate, and leapt up onto the Jubie's pinned head. As he watched the Uchiha create a hand seal, Konohamaru questioned, what is he doing? In the back of his mind, Kumara yelled, Naruto. Stop him now. Damn it, Naruto swore as he leapt in the direction of his erstwhile teammate. He yelled, Sweden, Rasenuzunami, as water and chakra merged in his hand to form a whirling whirlpool of power. He steered it in the direction of the Jubie's head, where it exploded in a spiraling wave. You're too late, wrote Sasuke. He yelled, Jubie Fuin no Jutsu, and the Jubie screamed loudly as it was drawn into the last Uchiha's body. The Jubie's chakra encased his form until it shattered like glass, revealing his new form with his scale-covered face. His eyes closed as he grasped his face. He had 10 tail-like appendages and 9 Magatama seals engraved on his back. Naruto yelled, no, as his water attack was immediately blocked. Konohamaru trailed off, the Jubie. It's gone. He's become the Jubie's Jinchuriki. Naruto growled, forming a hand seal and switching into his sage mode. Damn it Sasuke, he said. Hundreds of torii gates fell from the sky and hit Sasuke's position. He yelled, "You may have become a Jinchuriki, but I can still kick your ass." Senpo. Mayayanman. When Konohamaru asked, "Did that do it?" a resounding roar caused the gates to be blown away. "I guess not," he continued, observing. Shukaku would take a long time to regenerate enough of its chakra to be useful, especially in a battle like this, and he had nothing left to fight with. "Naruto," said Kurama in the back of his mind. "I understand," said Naruto. As 4 chakra arms reached out from Sasuke's back and grasped the 4 walls of the barrier his clones had previously erected, he thought, he broke through the Senpo Fuin on the torii gates like they were nothing to him. He yelled, "Shit," as the barrier appeared to break under the strain. "Is it just me, or is the Jubie more powerful now than it was in its heyday?" Quote. "Before it was nothing but sheer power akin to a force of nature," Kurama responded. "Now it's directed and focused, so it's much more dangerous." "Excellent," thought Naruto wryly. To the last Uchiha, Konohamaru yelled, "Sasuke. Stop. That's enough." Sasuke asked slowly and without focus, "Su-ke. Shit," Naruto swore as Sasuke charged at Konohamaru with superhuman speed. He thundered, "Hiraishin no Jutsu," as he swiftly seized the Ikibi Jinchuriki and teleported away, barely avoiding having the attacking Uchiha tear off his side. "He's fast." Konohamaru continued, "I didn't even see him move," as Naruto threw him to the ground a few miles away. He began, "Hey, what are you?" but Naruto teleported away without him. "He will battle Sasuke by himself." Quote. When Naruto resurfaced close to the middle of the rubble-strewn battlefield, he saw Sasuke writhing nearby as his body continued to tremble and change. What on earth is going on with him? As Naruto felt his sage mode depart, he asked himself introspectively. He isn't like your Hashirama, Kurama thought. You can't expect him to be able to handle the power of the Jubie even with those cursed eyes of his. Can't his body handle it? Although he really shouldn't have, Naruto blinked in surprise. He was aware that the Senju had inherited the old sage's inhuman physical ability, which had been passed down to the Uzumaki at the time of the clan's founding, while the Uchiha had inherited a distorted version of his eyes. Even though the Uchiha had a better chance of controlling the Kyuubi's power, only a Senju or an Uzumaki could possibly survive having such a creature sealed within them, which is why Konoha had brought in his mother to serve as Kurama's second Jinchuriki. Since Kurama possessed half of the Jubie's power and was as powerful as the other 8 Biju combined, it was no secret that, unlike his brethren, no ordinary human could possibly hope to survive as his Jinchuriki. Based on Obito's previous use of Mokuden and his acquisition of Nagato's Rinnegan, it appeared that even he was aware that the Jubie could never be fully subdued by the Sharingan alone. That was something Sasuke had apparently overlooked. Sasuke whispered, "Enten, Umi no Kokuin," as a huge wave of death erupted from his right eye, igniting the world in front of him with black flames. Naruto retorted, "Jika kan kekai," and swiftly drew in the black flames with a kunai before teleporting them away. Quickly drawing on Kurama's chakra, he said, "Sasuke, can you understand me?" With his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly and the Jubie's chakra enveloping his form in a black shroud that formed 3 tails, Sasuke spoke slowly, "I will delete the past." He covered his hand in lightning as he lunged toward Naruto. "Raiden, Habataki Chidori," he said, as he struck the blonde sage in front of him with his now black, lightning-covered fist. The sound of 1,000 flapping birds reverberated throughout the battlefield. Naruto retaliated, Futon, Rasengan, by rapidly creating a spiraling sphere infused with wind and then launching the attack forward to block the approaching lightning strike. Even with the elemental advantage, he was only able to draw with the Jubie-powered Sasuke, which blew them both away. "This isn't working," he reflected. Naruto muttered, "The whole world is against me," as he turned to face his opponent, who had once more changed. The black haze that enveloped Sasuke now resembled a demonic version 2 transformation, complete with 4 tails and a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. When he saw his old comrade, he thought, he's already adapted to 4 tails. Itachi, gritted Sasuke's teeth. Naruto said, "I'm sorry this all happened, Sasuke," before hurriedly continuing. Sasuke uttered the words, "Who-are-you?" With pain, he roared in desperation and anger, "Get away from me," and blew Naruto back a few feet. Naruto grunted as he stood up and gazed at the scene before him. "Damn it," he said. He transformed again. Finally. Naruto. Sasuke sneered as two more tails emerged from the shroud, bringing the total to 6, and white humanoid bones spread out over his body like an exoskeleton. He began to gather red and blue chakra spheres into a single black orb at his mouth, and his voice was icy as he said, "I suppose this is fitting. It started with us. It should end with us." As a three-pronged kunai slipped into his hand, Naruto trailed off, "That's..." With a yell, "Bijudama!" Sasuke hurled the black sphere at the blonde. Naruto retorted, "Jika kon kekai," as his space-time barrier extended from the kunai, halting the approaching projectile before teleporting it away. A moment later, a nearby mountain exploded in a dome of light, then faded away, leaving behind nothing but a huge crater void of life. "Kurama, damn you, I'm in need of assistance." As he felt the Kurama chakra shroud dissipate, he shouted in contemplation. "I need more time," retorted Kurama. "You can't continue like this forever, Naruto," Sasuke said bluntly. "I learned a lot from your death that day in the land of Wave. Itachi taught me just how ugly this world is, and you taught me that it doesn't get any better no matter how hard you try. You wanted to become Hokage, and look at where you are now, just another Nukenin in a world of hatred." Naruto retorted, "Konoha has wronged more than just you. They betrayed my family and hated me despite my father's wishes for something beyond my control. But you know what? Having a Biju sealed in me isn't as bad as people seem to think it is." Moaned Sasuke. He squinted his eyes and began tearing up the ground behind him with his tails. "Whatever," he said, "it's about time to begin preparations for the Moon's Eye plan. This world no longer has any value in it. This world died with my brother." "Listen up, Sasuke," Naruto erupted in response. "This world isn't going to end because I'm still standing." Sasuke mockingly said, "Even now you still won't give up," as his chakra body began to enlarge. Naruto muttered, "Oh shit," as Sasuke transformed into a hideous creature with 8 tails that was only devoid of skin and fur. "Now he's got 8 tails." Quote. Sasuke yelled, "Bijudama," as he swiftly formed a black chakra orb in his mouth, which he then hurled at the blonde. Knowing that he had already used up all of his Hiraishin kunai and markers, which were located far from civilian towns and villages, Naruto watched it approach with a somber expression. There was only one choice, because if he teleported this attack away from here, it would most likely kill a lot of people wherever it ended up. This was going to have to be done the old-fashioned way. Naruto slammed his hand to the ground and yelled, "Kuchios, Goju Rashomen." 5 enormous demonic gates rose up from the ground in front of him as the black orb closed in, and a large seal spread out across the landscape. "Come on." As the orb hit the first gate, it blasted through it as if it were nothing, and then a moment later, it blasted through the second. It proceeded to smash through the third and fourth gates before changing its angle and tearing through the fifth and last gate, passing Naruto with a slight sideways detour. He altered its trajectory. As he watched the orb explode behind his intended target in a dome of light, Sasuke thought. Naruto cried out, "Mokuden, Mokuryu no Jutsu," as a huge wooden dragon burst forth from the earth and encircled the enormous 8-tailed Sasuke. "You're still in my way," Sasuke growled, pinning the wooden dragon with his flapping tails. He roared, "Bijudama," and hurled another black chakra sphere at the blonde. Naruto exclaimed, "Mokuden, Mokujin no Jutsu," as a massive wooden figure shaped like a human swiftly emerged from beneath his feet and used its right hand to grasp the orb. He added, "Mokuden, Hobi no Jutsu," as the construct's face opened, enabling him to swiftly enter. The two fighting shinobi were engulfed by the dome of light created when the sphere exploded. A massive dome of light illuminated the dark horizon, causing Konohamaru to halt his hasty return to the battlefield. "What is happening over there?" As the light faded, he thought as he flew in the direction of the battleground. He wasn't sure how he should be feeling at the moment. Naruto Nichin was the one who attacked Konoha with the Aikibi, Sasuke was the enemy attempting to destroy the world, and Konoha, his family, and everyone he had ever cared about were all destroyed. Now that he was by himself, his only option was to keep going and rejoin the battle. He only cared about seeing this through to the end at that point, and before he could finish thinking that, he noticed a movement off to the side, which made him turn abruptly and clutch a pair of shuriken tightly. The figure said, "The Aikibi Jinchuriki," as she entered the moonlight. He had engaged in combat with the red-haired woman at the Kage summit. Konohamaru stared at her and trailed off, "You are." Karen replied simply, "My name doesn't matter," and then she glanced at the battlefield. Sensing the two fighting shinobis in human chakra levels, she remarked, it seems that the situation has taken a turn for the worse, those two aren't human anymore. No, muttered Konohamaru in the darkness. Their strength is inhuman. So the Jubie was awakened and was sealed within a Jinchuriki, Karen thought. Is it Obito? When asked honestly, no it's not, Konohamaru replied. It's Sasuke, he said with certainty. Naruto is fighting him now. Karen asked, then why are you over here? Naruto teleported me here and left me. He went to fight alone, Konohamaru retorted. Damn it, swore Karen. They are currently cleaning up the remnants of the Zetsu clones and the remaining pockets of Alliance Ninja, but reinforcements are on the way. As chakra chains protruded from her back and pinned the worn-out Konohamaru, she sighed, even if they did arrive soon, they would probably just get in the way. That's probably why he sent this kid away from the battlefield. Geto. Chikura Kusari. Hey, what are you doing? Konohamaru exclaimed, sensing that Shukaku's and his chakras were being repressed. Karen said, sorry, grinning down at him. But Naruto wants to free all the Biju and that includes the Ikibi, so I'm going to have to release it from your body. Don't worry though, I'll resurrect you once it's out of you. Where there had once been a flourishing forest, a sizable smooth smoking crater sat silently, with the only indication of life being the two walking giants in the middle of the devastation. A huge, nine-tailed wolf and an equally large, humanoid wooden structure standing nearby. As Sasuke appeared from the wolf's forehead, the wooden human's face opened, and Naruto emerged, glaring at the beast before him. Susanoo, Sasuke said clearly as he wrapped the nine-tailed wolf in purple armor and the Jubie's chakra surged through his body. At the sight, Naruto thought, he's wearing his Susanoo like some kind of armor. As long as he's wearing that thing, he added grimly, I can't suppress it. It's difficult to accept that Hashirama-sensei engaged in combat of this nature. Kurama grunted in the back of his mind. Focus, get ready, he said, pouring his chakra all over Naruto. Naruto declared out loud, it's about time, as golden chakra burst forth from his form, assuming the shape of Kurama. Let's do this. As a much bigger black chakra orb materialized in the wolf's mouth, Sasuke yelled, you could never beat me Naruto. Udama Bijudama. Kurama retorted, Udama Bijudama. While launching his own enlarged black chakra ball. Both spheres were blown away from each other to opposing sides of the now much larger crater when they collided in midair and exploded. Sasuke confidently declared, this is the end, as the wolf doubled in size as the 10th and last tail developed. I'm already at the top Naruto. Naruto muttered, we used to be friends, upon witnessing the transformation of his erstwhile companion. He closed his eyes and sighed, it can't be helped, focusing Kurama's own chakra and natural energy into his hand. He yelled, here I come Sasuke. As Kurama bounded forward. The Jubie roared, and Sasuke hit back, face me Naruto. He yelled, Cho Udama Bijudama. As a chakra beam burst from the wolf's mouth and swept across Kurama, leaving behind nothing but a trench 10 miles wide. Did I get him? He was about to say that when he heard a terrifying scream reverberating throughout the battlefield. Overhead, at the last moment, he must have teleported. Quote, Futon. Rasenkamikas. Naruto cried out as he landed on the Jubie with his sage markings on his face and his golden chakra shroud. A golden chakra shuriken with 4 white wind blades spinning around it was in his hand. He threw the chakra shuriken down at the Jubie, who attempted to dodge it. Ultimately, the attack hit the wolf in the back and grew into a mountain-sized ball of chakra and wind that tore apart everything it came into contact with, including Sasuke's Susanoo armor. Damn it Tobi. As the wind sphere exploded with enough force to knock the Jubie to the ground while he was still on top of its head, Sasuke thought angrily. Mokuden. Kakuen Nitten Shwashu. Naruto exclaimed as he put a familiar green necklace in his hand and slammed it down on the Jubie's exposed skin. With a roar, the Jubie was swiftly dragged back into Sasuke's body and its power was stifled, leaving only a bleeding and bruised Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stood up again, gritting his teeth. Naruto exhaled as he sensed Kurama's chakra and his sage mode go down. This is where it ends, Sasuke, he said. Both of them were at their breaking point. One last battle. That was their only remaining option. And right before the sun came up. Tobi, said Sasuke softly while forming a sequence of hand seals. You know they say that when two first-class shinobi fight, that they no longer need words to understand each other. To which Naruto replied, a lot of things could have been done differently, but it's useless thinking about what might have been. Sasuke grunted and bounded forward, his hand covered in lightning. "HN," he said. Whispering, "Goodbye old friend," Naruto advanced to intercept, holding his own chakra ball. Rasengan, Chidori. Karen experienced a final surge of chakra before it swiftly subsided, making her slightly pale and accelerating. Please arrive on time. As she descended and landed at the base of a tall cliff with a view of a huge canyon, she thought. Is the battlefield here? It appeared as though someone or something had begun chopping away entire sections of the mountain range with a shovel. There, she flew in its direction after sensing the chakra pulse emanating from the middle of one of the neighboring craters. Naruto. He stood in the middle, and at his feet was a man with black hair who was lying face down. Karen. Naruto felt backwards after his form faltered for a moment. Karen yelled, "Naruto," once more as she hurried over to catch him as he fell. As she hurriedly checked his body for wounds, she worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Naruto said, "I'm just tired," grinning up at her. More importantly, you need to use your yin-yang release on Sasuke to separate the Jubie back into the 7 Biju inside him before it breaks free of his body and returns to its original state. Okay, Karen said with a sympathetic nod and put him down. She cried out, "Onmyoten, Banbutsu Sozo," as blue and red chakra spheres accumulated in her palms. The world was briefly filled with light before it vanished as she pushed the two orbs together. Karen fell to her knees beside Naruto as the 7 Biju who had been imprisoned and the Geto Mazo surrounded them as the light faded. She said, "It's done," while attempting to control her breathing. Naruto smiled up at her and brought his key-sealed hand to the seal on his stomach. "Not yet," he said. Karen questioned in alarm, "Naruto?" Naruto muttered, "I love you Karen," before turning the key and releasing his seal. From the seal, a fully formed Kurama of flesh and bone descended onto the cratered ground beside his siblings. Karen gritted her teeth and said, "No," as tears began to roll down her cheeks. "Not like this," she said, gathering the remaining chakra in a hand seal. She then pushed her very life force into the blonde, but her reserves had already been depleted due to her battle against Kabuto and the fact that she had previously used it to bring back a certain Sarutobi. "Damn it, it's not enough. Take some of my chakra if it will help," Kurama said. The Yonbia son Goku asked him, "Kurama." Holding his paw down over his former Jinchuriki, Kurama explained, "Words mean nothing to a Biju. His actions were enough for me." "We were watching," he said, and the Nibi, Matabi, nodded. He was fighting so desperately. The Nanabi, or Chome, asked, "Is he the one?" The Gobia Kokuo asked back, "You the one that the old man spoke about at the end?" "Probably." "You don't think he's the old man's?" Gyuki, the Hachibi, screamed. "Yeah," Kurama said with a nod. "It's about damn time." Isapu, the Sanbi, pondered, "So that's how it is, huh?" Shukaku put his hand over Kurama's and said, "I'm in," as his body gathered with the others. Kurama smirked at the sand raccoon and said, "Hey, to think you would be helping out for once, the world must have ended again." "Shove off you old fox." In response, Shukaku blasted. The Biju covered Kurama's hands one by one, and Karen swiftly collected bits of their chakra. She exclaimed, "Geto, Rinne Tensai no Jutsu," as their chakra surged through her, strengthening her own faltering reserves. A green glow enveloped Naruto, and she poured the chakra she had collected into his body. He would not perish. She would not allow him to simply pass away here. Not with their dreams so near. She yelled, "Wake up!" at him. "Damn it Karen," moaned Naruto. "Keep it down would you, some of us are trying to sleep here you know." Karen drew him into her arms and trailed off, "Naruto. You reckless idiot, don't ever do something that stupid again." Sorry, wiped Naruto's face. "But I did say I was going to free the Biju, so that included Kurama too." "Kit," Kurama grinned down at him, "try not to die again. You're much more entertaining while you're alive." "Thanks Kurama," deadpanned Naruto. "It's good to know that you enjoy watching my pain." "Think nothing of it," Kurama smiled and waved his words away. Matabi purred and remarked, "You're a lot more laid back than you used to be Kurama-kun. I wonder just how laid back you really are now. You two are siblings, right?" Naruto asked the fox, blinking. "I mean it's okay if you are." "Naruto," Kurama said sternly. "Shut up. Okay." Naruto shook and attempted to get to his feet, but Karen pushed him back down. "Don't overdo it," Karen plainly instructed him. There was silence for a moment before Naruto said, "Sasuke. He's dead," was Karen's straightforward reply. After saying, "Then you know what to do," Naruto stood up. Karen approached the fallen Uchiha and flipped him over so his back was to the clear sky. They observed as he took out his eyes one by one and opened a glass jar that held water. After putting them in the jar, she moved away from the Uchiha and burned his corpse. The final mark on a man cursed by hatred. They all stood and watched as the man who had once been known as Uchiha Sasuke was burned away into ash and dust. "Goodbye Sasuke," Naruto said with a sorrowful smile as his longtime companion at last found tranquility. "Let go home," Karen muttered as the fire roared in the early morning. The night had been long. Yuki Tsunade Hospital, the land of spring. Various Yuki ninja hunted down and killed the remaining Alliance and Zetsu forces after the Battle of the Ten Tails and the conclusion of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Numerous smaller villages attempted to rise up and replace the 5 great shinobi villages after they were destroyed by the Jubie, Obito, and Sasuke. Karen had transformed Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into Naruto during this period, and with Kurama's assistance, it had evolved into the Rinnegan. Soon after, a fully recovered Naruto led Yuki in an invasion of the mainland, which led to the smaller warring nations' conquest. Those who gave up joined under the banner of Yukigakure no Sato, while those who opposed them were swiftly vanquished by Karen or Naruto. After being freed, the Biju dispersed throughout the continent and went their separate ways. While Son Goku, Kokuo, Seiken, and Chome vanished somewhere in the land of Earth, Shukaku had returned to the desert in the land of Wind. Gyuki returned to the Jinchuriki Temple on Turtle Island, while Isapu returned to his lake in the land of water. Matabi and Kurama, on the other hand, had settled down along the southern coast and decided to remain in the land of spring. Konohamaru had taken a ship from the shinobi continent, claiming that he wanted to start over because he had too many bad memories there. After understanding why the blonde Uzumaki committed the Ikibi attack on Konoha, he forgiven Naruto for it and vanished into the vast, unexplored ocean. Although Naruto was disappointed that he was leaving, he recognized that he needed time to recover. Before departing, Naruto gave him one of his Hiraishin kunai and advised him to call upon him if he ever needed anything. For the first time in decades, the shinobi world was at peace, and Naruto was about to encounter his biggest obstacle to date. No man was ever really prepared for it, but in the end, this was what he had desired all along. He would now be able to fulfill his lifelong dream of starting a family. The Uzumaki clan was refounded at this time. He would become a father on this day. On the east side of the village was the recently built Tsunade Hospital, which was named for the renowned medic nin who fought in the Fourth War. Uzumaki Karen, a stunningly beautiful woman with long red hair who was now 26 years old, was in more pain than any man could possibly understand. She yelled at her husband, nearly crushing his hand in hers, "Naruto-kun. I'm going to kill you for this." Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth and said, "Why, you're doing great, Karen-chan," as he felt the bones in his hand crack. He was the Taiken, the strongest shinobi of his time, surpassing even Senju Hashirama, and at the age of 25, he had adapted to his new life as the leader of the shinobi continent. When he was attempting to rescue the Biju and save the world, everything was so easy, but now it was different. He spent the entire day doing paperwork. How human. Because of something they did on their wedding night 9 months ago, his wife was now breaking his hand. Karen yelled in agony, "Do you hear me, Databane? We're not having any more children after this." Naruto winced as he felt Karen-chan's chakra shatter the walls and floor. "Damn Karen-chan, will you please relax a little? She will bring down the entire hospital at this rate." The female doctor, Haku, spoke clearly, "One last push, Karen-sama," without even recoiling at the amount of chakra the red-haired woman was bringing into the room. Karen let out a final scream before collapsing back onto the hospital bed, gasping for air, and then hearing a baby's cries. Telling them, "Congratulations, it's a boy," Haku signaled one of the nurses to come over. Karen said, "Let me see him," with obvious exhaustion. Karen grinned and handed the clean baby to the new mother, who was wrapped in a blanket. "Here you go," she said. He had red hair, blue eyes, and 6 distinct whisker-like marks on his cheeks. With tears in her eyes, Karen grinned and said, "This is our son. He's got your eyes, and your hair," returned Naruto's smile. Karen questioned them, "Do you have a name for him yet?" Minato, Naruto responded on their behalf. "His name is Uzumaki Minato."